Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of what if Issei was transported and became a martial red dragon emperor. Support the author Orengeflame fanfic link in the description. Prologue. The following is a fan-based story. High School DxD, the light novel, manga, and anime belong to their respected creator. Please support the official release. Curses. That damn demonic Chaos Emperor will destroy everything. If he's not stopped, the 7 worlds will be conquered. These words were angrily spoken by a long black-haired woman with crystal blue eyes wearing white mystical imperial robes. Surrounding her was a never-ending void filled with stars, and below her was a huge planet, bigger than the Earth. But unlike ours, the world looked to be dying as a black gas surrounded it, and the surface was boiling red. If one looked further away from the planet, you would notice another one with the same disaster happening. But no one in the 7 worlds is capable of killing him. Sigh. I guess I have no choice. I'll just have to look elsewhere. With that, the woman disappears as she goes deeper into the stars. Earth DX verse. The woman is now standing in front of the small planet Earth with a frown on her face. Such a small world. I doubt I'll find anything here. But it won't hurt to look. World, show me your history. With words of power, she commanded the world to obey. What she found surprised even her. Within this small world were the hidden supernatural beings unfamiliar to her, known as gods, unusual devils, dragons, and other creatures hiding from civilization. Another thing was the hidden realms surrounding the world. Some much bigger than the planet. Of course, she could not find much because as soon as the other entities found her snooping around, they quickly shut their doors, so to speak. Oh, there might be something here after all. World, show me your greatest hero. With that, she expected the results to come instantly. But after a few seconds, nothing. Did I not do it correctly? Apay, zoom, what? I will be a harem king. Soon images come into her head of a certain famous Apay dragon. At first, she was revolted and disgusted by the perverted acts of this young boy. Peeping into the girl's changing room, ripping the clothes off his female opponents, and his obsession with Bulbous. But soon that frown turns into a smile, as she watches deeper into who Hayato Issei is, by seeing the hardship and challenges that the boy goes through. Rias Gremory's virginity is mine, fighting for the freedom and honor of his beloved master. Protecting an innocent girl that only wanted a friend. The bravery he showed even as the situation was hopeless. The rage he felt at the thought of his loved ones being in danger, Asia, and the madness he felt at almost losing something precious to him. Following the forbidden aria that should have never been said, soon the woman was no longer feeling disgusted. Instead, she is now found with a face full of expectations, joy, and worry at the hero, with each victory and defeat, almost like a true fan of a show. She felt sadness at the grief the hero felt when he was betrayed by his first love. She cried when the boy died, and her face was full of joy at him coming back stronger than ever. She sees his opponents, friendly rivalry, a true rival, the fallen, devils, dragons, gods, heroes, and monsters. With this, she comes to a conclusion. I highly doubt I can convince the infinite and dream from leaving their domain. And while the White Dragon Emperor would fit right at home in my world, I believe it would cause more harm than good. So I guess I have no other option but to entrust my future to the Red Dragon Emperor, she says, trying to save face and dignity by hiding her joy with a helpless attitude. Nighttime, Hayato household, Issei's room. A 14-year-old, Hayato Issei, was seen in an awkward sleeping position with a perverted expression on his sleeping face, probably dreaming about women. Suddenly the air shifted and out came the woman in white robes looking at the sleeping boy with joyful eyes. I doubt the Issei after becoming a devil will want to leave his women, family, and friends. So I guess this age should do. It's weird that such a weak, talentless boy holds so much potential. With that, a light starts to shine around Issei as the woman holds his cheek affectionately, and both then disappear. Outside martial world. The woman is now seen in the outer space of her world with Issei still sleeping, floating beside her. After she sees her world, her joy starts to fade. Soon a contemplated look appears on her face. Sigh. I guess it just came to me. This world is cruel, A world filled with competition ready to leave anybody in the dust. People willing to betray even family if it means the slightest chance of power. For me to bring this innocent and honest boy to this world by ripping him from his home is beyond cruel. A part of me wants to take you back, but I came too far to change back. If we meet again and on your face shows nothing but hatred for me, I shall accept it by being killed by your hands. But a large part of me already knows that your face would only show acceptance and a will to help a woman in pain, knowing that it only makes the feelings of guilt worse. Ha! To think that this empress that once killed millions just for getting in her way would feel these emotions. My enemies would truly wonder if this is the same woman who murdered their family and disciples. She soon turns to the boy, trying to understand what caused this change. I guess I can only give my love and adoration to you. I will do my best to help you and accomplish whatever dreams you have. With a sad smile on her face, she quickly captures the lips of Issei with a glow that starts shining around Issei's body. This should help you take your first step into cultivation and bring your connection to the red dragon closer. Also, it is a show of my honesty to you. If I remember right, the first kiss of a woman is special. Then a small mystical blue marble is then placed in Issei's hand. This is a treasure I found one day. The strangest thing is even I don't know what it does. But I'm sure you'll find out. Until we meet again, hide Issei. I will keep watching until you're strong enough to stand on your own 2 feet. Grow and never change. Chapter 1. Where am I? Big sis, what's that? A voice of a 12-year-old is heard as it soon shows 3 sisters with straw baskets out in the forest collecting herbs. Until the youngest of them finds something strange and calls out, "It's a boy." The oldest of 3 says as she gets closer to him, looking surprised at finding a sleeping 15-year-old in strange clothes. The boy is seen wearing boxers and a red t-shirt. While that was indecent, it shouldn't be that strange. But when you see the clothing of the 3 sisters, you notice them wearing old robes covering them and sandals on their feet. "Sis, be careful you don't know where he's been," the middle child says, being cautious of the boy with an unknown background, raising her fist to prepare herself if he wakes up and attacks. "Wooing, that's rude. He could be hurt." She soon crouches down and tries to wake him up by shaking the boy's shoulder. "Are you okay?" the oldest girl says with concern. "Kya, the master is so naughty," a cat girl said as a boy grabbed her big chest. "Would you like some more grapes, master?" says a maid with a slutty uniform holding a tray for the boy full of delicious food. "Being the king is the best," said the boy with brown hair and eyes as he sits on a throne surrounded by busted and mature women. Unaware of what has happened to him with a carefree expression. "Are you okay?" With a sweet feminine voice being spoken in the background, the world starts to shake and soon fade. "Oh no!" The boy starts to wake up from his eki dream. "Huh!" With that, the boy opens his eyes and is suddenly surprised to see himself surrounded by beauties. But something strange was happening because the 3 girls started talking to one another, but it sounded foreign to him. Until suddenly he knew what they were saying. But he soon ignores that strangeness to stand up. "Bishujos," the boy says with a perverted face, confusing the girls on what that meant, and causes Wooing to quickly get into a guarded stance when she sees his expression. "Are you okay?" the oldest repeats, ignoring the lustful eyes of the boy. As Issei looks at the oldest, he notices her having long dark blue hair and kind blue eyes showing her concern. "Huh! Ugh, fine, I guess?" Issei says, not really sure what she was talking about, as he didn't feel any pain or discomfort. Strangely, he did feel his body being a bit lighter and unrestricted, but he thought the reason for that was because he just woke up. That's a relief. "But what are you doing sleeping in a forest?" she asks with wonder about why a boy would be sleeping alone and unprotected in such a dangerous place. "Forest?" Issei says, confused about what she just said until he starts looking around him, and after a few seconds is soon surprised to know he wasn't in his room. Which he should have noticed sooner, since he has never had 3 girls in his room. "Wait a what? Why am I in a forest? Where's my home, my room?" The boy's outburst quickly shocks the sisters. After a few minutes of the boy freaking out, he soon starts to calm down. "Am I anywhere near K?" he asks, wondering just where he was, as he could only see trees, and more trees. "K? Wooing questions, wondering what that meant. It's the name of my hometown? I'm sorry. We've never heard of a town with this name. The big sister said, confused. Well, am I anywhere in Japan? Japan? The little sister says. Is it a type of food? No, it's a country. He started wondering how anybody could mistake a well-known country as food. We have also never heard of this country. We live in the Blue Sky Empire. In a small remote village at the edge of the border. The oldest girl said, Blue Sky Empire? I never heard of this place. The boy says until a shocked expression appears. Don't tell me I went to another world like in those light novels. This place's name sounds too made up to be a country on Earth. Can you tell me the name of this world? The brown-haired boy says with a terrified expression. Please be Earth. I don't know, but the continent we're in is called the Supreme Wind Continent. The older sister says again a name that sounds too unique to be an actual place. Damn it. Now, what am I supposed to do? Issei questions with sadness and frustration in his voice at this impossible situation. Wulan, after seeing the despair, the boy was about to try and comfort him. But a hand soon lands on her shoulder, stopping her from reaching out. Wooing, sis, think about it. We don't know where he's from and he could just be faking this. I say we leave him here before we get more involved than we should. Wooing says, warning her sister about the hidden dangers, but he looks to be in trouble. Maybe he's telling the truth. We should not be rude to a person in need. Wulan speaks with the heart of a saint. I still say but before Wooing could put her foot down, don't be sad, big brother. I'm sure you can go back home one day. The littlest sister says, trying her best at comforting the teen and bringing him out of his funk. As he pays attention to the youngest sister, he notices that she had green eyes and a lighter shade of blue hair styled into twin tails. Guess there's nothing I can do. Hello, I'm Hayate Issei, he says with a helpless look. But soon realizes he hasn't introduced himself. Oh. The oldest says, surprised by the change in attitude and the odd name. I'm Wulan. A pleasure to meet you, she says, trying not to be impolite. Humph. I'm Wooing, she says, not in a very friendly manner. The girl appeared to be at the same age as Issei and had kept her blue hair just below her neck. I'm Wu Xiao. It's nice to meet you, the youngest said with a cheer, absolutely cheering the boy up at her cuteness. If you truly have no place to live, you could come with us. It's not much, but we could give you shelter. Of course, you'll have to work if you wish to stay with us, Wulan says, trying to be helpful while thinking of their financial situation. Completely shocking Wooing at her decision. Really? Do you mean it? Issei just couldn't believe his luck. He'll get to live with these bishujos, but just don't have any dirty or indecent thoughts or actions. Because if you do, I will kick your butt outside, Wooing says, threatening Issei, who pales knowing who he is. That hat's gonna be hard. I am a pervert, he says honestly, not thinking that the honesty of his desires has caused him too much trouble. What? Sister, there's no way we can allow this trash to live with us, Wooing says furiously at her sister. After Issei revealed his personality, I'm sure it'll be fine, Wulan says, being the peacemaker. And how do you know that? Wooing questions angrily. Because I trust him not to hurt us. Plus he needs our help, Wulan simply says. This greatly surprises Issei because this was the first time that he remembers a person of the opposite mating trusting him so much. It made him truly not want to disappoint her. TCH. You and your bleeding heart. After a while, she was going to protest again until she saw the stubbornness of her older sister. Fine. Listen, perv, if you do anything. With that, Wooing approaches a tree and slams her fist into it, causing the tree to break, shocking and frightening Issei. Just what crazy world was he in, for girls to have such strength? Understand? Wooing says with a threatening face. Yais, Issei says, trying to get on her good side. Good. Alright, let's go home, Wulan says, ignoring the exchange between Issei and Wooing. With that, the girls pick up their baskets and start heading to the village. Issei soon gets up and tries to follow until he notices his hand holding something round. What's this? Issei says as he looks at the object. What he finds is a blue marble that he positioned next to the sun to look at it clearly. He did not know when he got it, but something inside him felt it was important. Are you coming or not? Say wooing, growing impatient at waiting for issei to catch up. Coming, issei says, clutching the marble tightly, not entirely sure why it was important. Chapter 2 Wolves, Issei's POV. It was weird. It feels like we've been walking for a few hours, but strangely I didn't feel tired. Actually, I felt like I could run 2 marathons non-stop. I tried to ignore this feeling since we're in a forest, and walking in silence was starting to feel awkward. While I didn't want to annoy Wu Ying, I can't help but be curious about the 3 sisters helping me. So are you 3 walking in the middle of a forest? I ask, throwing caution to the wind. We're out here collecting herbs. We collect them to sell to the villagers and make medicine for my sister. Wu Lan answers. Wu Ying? I ask with a look of disbelief at the girl that could destroy a tree. Are you sick? Of course Sis Ying's not sick. Sister can fight a bear and win. Wu Xiao says with a laugh at the scene of her sister standing on top of a dead bear. We use the herbs to make medicine to heal her injuries when training her martial arts. Wu Lan says. Now that she said that, I pay closer attention to Wu Ying's hands and start noticing the cloths wrapped around her knuckles. Stop looking at them. Wu Ying yells, feeling uncomfortable at being stared at. Sorry, I just noticed them, I say, scratching the back of my head nervously. Really, this girl is too scary. No wonder you're so strong, I say, admiring just how much training she had to go through. Well, obviously, she says, embarrassed at the compliment, looking away from my direction. I guess there is an adorable side to her. As expected of a Bishujo. I bet she is a tsundere. Growl. Suddenly a growl was heard deeper in the woods, alerting us of danger. I hope they aren't coming towards us. Wu Ying quickly drops her basket and steps in front of the sound, standing in a guard stance against whatever came out, ready to protect her sisters. Wu Lan grabs Wu Xiao and holds her to try and protect her. I was unsure of what to do, but I got behind Wu Ying, feeling cowardly and embarrassed for having to rely on Wu Ying. Out of the woods came 5 wolves ready to pounce at us. Wu Ying, seeing the animals, relaxes a bit. She must really be confident at realizing they were ordinary animals and not the monsters that I read in novels that live in these types of forests. With that in mind, she quickly rushes at them, not giving the wolves a chance to surround us. With one strike of her fist, she bashes it against one of them in the head, utterly crushing its skull, and follows up with a kick to the second one, hitting its stomach and knocking it against a tree. Her strength was scary but also beautiful in my mind as I watched her body move to attack. The way she moved with such speed and the punch she threw caused her épée to shake. Does that mean she doesn't wear a bra? While I was thinking about this, the wolves were frightened at what they thought was easy prey was actually a threat to them. They quickly jumped back to avoid the girl and prepared to attack her. Wu Ying, knowing that they will no longer be caught off guard, stays still and waits for them to do the first move. Wow! That was the thought that crossed my mind as I noticed how amazing Wu Ying is. Wu Ying is amazing, I say, voicing my thoughts. That right, Sis Ying is amazing, Wu Xiao says, agreeing with me, bringing my attention to the defenseless girls. Wu Lan looked just happy that her sisters were safe. Wu Lan was about to say something, but she stopped as she and I noticed the wolf that Wu Ying kicked in the stomach was coming closer to us. Wu Ying, she says, trying to get her sister to notice. But she instantly regrets it as this distraction to Wu Ying made her ignore the wolves in front of her when she turned around. This was the opening the wolves were waiting for, because as soon as her back was turned, they charged. One bit her ankle and another jumped and bit one of her arms, pushing her to the ground. The other was going for the kill by going for her neck, but fortunately, Wu Ying came to her senses and hit it with her free fist before it could try. Unfortunately, her hit wasn't as strong as before and was not enough to kill it, just threw it a few feet away and made it go on a daze, while Wu Ying was trying to shake the other 2 wolves off. The wolf she kicked to a tree was getting closer to her sisters and me. I see the situation and quickly stand in front of Wu Lan and Wu Xiao, ready to risk my body and protect them. Even though I tried to stand tall and proud, I couldn't shake the fear in my body when I noticed the wolf getting closer. The wolf, seeing my pathetic self shaking, just knew this would be an easy kill and charges. Seeing the wolf jump to attack, I hoped for the best and swung my arm and closed my eyes. Third POV. Surprisingly to issei, there was no pain, just the feeling of his fist hitting something hard and the sound of a crunch. When he opens his eyes, he notices the wolf that attacked him laying on the ground with blood coming out of its mouth. He then stares at his fist and notices them having blood. He would have wondered more before he noticed Wu Ying struggling to stand with 3 dead wolves laying on the ground. But on her legs and arms bite marks are seen with blood coming out. One final wolf was standing ready to finish her. Not even thinking about it. He charges and with a few inches apart he kicks the wolf's head, snapping its neck. What just happened? Was the thought that everyone had, the sisters and issei. Wu Ying, are you okay? Said Wu Lan as she quickly ran to Wu Ying and started checking her wounds. That was amazing, big bro. I didn't know you knew martial arts like sissing. Wu Xiao says as she approaches issei. I didn't remember being this strong. Issei says bashfully while scratching the back of his head. You! Wu Ying says in shock just as Wu Lan was bandaging her wounds with ointment from the herbs they picked. Why didn't you tell us you were a first-stage fighter? Ha! She says angrily at him hiding this from them. What's a first-stage fighter? Issei says, confused by what she said. Don't act stupid. Even if you are from another country, everybody should know what that is. She says, not believing in Issei's answer. Wait. Wu Ying. Wu Lan says, trying to be the peacekeeper. Sister. Don't tell me you believe him? She says in disbelief. That's not it. Stop trying to struggle, or your wounds will never heal. And Issei truly looks confused. Wu Lan answers. After looking at him for a while, Wu Ying notices his actual confusion. How can you not know what a fighter is if you're in the first stage? She says exasperated. Ha ha. Big bro must be stupid. Wu Xiao laughs, finding the situation pretty hilarious. Wu Xiao, that's not nice. Wu Lan says, scolding Wu Xiao for being rude. So what's a first-stage fighter? Issei repeated, trying to understand what the big deal was. But he wondered if this had something to do with his newfound strength. You! Fine, I'll tell you when we get home. The forest isn't safe. Wu Ying said, giving up on her argument. Here, let me help? Issei says, trying to help her stand and walk. No, I can stand on my own. Plus you're going to carry all the dead bodies of the wolves. Wu Ying says, trying to power through the pain. What? Why? Issei questions, confused. So we can sell them, of course. Plus we can make their furs into blankets. Wu Lan answered. Fine, Issei agrees, not wanting to start an argument, and starts walking to collect the corpses with a bit of disgust. Chapter 3 First Stage Fighter. After hours of slow and careful walking through a forest. Not to mention the bewildered expressions of the villagers as they came into the village with an injured Wu Ying and an unfamiliar strange boy in red dragging 5 dead wolves by their tails to the sisters' residence. The trio of sisters and Issei finally arrived at a small worn-down house made of old wood and covered in animal fur. To Issei, it reminded him of the old Japanese house that people once lived in. To the girls, it was like all the other houses in the village. The trio of sisters soon started unpacking their supplies. With Wu Lan placing and wrapping the herbs in order, and Wu Ying cutting and skinning the wolves. Issei just sat down and watched along with Wu Xiao. After some time, with the sun about to set, the trio and Issei were now sitting around a fire with a pot being cooked around it. All right, talk, Wu Ying commanded while crossing her arms. About what? Shocking Issei from his thoughts about the meat being a dog. Don't be stupid. Who are you and why didn't you tell us that you were a first-stage fighter? Wu Ying says, ticked off. I told you, I don't know. I just woke up in a forest. Probably kidnapped from my home, and for some strange reason my body has been acting strange. Issei says, trying to explain and calm the girl. Stop a why. Wu Ying, that's enough. Wu Lan finally spoke to stop Wu Ying from exploding in anger. But sister. Wu Ying tries to defend herself. He clearly knows nothing about what you said. Issei, please tell us about the strange feeling of your body. Well, while we were walking in the woods I noticed my stamina was better than before. Being able to walk for hours without stopping. Another time was when the wolves attacked. I know my body and it was never this strong. The boy says, thinking back. Wu Ying. Isn't it similar to you, when you became a first-stage fighter? Wu Lan says, yes sis. We were really surprised. You were super strong. So give Big Bro a chance. Finally spoke the lowly of the group, Wu Xiao. Fine. Wu Ying, exhausted, finally accepts that maybe the guy was just ignorant. Listen up, because I won't tell you again. You for some strange reason have cultivated your body to reach the first stage fighter realm. There are only two ways for this to happen. 1. You trained your physical body to reach that stage, she says while watching issei to see if he had any reaction, but to her disappointment all she saw was confusion. I don't remember trying to exercise to the point of being this strong. Now that I think about it. I was always average during school. Issei says sheepishly. Big sis. What school? Asked the littlest one. It's a place of learning. Where people go to learn an art or craft. Issei, does that mean you're a scholar? Wu Lan asks with eyes full of excitement at learning that their guest might be a man of knowledge. When he sees the eyes of expectation, he could only look away when he remembered his less than stellar result. Grade, sorry, not really. I was kinda failing. Ha ha ha, big bro's an idiot. Wu Xiao innocently says, causing a metaphorical arrow to hit his heart. Sigh, the second way is for you to start cultivating qi inside your body. Now this one really made her look at him full of expectation. Qi? Now this word made him remember about a certain show involving flying blondes and energy beams that include screaming and punching. Only one thing brings him excitement. Does that mean I can shoot the freaking Kamehameha at people? That's so cool. Issei says with stars in his eyes. They came what? Wu Lan questions, not knowing what that means. So you do know qi. Alright, tell me, what martial techniques do you know? Do you have any cultivation manuals on you? Tell me or I'll beat you. Wu Ying threatens while instantly appearing in front of him and grabbing his shirt by the collar and pulling him closer so he doesn't escape. Wait, what? Issei freaks out, not understanding why she had this reaction. Don't play dumb. I really have no clue what any of those things are, he says, trying to reason. You. Wu Ying's temper was about to explode and body was about to react. Wu Ying, calm down. You're scaring us, Wu Lan says while hugging Wu Xiao, who was trembling behind her. Sorry, Wu Ying embarrassingly says, calming down while watching the state of the youngest. After a while, the situation cooled with all four eating soup. Though Issei wondered why were any of the things she said were important. Listen, I don't have any martial techniques or cultivation manuals, Issei says with a sorrowful expression at having to break Wu Ying's expectations. Then how do you possess qi? There is no way for you to have qi without the help of those secret manuals or physical training, Wu Lan says, depressed. Why is it so important? Can't you reach the fighter realm with training? Issei says, not understanding the importance of cultivation. You can, but with the help of a cultivation manual you can reach even greater heights at a much faster pace. Wu Ying says, remembering the words her father once said. You know, Issei, the reason my sister asked you these things is that she needs them to help her raise her cultivation. Wu Lan says, trying to explain her sister's action. Raise her cultivation? Issei questions. That's right. Just like you, she is also a first-stage fighter. But with the help of a cultivation manual, she could reach the second stage and go further. The oldest says, why? What's the point? Issei asks, confused why it was important. If she reaches a further stage she could get stronger and give us a better life. Yeah, she could become a noble and act all self-important, says Wu Xiao with a bright smile. Wu Xiao! You brat! Wu Ying says angrily at the little sister making fun of her. A noble. He instantly remembers the old way of living. That's right. This kingdom or world cares much about a person's cultivation. With a strong cultivation, roads open up for you. You are instantly given land, money, and power. Or that is what our father always said. Wu Lan says with sadness at the end. So she does this for us. Sorry, but I really don't have any and I don't know how I got qi. With that, Wu Ying finally accepts that he really knows nothing. Her disappointment quickly brings the other two down as well. Until Wu Lan finally remembers what she wants to ask. Hiya to Issei. What are you going to do now? You say you don't know where you are and you don't know how to return to where you came from. I don't know, Issei says, sadly worrying about how his parents are feeling. Then how about you stay with us? Wu Lan says with a smile at her solution. Sister? Wu Ying questions in disbelief. Really? Issei says, excited about being able to live with Bishujos, of course not for free. You will be helping us out around the house and helping the villagers. Wu Lan says with a smile, taking the joy from issei now knowing he'll be made to work. Thank you? Even while knowing that, he truly had nowhere else to go and thanked her. Fine. He can live with us but under one condition. Wooing adds. Every day, you are going to help me train. She says with a vicious grin. Sure. Issei says happily that he can stay. Unaware of the pain he'll go through. Great. Now let's eat. Wu Lan says happily that they all agree with the arrangements. Itadakimasu. Now the trio of sisters looks at Issei strangely. Big bro? What does that mean? Wu Xiao asks for all three. Oh. It means thanks for the food. You say it just when you're about to eat. Itadakimasu. Two of the sisters try it. But Wu Ying just tries to eat silently, ignoring the rest. Issei's POV. What am I going to do now? Was what I asked, trying to think about how I'm going to go home? After dinner was served, all I could think about was how tough and chewy the meat was. After that, they separated the living room with a curtain of fur and placed blankets to sleep. I guess they didn't have beds and I had to sleep on the floor. I didn't complain seeing as I had a roof over my head. But when it was done, all I thought about was home. Are Mom and Dad worried? Are they looking for me? Will anybody even care if I'm gone? But soon all I saw was my mom and dad's crying faces, and then my thoughts went to trying to remember if anything was out of place yesterday. But the day was just like any other day. Then my thoughts went to the wolves I just ate. The taste was terrible, and that was a scary experience, but I don't regret it. I'd rather fight than let them get hurt. With the help of a cultivation manual, she could reach the second stage and go further. If she reaches a further stage, she could give us a better life. I wish I could help, but I really didn't know anything. They all looked really depressed when I said I didn't have it, but soon my mind goes back to the blue marble in my hand. I really don't know why I still have it. With all this thinking and excitement, I finally rested on the cold floor. Morning. The sun was rising, the birds chirping. All the little critter were waking up, ready to wake up, you slacker. A very loud wooing broke the peace. Huh? A lazy response was answered as Issei soon woke up by the command of wooing, causing him to jump from the floor and break the makeshift fur barrier. You promised you would help me train, Wooing says with an attitude. I'll be waiting outside. With a sigh, he got up, found a robe and a pair of sandals on the floor. Guess he couldn't keep walking barefoot and in his boxers. Luckily he was wearing his red shirt when he was sleeping, or he would have to go shirtless. Quickly he placed the robe over his shirt and walked outside, ready for whatever she was going to put him through. When he came out, he saw that the sun was barely up and Wooing was busy having a punching routine on a tree. What caught his attention was that each time she punched, her cup boba would swing up and down, making him realize that she had no bra. The workout made her sweat, and unlike him, she had no shirt, making the thin cloth stick to her. Only one word came to mind, and that was a pay. Unfortunately, she soon turned around when she felt someone staring at her like prey. Those survival instincts are not for show. When she saw who it was, she instinctively knew what he was staring at. With a murderous aura surrounding her, she instantly ran towards him and punched out. Feeling the immediate sense of death, Issei quickly dodged to the right by dropping to the ground. Seeing the perv dodge her attack and not take it like a man, she soon stops her charge with her left leg and rotates to face the pervert. As soon as he got up, she raised her right leg to make a high kick at Issei. He was about to dodge it, but soon notices she's not wearing pants. While trying to see underneath, it was too late as her legs soon hit his face, throwing him to the ground. Seeing her opponent on the ground, a satisfying sensation spreads through her. But soon anger takes place as the boy gets up, proving that protagonists were like cockroaches, always staying alive. And soon the fight started again, with the girl trying to brutally murder the boy and the boy who kept dodging and trying to take liberties from the girl. Thus became the start of a beautiful romance. Die, all. Chapter 4 Bandits. Unknown Cave. Boss. We found one. We found one. Two midgets in green cloaks were screaming in the forest as they ran quickly to a dark cave. What did you two find? A deep, authoritative voice was heard echoing in the cave. A small village holding about 100 people. The best thing is that there are no cultivators inside it, meaning it's an easy picking for us. When the two midgets got closer, they saw a group of 8 loitering around. That is good news. We were running out of supplies. After the last time, we tried to raid a village and failed, said the tallest, sharpening an axe. If it wasn't for those soldiers of the Blue Sky Empire hiding and waiting, our group, the Black Bears of 50 strong men, wouldn't have been reduced to 10, said a man with a scar on his face while reading a book. All average soldiers have the strength of a first-stage fighter, and the captain has the strength of a 5-stage fighter. Truly we were unlucky, said a middle-aged man with red hair. At least the boss survived. He is a 4th-stage fighter. With him around, it doesn't matter how many villagers there are, as long as they don't have someone at the same stage, we'll never lose, said Grunt Bandit number 1. Don't forget Big Bro Young is a 3rd-stage fighter and Brother Hai is a 2nd-stage fighter, said another grunt number 2. All right. Pack up, everyone. We're heading out to play. The man with an authoritative voice walked out, revealing a grisly, cruel bald man with a massive scar on his chest. Right, was said as the rest of the remaining bandits prepared to set out. Little village afternoon, issei's POV. It's been a long week, but I finally have gotten used to living in this small village. Sure, I had a hard time the first 3 days with the loss of technology and of easy conveniences. Don't get me started on all the hard work I did to stay at the house. Wooing, especially, made it difficult after the first time we fought with me trying to look through her clothes. But that wasn't my fault. She should have known better than to wear a simple robe under her. My God, it's been so long since I lost my porn. I truly miss having my own room for privacy. Luckily she didn't tell the other two about what happened, or the way they looked at me would be different. Hayato Issei, are you done with your share of the farm? A middle-aged man said as he brought my attention back to our work. We were currently farming a few miles east from the village. Luckily the hill, or was it a mountain, we lived in and had a soft, flat area where farming was possible. Sorry, sir. I'll get it done. Speaking of work, the girls said they wanted to finally eat some vegetables, so they made me go help out with the rest of the men to plow the fields. Apparently, the guys of this village don't like women handling this type of work, but to eat from their fields people would have to pay for it or get the man of the house to help out. Luckily for the girls, they finally found one to put to work. At first, I thought of it as a hassle, but to my surprise, it was surprisingly easy. If there's one thing that made me happy about my situation was my newfound strength. Turns out being a 1st-stage fighter allows me to go for hours plowing the fields without getting tired, cutting down trees easily with an axe, or just lifting anything heavy. Another reason must be my common family background of farmers, because I kind of enjoy farming. Big bro, are you done? The familiar voice of the cute lowly Wuxia was heard, causing me to stop. As I turned to notice the finished work, I found myself satisfied with my work and went towards her. Wu Zhao's POV. I have been really happy all week, and it's all because of the strange person we found asleep in the woods while we were picking herbs. At first, I thought he was just a weirdo. I mean, who sleeps in the woods, and then he just kept going on and on about someplace called Japan. He was pretty stupid too. Who forgets where they live? My sister Wooing always tells me to be alert about strange uncles trying to take us. I wonder if that's why she was so guarded around him. I was going to do the same, but when I saw his sad face I just had to cheer him up. After a while, we decided to bring him home with us. After all, the forest is no place to talk, even I know that. But then we ran into some wolves and that was scary. They almost killed Sister Wooing. But luckily the strange boy didn't leave us. Instead he saved Wooing just as they were about to bite her throat. When I saw him risking his life to protect Sis, I just knew I could trust him and started calling him Big Bro. After all, who risks their life for a stranger? And he was really brave, because while he tried acting tough I still saw him shaking with fear. From there we finally reached home and Wu Lan started preparing the wolves. Guess we're eating doggy stew. That's what they get for trying to eat us. The meat was chewy and hard, but I ignored it because I was really angry at those wolves. While I was waiting for the food to be ready, my sisters were explaining why Big Bro was as strong as Sis Ing, and the reason cultivating was important. Dad always said if Sis one day reaches a higher realm she could become a self-important person. My sister got really scary about it, but Big Bro wasn't lying about not knowing anything. After that, it was just talking about living conditions and training with Sis. When I woke up the next day, I noticed Wu panting with exhaustion, but that wasn't new to me. What surprised me was when I looked towards Big Bro, I saw him covered in dirt and bruises. I really thought he would die at any minute. Big Sis and I quickly tried to heal his wounds and interrogate Wu about what happened, but she just blushed and turned away, probably from embarrassment or anger. Luckily, Big Bro strangely heals quickly and was up by the afternoon. Now it's been a week, and it's been the best. I finally have fewer chores to do, since if I ask, Big Bro always helps. Another is that whenever I'm bored, Big Bro would play and listen to anything I say. Big Bro's pretty naive, always believing anything I say. It reminds me of when Dad was still alive, always being there for me and protecting me. Right now I'm heading to the farm field where all the men work. It's a true hassle since we live far from the village and the farm is farther. It was mostly because Dad loved his privacy and my sisters don't really like being close to the guys in this village. Something about the guys being forceful in their approach when Dad died. Now that I think about it, the guys were being very hostile to Big Bro when he showed up. But they stopped when they saw his strength. When I finally arrive at the field where all the grown men work, I finally saw him. Big Bro, are you done? Let's go home. Wu household, little village outskirts, Issei's POV. Wu Xiao and I finally arrive at the small house where Wu Ying is seen practicing her punching routine. Truly, she needs a hobby other than martial arts, but when I see our current situation, I notice there is really nothing more to do around here. Makes me miss TV. Luckily, Wu Xiao keeps me entertained by her cuteness, the joy of living with a girl about to turn into a bishoujo like her sisters. But even I sometimes try to train when I get really bored, and also to make Wu Ying used to my presence. If I'm not doing that, Wulan makes me do chores. Issei, can you please get firewood? Wulan comes out with another chore I can't refuse. Can I do that later? My arms are killing me. I try to weasel my way out until later, of course, but if I don't have firewood I can't make anything to eat. Wulan says with a smile on her face and makes a convincing point. Pervert, collect the firewood and fast, I'm getting hungry. Wu Ying finally takes her attention away from practice just to threaten me to hurry. Can't she just forgive me already? Fine. Depressed, I finally agree to go, but not before I grab a rusty bronze axe. The girls say it belonged to their father, but because they couldn't maintain it they allowed it to get rusty. Wu Ying's POV. As I see the pervert with a downcast expression leaving, I couldn't stop the smirk on my face, full of satisfaction at the guy being pushed around by me. It's what he gets, that pervert. Don't be mean to Big Bro. Wu Xiao shouts with a mad 12-year-old expression. I just scoff at her anger and ignore her. I don't even know why she keeps defending him. That is true. Wu Ying, try to be nicer to Hayato Issei. He is a guest at our house. Wulan scolds me for my rude behavior. Don't know why she's mad, I just helped her out. While I can ignore Wu Xiao, I can't ignore Wulan. But still, I won't say sorry. Maybe if I told her what happened the first day he slept over, she would support me in being angry at him, and not let Wu Xiao get close to him. But I didn't when Wulan convinced me on why he should stay. Flashback the first night. The two sisters are quietly waiting for Wu Xiao to sleep. The only room got crowded now that they placed sheets of fur to hide a piece of the room. Sister, why did you let that guy live with us? You know why. He has nowhere to go. But how can you trust him? Listen, Wu Ying. Aren't you tired of living with a fear of men? I know the day father died the boys in the village thought we would be helpless without a man to take care of us. It was only because you showed your strength that they didn't mess with us. But in other ways, they made us outcast. This made me realize we need a man to support us in this tiny village, or else life would keep being difficult. So I decided that we need Hayato Issei in making everyone leave us alone, and also to help around the house. That way you can focus on martial arts, and Wu Xiao can have more time to herself. But why him? No reason, I just have a feeling that he's trustworthy and loyal. After all, he didn't abandon us when you were in trouble today. I know that if we help him, he'll help us. So please do get along. End of flashback. It was only to help Sister Wulan that I didn't say anything. But if I knew he would just laze around, I would kick him out. But he does help around the house. We no longer have to go into the woods to scavenge and hunt for food since he works on the farm. The guys now leave us alone whenever we go down the village. Ever since he does the hard labor, I no longer need to bother myself and keep training. Plus, having him around helps me practice my martial arts since he is also a first-stage fighter. He never really does anything to us, but stare at my sister and my chest when he thinks we're not looking. It makes me wonder if all the guys do that, so I guess it's not all bad. It's been a few hours since I've been practicing. Some food would do good right now, but he's still not back. But just when I thought of going inside to relax, I started to notice a large amount of black smoke coming from the village. While firewood is always being burned to cook or heat up water, there's never this much smoke. Wu-Wing, what's going on? The voice of Sister Wu-Lan takes my attention away from the smoke. Don't know. Maybe there's a fire. I responded, maybe it's nothing to worry about, but I just can't help but shiver. Help! Bandits! A scream was heard as I saw a villager coming closer to our home. Behind him were two men dressed in green cloaks with daggers chasing him, and soon one of the bandits threw a dagger and stabbed him. I was truly shocked at his appearance and the victim's death. There have never been bandits close to us, and why would they attack us? We have absolutely nothing in this village. Soon the man spots our home and I panic. Wu-Lan, take Wu Xiao and go into the woods and find issei. What about you? What are you going to do? I'm going to fight, and when it's safe I'll find you. Come with us. Sister, if I go, that man will follow us, or maybe he goes back and brings his group to gang up on us. We don't know how many there are or the weapons they have. It's better to beat them one by one, and I can't do that without worrying about the two of you. Alright, but I'm bringing issei to help you, Wu-Lan says and quickly goes into the house. Fine. I have no choice but to agree. I much rather have her in the forest and not anywhere near here. I know issei would protect them. Soon I charged at the two bandits just as soon as my sister was in the house. Third-person POV. As soon as the two bandits spotted the two girls, their blood started pumping at their beauty. But soon are caught surprised at one girl. The younger of the two charged straight at them. This was new to them since whenever people spotted them, they ran away. While they weren't first-stage fighters, they were still strong men capable of hurting others along with their weapons. To see a young girl without a weapon charge at them with a fierce glare was ridiculous. Unless she was either stupid or a cultivator, but what are the chances of that? Shit. Not wanting to take any chances, one quickly threw a dagger but was just as quickly dodged. Before they could think, Wu-Wing finally reached the two and punched the one who threw the dagger and knocked him to the ground. Seeing his partner attacked, the bandit that stood standing quickly backtracks to gain some distance from the girl. But Wu-Wing refuses to let him get away and chases. Seeing her coming, the man raises his dagger and thrusts it to her chest as she gets closer. To Wu-Wing, since the man was not a fighter, the attack was not necessary to dodge. She just grabs his arm and judo flips him to the ground hard. In pain, the bandit tried to get up, but it was too late. All he met was a fist to the face, bringing him down harder. Wu-Wing looks at the two bandits on the ground, trying to figure if there were any tricks. Not really necessary since they appeared unconscious. She tries to decide on her next course. Should she help the villagers or leave with her sisters, since it looked like no other bandit followed these two? I was wondering what took so long for the midget scouts to come back. A male voice was heard as Wu-Wing turned around and saw a taller man with a sword. I called grunt number 1, before he has a chance to say or do anything else. Wu-Wing quickly charges and prepares a fist. But the punch was blocked by a punch of her opponent. Finally, another first-stage fighter appeared, and unlike issei, he has experience in battle because as soon as the punches intercepted, a slash from his sword came to her. Luckily, she dodges in the nick of time and quickly tries to build distance between each other. This time she was truly in a troubled situation. Unlike the wolves and any other animal she fought, they had never made her feel this scared. If only she had a weapon. But she soon spots two daggers on the ground. One from the time the green-cloaked midget threw at her, and the other when they killed the villager. It was still stuck to his body, and luckily together. A plan soon came to mind. What are you wasting time with this woman? A red-haired man came from the village. His steps were lazy, as if he had better things to do. Brother, hi. Sorry, this girl is a first-stage fighter. The swordsman grunt apologizes and tries to explain his reasoning for taking too long. Oh, really? Finally, a surprised expression appears on his face. The boss would be excited to meet her. If you think I'll let you take me, then you'll be sadly mistaken. Wu Ying speaks with defiance in her tone. Sorry, I'm not asking. The red-haired man says as he charges with surprising speed that Wu Ying could not surpass, and before Wu Ying could do anything a palm strike lands in her stomach, bringing her to her knees. This was the difference between a first-stage fighter and a second-stage. Little village center. The villagers are now seen kneeling on their knees with depression or frustration on their faces on not being able to do anything. The kids are crying for being hurt, and the women weeping at what they would do to them. Of course, it's not like they didn't fight back as shown when the 10-group bandit now became 8, when the stubborn men tried to fight back. That resistance was soon squished when the people in the fighter realm fought back and the village lost 12 men. 2 first-stage fighters are now watching over the remaining villagers with sneers on their faces at watching the pathetic villagers. They soon spot Brother Hai coming towards them with a cute girl over his shoulders and the swordsman carrying the 2 midgets. Call the boss, the red-haired man says with command at the 2. Of course, they obeyed since he had a higher cultivation than them. Hi, what do you want? I was going to have some fun with the village girls. A bald man came with a massive scar in his chest, looking annoyed at being interrupted from his fun. Scum! A man said, probably a father of one of the girls the bald man was about to rape. But soon his head was sent flying as blood came from his neck. The perpetrator was the bald man with an axe that came out of nowhere with a speed that none of the villagers saw. Boss, I brought good news, said the red-haired man as he laid the girl to the ground. While she is a beauty, I'd much rather you bring her after I had my fun. What if I told you she was a first-stage fighter? Now that is good news. To think a cultivator would be hiding here in a nowhere place. Do you know anything about her that might bring her to my side? Sorry, don't, but I'm sure you can ask one of the villagers. That's true. Alright, tell me which one of you knows anything about her. He soon turns to the villagers, causing fear in their hearts, as they still remembered how easily he killed a man. Not talking. Fine. With no one speaking up, he brings his axe to the neck of a man. Talk or die. Her name is Wu Ying. She has 2 other sisters that live with her, and a brown-haired boy. They live on the outskirts of the village up there. They are probably hiding in the woods. The man sang like a canary with his throat touching metal. That was easy. You 3 first-stage fighters go and get the 2 sisters back, and somebody get her to me, Yong. Tell him to stop lazing around with the village girls. Hi, watch over her, and watch over the villagers so that they don't do something stupid. Yes, boss, the 3 first-stage fighters said, and quickly went to the direction of the Wu sisters' home. Sigh, alright, sounds easy, said the red-haired man. Chapter 5 Boosted Gear. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. As 2 girls were running through the forest without looking back. A desperate look was on Wu Lan's face, while Wu Xiao had a look of worry. They were both looking for issei so he could help Wu Ying beat the bandits. They started to lose hope when they found the sound of an axe chopping wood. When they finally found him, tears could be seen in Wu Lan at the relief of finding help. Issei's POV. Damn it! I've been here for hours trying to chop this tree, but because of this stupid axe I never got close to the center. This is all Wu Ying's fault. If only she'd let me cut the trees in the back of the house, I wouldn't have to go all the way here. But know something about cutting the trees in front would bring unwanted guests. Don't even mention this axe with no edge. Rustle, rustle, the sound of leaves being stepped on brings my attention to it. Probably some animal trying to sneak up on me. But when I turn around, I'm surprised to find Wu Lan and Wu Xiao here. I was going to ask why they were here, but stopped when I noticed the tears and anxiety on their faces. What happened? I quickly leave everything and try to comfort them. Bandits! Wu Lan yells as if that explains everything. Kind of does. Big bro, I'm scared. Wu Xiao cries, probably frightened, and quickly hugs me. As I looked at the 2, the only thing on my mind was, where's Wu Ying? Why isn't she here? She stayed to fight 2 bandits that came to our home, giving us time to run away and find you. You have to go and help her. Please. She begs, she actually begs me to get her sister. That was not necessary, of course, I'll help her. Okay. I responded, knowing nothing about the enemy or the situation, but that doesn't matter. I will save her, thank you, she says with relief. Come, I'll take you there. No. If you go, Wu Ying's sacrifice would mean nothing. I would agree, but do you even know the way back? She says with a smirk that freezes me in my tracks. Shit, I really didn't know the way back. If this didn't happen, how would I return back? Sai thought so. Well, let's go. She goes with resolution. But if I take you with me, that would slow me down, and I would have to worry about your safety. I try to give my reason, but how would I go back? Hayato issei, you aren't thinking of leaving us alone in this forest, are you? She makes a fantastic point. Yeah, bro. That would be really irresponsible. Wu Xiao finally calms down and says her share. Lucky for you, I have an idea. Wu Lan says with a ridiculous idea. Faster, bro. And there we go with me running towards danger while carrying Wu Lan on my back, while she carries Wu Xiao on hers. I really am just a pack mule for these girls. Oh well. On the bright side, I get to grope Wu Lan's Lanspum all the way. Ow. She kicked me. Doesn't she know how dangerous that is? I'm going at full speed while running through a forest. I just wish they weren't so heavy. Ow. How did she know? Did I bring the axe? Little village center, wooing POV. Where am I? As I opened my eyes, I wondered what happened. Why did I feel extreme pain in my stomach? Where's Wu Lan and Wu Xiao? Until it hit me, the bandits. Two small-sized men came into our home looking for trouble. I came and beat them until a swordsman came with the same cultivation as me. I was about to beat him, but then a red-haired man came and with one palm thrust I was beaten. He must have been a second-stage fighter. He came quickly and I wasn't prepared, thinking he was in the same stage. Finally awake, little bird. A masculine voice broke my thoughts. As I looked up, I noticed a bear of a man, bald and with a scar on his chest. When I saw his face, I just knew he had the most vicious intentions. He truly scares me. Where am I? This time I raised my voice to ask the same question and tried to get up and confront him. Don't you know? Look around you, he says with arrogance and mockery, as if I wasn't even a threat. But I did as he said and looked. I noticed a familiar village now with homes destroyed and some on fire. As I looked behind me, I noticed the terrified villagers. The men with bruises and some women with soiled expressions. When I looked at the women, I quickly knew what happened, and that truly scared me. Will they do this to me or Wu Lan? I must get out of here and leave with Wu Lan and Wu Xiao. If you're thinking of escaping, I guess you can. I mean, you're not tied up, and unlike the rest of these fools, you aren't weak, but would that be the best decision? I would hate to think of what would happen to your two sisters. That quickly causes me to freeze. Where are they? You better not have touched her, or I swear I'll kill you. I was truly furious at the thought of them being hurt. BWA, ha 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 ha. My threat was ignored and laughed at. You, a little girl who couldn't even beat one of my first stage fighters and lost to Hai, think of killing me. Do you know what I am? I am a fourth stage fighter. Even if you fight back, nothing will be gained, and in the end, you will be raped by me. Hearing his words truly gets rid of any thoughts of attacking him. It truly would be useless. Even if Dad was here, he couldn't beat him. But don't worry, you have another option. Work for me and your sisters will not be hurt. Work for me and you shall have power. His words do make me think, but how can I trust a bandit? They are known for backstabbing. I refuse. Fine, I'll give you time. I don't have your sisters yet, but my first stage fighters are looking for them. Hi, go and help find them faster. Yes, sir, said the red-haired man that defeated me. He was leaned next to a house listening to us talk with a bored expression. And Yong, watch over her while I have fun. Don't you dare touch her. I'll be the one to break her in. Fine. Damn it. A new bandit was shown, truly dispirited at the thought of his fun being ruined. He was a man with a broadsword on his back and short black hair. He must be as strong as Hai, or else they wouldn't be making him watch over me and the villagers. Wu Lan, wherever you are, don't come back. They'll hurt you, issei's POV. I've been running for minutes while grabbing Wu Lan. While it has been fun touching her, I can't help but worry about Wu Ying. I hope they haven't hurt her or worse. I never met bandits before, but if I remember from the help of anime and games, they usually rape beautiful women like Wu Ying. These thoughts caused me to speed up. I never had a good start with Wu Ying, and she hasn't treated me with much kindness, but still, I will help and protect her. After all, the three sisters have given me food and shelter when I had nowhere to go. Oh! Ah, what the heck did I just hit? It made me drop Wu Lan and Wu Xiao. As I looked up, I noticed a burly and dirty ape. Wait, the dizziness stopped, and I was able to see an unclean man with blood on his clothes. Running through the woods is truly dangerous. Just as I dodged a tree, I happened to run into a guy also running through the woods. What a coincidence! Luckily, I was shorter than the guy and hit my forehead, unluckily for the other guy. I think I broke his nose. Well, guess we found them. My vision soon catches someone new. The man was shorter and strangely also had blood on his clothes. I do see the resemblance between them. Now another guy came, but this one carried a sword by his side. Owie! That hurt. Came the voices of Wu Xiao and Wu Lan. I quickly forgot about them and went to help the girls up. Fortunately, they didn't hit any rocks or trees. Sorry, Wu Lan, I say as I help them stand and clean their clothes of dirt. It's fine. Forget about it. We must help Wu Ying. So you're the sister of that feisty girl. The voice of the swordsman brings our attention to them. Did they know Wu Ying? Who are you? Says Wu Lan as she notices the people who block their way. When she looks at their clothes, she notices the blood on them and recognizes them as the bandits that invaded. Take a guess? One of them sneers, and that brings my thoughts to who they are. You're bandits, I say out loud. How dumb am I? They are clearly coming from the direction we're heading to, and the blood on their clothes should be a dead giveaway. Dumbass, I'm going to kill you! Finally, the last one spoke with murderous intentions while holding his bloody nose. I'll make this simple. Give us the girls and we'll kill you. The man with the sword says. Don't you mean? Give us the girls and you'll let me live? I ask. Nope, he says with a smirk. Oh, doesn't matter. I'll never give them to you. Tell us where Wu Ying is. Give my sister back. Wu Xiao interrupts. Her? She's with the boss. Maybe already addition, says the short one. No, Wu Lan says with shock. Now, little miss? Come with us and we'll take you to her. My boss will leave her alone if you come with us. The swordsman lies. Never. Wu Xiao says, sounding pretty righteous. We tried. The swordsman says with a shrug. Let's use force. None of you touch the brat. I'll be the one to kill him. With that, the man with the broken nose charges straight at me angry. Issei, be careful. Wu Lan supports. I guess I made him truly angry since he completely ignored everything and charged straight at me. Luckily for me, he must have thought I wasn't a first-stage fighter or he wouldn't charge so recklessly. Right, when he was close, I ducked to the right, and just as he was on top of me, I throw an uppercut straight to the chin, sending him flying back and surprising his teammates. He sure was fast, just as fast as Wu Ying. Maybe he was a first-stage fighter too. What a surprise. Guess he's a first-stage fighter. That makes two. Anybody else? I threatened to try to discourage them from attacking me. To my surprise, the man got back up. Why didn't anyone tell me? It's your fault for charging in. The man with the sword says with a smirk full of amusement. Should we tell the boss? Never. He is going to die by my hands today. The boss is going to get mad. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Fine. But if he finds out you're taking the blame, that's fine. They do know I'm standing right here. Soon my attention is caught on the three sudden movements. Are all three going to attack? Hey, where's the sportsmanship? What happened to honor and manly pride? I wish I could complain out loud, but soon all three charge. I try to fight back, but fighting three at once is difficult. I try attacking the one on the left, but I am blindsided by a punch to my right and front. I try backing away, but soon one clutches one of my arms and throws me to the ground. I tried standing up and received two kicks, sending me into the air and hitting a tree hard. I couldn't fight at all and just kept receiving punch after punch. God, this hurts. Third POV. No! Finally, reality settles into Wu Lan as she watches Issei's hopeless struggle. If only she listened to Wu Ying and left, Issei wouldn't have to suffer this abuse. Were her thoughts as Issei kept being brutally beaten? Big bro Wu Xiao shivers as she watches the boy she calls brother get hurt. Please stop. Thinking Issei was suffering enough, she steps forward and tries to stop them. The bandits ignore her as they enjoy their fun. Please stop. Finally, she raises her voice, making them hear her and stopping them. I'll do what you say, just stop. Fine, the swordsman says as he stops and comes to grab her and leaves. The shorter one stops too as he goes to grab Wu Xiao, who is shivering while watching Issei's body, but one doesn't move. The man with a broken nose stays in place and watches him. But you promised. Wu Lan shouts as she figures out what the other man was about to do. She tries to struggle free and save Issei. Unfortunately, she could not break free. Big bro! Wu Xiao shouts and tries to escape. Issei! Shouted Wu Lan. Issei's POV. It hurts. Damn, it hurts. Is this how I'm going to die, unable to help and protect my friends? Issei! Wu Lan's scream causes me to open my eyes and look at her. Damn it! They're going to hurt them, and it's going to be my fault for not protecting them. If only I was stronger. Strong enough to beat them. Third POV. Brat, this is what you deserve. Now die. The bandit says as he takes a dagger from his back. What? But is soon shocked by a red flash of light coming from Issei. Even the other two bandits are shocked, not to mention Wu Lan and Xiao. Unknown by any of them, even the azure marble was shining. They were shocked further when Issei, the boy they thought to be dead, stood and right before their eyes, his bruises were lightly healing. If they had any form of self-awareness, they would feel the slight red aura coming off of him. Boost. Soon a green shine came when a red gauntlet appeared in his left arm. On the red gauntlet was an emerald gem. If they looked closer, they would notice the Roman number of 1 inside the gem. Before the man that was about to kill Issei could do anything, a fierce punch to the gut quickly brings him to his knees. This shocks both, since it should take more than just a punch to bring their comrade down with the strength of a first-stage fighter. They were so busy watching their comrade that the one holding Wu Xiao didn't notice the extra weight leaving his arms. Before he could react, a flying kick sends him to the trees, causing them to break and land on him. Big bro, that was scary. Wu Xiao felt the familiar warmth of Issei holding her. Quickly cries her heart out now that she is safe with her bro. Listen, Wu Xiao. You have to be strong. I'm going to get Wu Lan and together, we'll go save Wu Ying. So please stop crying, I'll protect you, okay? Sniff, sniff. The swordsman just stayed frozen at the boy whose strength doubled. How did he become just as strong as a second-stage fighter? Then his thoughts went to the red gauntlet, as it appeared magically. He was about to use Wu Lan as a hostage, but before he could, an intense pain came from below. It was not Issei but Wu Lan, seeing her chance at the man's horrified expression at Issei's strength. She saw her chance and kicked his balls to escape. While becoming a first-stage fighter does toughen and harden the body, the balls were still a weak spot. To completely have no effect of being kicked there from a normal person, they must be at least a third-stage fighter. Big sis is so cool, Wu Xiao says as she watches her sister escape by herself. Sure, Issei nervously says and tries to cover his balls from Wu Lan's sight. Wu Xiao! Big sis! The sisters soon hug with relief after escaping that horrible experience. Of course, Issei was happy too. They were also hugging him since he was almost beaten to death and caused them a fright. You bitch! Said the swordsman, now with the pain gone, ruining the happy moment. He quickly forms a stance and places his hands on his sword. Wu Lan, move. I'll finish this quickly. When I'm done, we'll go and rescue Wu Ying. Issei reassures her that he will win, and Wu Lan responds with a nod, taking Wu Xiao and stepping back. Like that, both parties charge. The bandit with a skyward swing coming down on the boy. Issei quickly uses the red gauntlet and punches towards the swordsman, hoping to block the sword. When they collide, sparks start flying as both objects try pushing the other away. But how could an ordinary iron sword ever cut the scales of a dragon? The sword is quickly broken, and soon, without anything to stop the force of Issei's punch, the gauntlet comes landing on his opponent's face, breaking teeth and cutting his skin. Soon the swordsman is sent flying, knocking him out. Truly, the boosted gear is a hack. Wu Lan is still astonished by the strength Issei has gained. It hasn't even been a few seconds since he was on the verge of death. But now Issei looks unbeatable. Wu Lan, get on. Issei quickly crouches down, waiting for Wu Lan to get up. Huh? Wu Lan says, confused. We have to hurry or we'll never get to wooing quickly. I'm going to run it. Are you not hurt? Wu Lan says, worried from the beaten form he used to have. I don't know. I mean, I was in total pain, but I just got better all of a sudden. Maybe it's this thing. But that doesn't matter, we have to save Wooing first, ya big sis. We have to save her, says Wu Xiao, ready for action. Right. Wu Lan says, unsure if this is safe for issei. But wooing comes first. Soon the three are in the same position they were before, with Wu Lan on top of issei and Wu Xiao on top of her. The difference is the speed they were going at was twice as fast. Please slow down, haha. Faster, big bro, faster. The good thing about the situation was Wu Lan couldn't handle the speed and had to keep close to issei's back to keep the wind from her face. This caused his back to keep feeling her wondrous epee. While Wu Xiao treated it like a ride, Wu residents, the red-haired bandit Hai, can now be seen lounging around at the home of the Wu sisters, eating their food, while waiting for the 3 first-stage grunts to appear with the girls, completely ignoring the boss's order, finding it too much trouble to help the 3 stooges. Unfortunately, his sleep was rudely awakened by 3 brats. We finally made it. We're one step closer to rescuing Wooing. Their voices came from the back of the house in the direction that the first stage grunts came from. Did they fail was the first thing that popped to the mind of Hai. Where do you think she is? But the masculine voice confirmed that they were beaten by whoever that is. With a sigh, he gets up and goes to do his job in getting the 2 girls to the boss. Issei's POV. Well, this is a surprise. As I settled Wu Lan and Xiao on the ground, a voice I never heard came from the house, and out came a red-haired man walking slow steps, with a face that said I would rather be asleep. Where's Wooing? I said, trying to get answers from this bandit. Not going to make the same mistake. Wu Lan quickly backs away to not get caught between the crossfire. Her? She's right there, the man says, pointing towards the village. Let's make a deal. Come with me peacefully and I'll take you to her, he says, coming closer and closer. I'll never trust any bandit after what you did to our home, Wu Lan says. Yeah, get lost. Wu Xiao yells. Come now, you wouldn't like my boss getting angry. There's no telling what he'll do to your sister if you don't cooperate. Just come with us, and you'll be taken care of. Why are you guys so interested in Wooing? I said the question that's been bugging me. Except for her cute face, she's nothing really special. If we were the same bandit tribe we were before, we wouldn't even care about a single first-stage fighter. Unfortunately, the Black Bears ran into some bad circumstances and almost got annihilated. Lucky for us, we survived, but our strong group ended up with only 10 members, so the boss said any cultivator we'll recruit, they will either join us or die. So how about it, join us or else? The red-haired man says, looking straight at me. I'll never join scum like you. Why not? We bandits can do whatever we want. Sleep, eat, rape, plunder, and kill. It's an easy life. You just need to be strong and you'll gain respect. I will never hurt people for fun, and I won't allow you to keep hurting anybody else. Truly, to use people for their own selfish gain was the worst. Guess we're done. Oh well. I'm sure I can satisfy the boss once I deliver that shiny red gauntlet of yours. With that, both take a stance and get ready to fight. They both charge toward the other, and when they are a few feet away, they strike. A palm met fist. The exchange between both parties' strength was evenly matched. But something strange happens when Issei feels his arm go numb. When he saw the smirk coming from Hai, he instantly raised the gauntlet to block another thrust and used the force to step back. What did you do? Issei says, alarmed at the numbness of his right arm. Like it? There's a reason I'm respected by the group and treated the same as Yong. I know a martial skill unlike the rest of the idiots. Martial skill? Didn't I hear Wooing mention something about this? That's right. The skill I learned is called Paralyzing Thrust. Every palm strike that hits my opponent causes them temporary paralysis. Now wasn't that helpful, Die? With that, the man charges again. Damn it. I can't move my arm. All I can do is keep dodging his palm thrust over and over. Luckily his attack has no effect when I use the gauntlet to block. I would have fought back but didn't want to risk getting close to him. Boost. Suddenly I heard the familiar unknown voice coming from the red gauntlet, and just like last time a sudden surge of power coursed through me. Just what is this thing? Actually, I can also start feeling my right arm. I also noticed the red-haired man stopped his onslaught. Guess he's wondering where that voice and the green light came from. Not wasting an opportunity, one punched out with the red gauntlet. It looks like he noticed because a palm came to intercept my metal fist. Oh! I really did get stronger. The moment we collided, I instantly broke his arm. Not giving him a chance to escape, I went for the head and knocked him out. Not going to lie, I think he killed him. Wulan, you two stay here. I'm going to find Wu Ying. After that, I'm going to make these bandits leave. Stay safe. Big bro will wait for you here. With that, I dragged the bandit with me and head for the village. Why am I taking the bandit? Because I couldn't leave him next to the girls. Little village. All the villagers were truly frightened. How could they have expected a bandit tribe to raid them? They were unfortunate for not being able to resist them. If they ever get the chance, they will brutally murder them for hurting them. Wu Ying has been filled with frustration. If only she was stronger, she wouldn't be feeling this dread. She was hoping the pervert would be able to keep Wulan and Wu Xiao safe. Even if she never meets them again, as long as they were safe, that was all that mattered to her. She then looked at the man they called Yong, trying hard to look for any weakness, but couldn't, as the man kept a watchful but bored eye on them. Wu Ying! She finally heard a very familiar voice that she thought she would never hear again, coming from the direction to her house. When she saw the person coming closer and closer, tears came into her eyes as she instantly knew why he came. You idiot, why are you here? They'll kill you! She shouts back, knowing it would be futile with issei's current strength. Knowing that victory is impossible and all his courage will lead to his death, and it would be all her fault for not being strong enough. Unfortunately, Yong heard and saw the intruder and took his broadsword out. With a sneer, he thought it was just a villager that came to save the hostages. He stayed in place and waited for his prey to come for him. Wu Ying couldn't watch. She knew he would die. She has sparred with Issei many times and knew he wasn't anything extraordinary. She has always defeated him. Now a man that was said to be stronger than Hai who defeated her was going to kill Issei. But when Issei was close to Yong and threw a punch with a red metal glove, the opposite happens. It wasn't Issei who was split in half. It was Yong's broadsword that broke, and then the metallic fist met face. Metal crushed skin and sent him flying to the villagers' homes, breaking them. Wu Ying was stupefied. The villagers were shocked. Yong was in immense pain. But Issei just kept running. Issei's POV. I found her. I finally found Wu Ying. I was so excited I called out to her and dropped the bandit I was holding to the ground. She started shouting, but I didn't pay attention because suddenly some idiot stepped out and blocked my way. I was tired. Seriously tired of all these guys standing in my way. The moment I got closer to the douche, I hit him with the gauntlet and sent him flying. He must have been weak since it ended quickly. Wu Ying, I was finally here and she is safe. How? Something was wrong. Wu Ying had a face full of shock. Did they traumatize her? Those bastards. Wu Ying. Are you okay? How did you beat him? That doesn't matter. Are you okay? Doesn't matter. If you had this strength, why didn't I know about it? Have you been making fun of me this whole time? Thank goodness. Looks like arguing with me brought her to normal. I don't know. I said the only answer I knew. You don't know. She says, furious, looking at my face. Sai, where's Wulan and Wu Xiao? Don't know why, but she suddenly calmed down when she looked at me. I left them at home. You left them alone? There are bandits chasing after them. Don't worry. I took care of those bandits before coming here. They're safe, I promise. Wu Ying responds with a nod, accepting my answer. I was really tired both physically and mentally. I can finally relax, but why do I have this nagging feeling that something wasn't right? Move, not thinking twice on who that is and why I have a freaking second voice in my head. I take Wu Ying and dive. I touch her carefully since I could break her bones if I'm not careful. When we moved, an axe came flying where I was standing on the ground. If I stayed there, I might have lost my head. That was close. I was wondering what all this racket was. But imagine my surprise, I find Yong laying on the ground and the hostage getting friendly with a brat. Who are you? A bald man with a scar on his chest came out, and on his right hand was another axe. Was this man the boss all the bandits were talking about? He does look the part. I would be pretty intimidated if it was before, but now I was just pissed off. Are you the boss? That's right, I'll give you one chance. Leave or else. BWA ha ha ha. To think some brat would be ordering me around. You must be strong to be able to beat Yong. Join me and together we can rule this region. I'll never join trash like you, then accept death. Third POV. Wu Ying is now shown an amazing sight as she watches the battle between Issei and the boss of the Black Bears. Punch after punch were exchanged and intercepted as a test of pure power began. When the bandit swung his axe to cleave Issei, a red gauntlet came to her view, making her wonder where he got it, and blocked the attack. Unlike the last time, the axe didn't break under the durability of the boosted gear. Each swing got faster and faster, but still, no scratches can be seen on the gauntlet. Soon Issei could now be seen becoming slower and slower, unable to counter back, while the boss was still getting stronger. It appears that Issei has reached his limit as exhaustion can now be seen on his face. It got to the point that Issei could only keep blocking blows from the man. Wu Ying! Leave. I'll hold him off while you take the rest and leave. Knowing he was losing the fight, Issei hopes that Wu Ying could escape. While he talked, the man's axe kept trying to chop him to pieces, but the boosted gear pulled through. I can't just abandon you. Listen, I don't think I can win. Please take Wu Xiao and Wu Lan and leave. Please. Wu Ying, having no choice, ran to her home. Where do you think you're going? The bandit sees Wu Ying escaping and tries to grab her. Don't you touch her. Luckily his distraction worked for Issei as a punch hit his face and sent him flying to the homes of a villager. Unlike the grunts, the boss can handle pain. Because he got up and looked more furious than ever. He quickly comes charging like a bull and swings his axe. Issei keeps using the gauntlet as a shield, wishing for a power boost right now. What he doesn't know is that if he received another one because of his loss of stamina, the gauntlet would reset, bringing his strength down to first stage fighter. Step after step. Each step back makes it harder and harder to stand still. He was quickly losing his footing, until finally the last swing breaks his defense and sends him to the ground. I'll give you one last chance to join me. Never. With Issei's response, the man raises his axe and swings to chop his head. As the axe came closer and closer, Issei expected his death. But soon something unexpected happened just as death was about to come. A flying dagger. Ah! A dagger came flying toward the Black Bear boss. The dagger hit the eye of the bandit, causing him extreme pain. As Issei turns to see who it was, he noticed it was Wu Ying that threw it. With a smile, Issei stood up and didn't waste the chance Wu Ying gave him. He started throwing punch after punch at the bandit to bring him down, causing him to lose his axe. The last punch sent him flying, but still, that wasn't enough to knock him down. When he got up, anger wasn't the word you'd use to describe what he was feeling, because he soon charged towards Issei. The brown-haired boy was truly exhausted to the point he couldn't even stand. Luckily another dagger came flying toward the bandit's other eye, but used his arm to block it. With a final push, Issei grabbed the axe that was dropped on the ground and swung a weapon for the first time at another living being. That was the last blow for the axe. It hit the neck. Issei stood there, watching as the last bit of life leaves the eyes of the bandit. But before he could think or do anything, the gauntlet responded. Reset. Boom! With that, Issei was out like a light, hitting the ground, and slept. Issei. Wu Ying watched as the boy fell. She quickly ran towards him in worry. She didn't know what to do, but saw him breathing, showing he was just asleep. A sigh of relief comes, but is soon astonished as the red gauntlet shines and disappears. Good thing Issei was asleep for this, because the instant the villagers knew they were free, they celebrated and soon bloody murdered Yong and Hai, who were still unconscious. Then they burned the bodies of the rest of them. If you wonder about the three grunts in the woods, how the man with the broken nose woke from his concussion and looked around to see his two comrades. He was about to wake them up. Growl! The sound of wolves caused him to turn around, and the number scared him as more than 20 wolves could be seen. The pack soon starts to surround the grunts. Only a scream was heard as the pack attacked and viciously tore them to pieces. Wu residents. Damn it! Wu Ying can now be seen dragging the unconscious boy to their home. He saves her, The least he could do was sweep her off her feet and bring her home, but no, the guy has to fall down and sleep. Not that she wanted that, just saying. At least she was almost there. Sis. The voice of Wu Xiao is heard with excitement at her sister's safe and sound return. Wu Xiao! Tears come falling as she drops everything and rushes to hug the little sister she thought she would never see. The hug was sweet and full of emotion. It would be perfect if you ignore the boy lying on the ground full of injuries and asleep. Soon another member of the sisters came from the house and went to see her sister's safe return. Wu Lan was clearly happy towards them returning. But where's issei? She spots him on the ground sleeping and rushes off. Sister Wu Lan! Full of joy at seeing her big sister rushing toward her to give her a hug. She extends her arms, waiting any minute for her sister's warm embrace. But to her surprise, her sister completely ignores her and rushes to where issei was laying in the ground. Issei, are you okay? She asks, full of concern at the selfless boy that helped them again and again. But no matter how she shakes or yells, he wouldn't wake up. Wooing, what happened to him? Ah, big bro. Wu Xiao finally notices the sorry state of her friend and rushes to his side. Sister, have you forgotten about me? I was the one who was a hostage. Were the thoughts of consideration for her. But she did feel bad for dropping him after all he did. He's fine, sister. He's just exhausted and tired. We should take him home and let him sleep, all right? Oh, I'm happy that you're home and safe. Wu Lan says and gives a brief hug that brought Wooing to tears. Yes, I'm home. With that, Wooing grabs issei and follows Wu Lan. Issei's mindscape. Fire, fire as far as the eye can see. A burning world of flames. That was all Hayato Issei could see. Until the flames started to move and change. The flames soon took the form of a dragon, and out it came. The dragon was red, the same color as the gauntlet that appeared and disappeared magically. Looking at its size made him feel like an ant. Fear soon took place as he saw the mythological creature. It radiated power that he never knew existed. Hayato Issei talked. We have much to talk about. Who are you? Issei says after mustering the courage to speak. My name is Drag. The Heavenly Red Dragon Emperor, or the Welsh Dragon. The red dragon that has stood at the top of the world and even made the gods feel fear, until I was defeated and sealed. Were you the bastard that took me from my home? I was not. I have been living inside you since the time you were an infant. That surprises Issei in knowing a giant dragon has been inside of him for that long, and also sadden him in having no clue where he is. Who put you there? As you should have figured out from our encounter. The supernatural is real. That means gods are also real. One of them is the biblical God as told in the Bible. There was once a great war between the biblical God and his angels, the fallen angels, and the devils. But it was soon interrupted by two dragons causing a mess. Knowing that their war would never be finished if the dragons weren't stopped. They came to a compromise to fight the two dragons together. When it was done, the two dragons were defeated and then sealed into mystical items called sacred gears, which were then given to humans to fight the supernatural. Is that the red gauntlet that suddenly appears? That's right. Every time one of my hosts dies, my soul and power are then transferred over to somebody else. The sacred gear you possess is called the boosted gear. A Midter Longinus. Why did it suddenly appear now and not before? Every sacred gear responds to the desire of their host when they need it most. When you were about to die, your desire to protect those two girls called it out. The boosted gear grants you the ability to boost your power every 10 seconds and also transfer the power you collected to anything you want. Of course, it has a limit. It can only be used if the user has enough stamina to keep it running and if the user's body can handle such an increase of power. Like during your fight with that foolish bandit. You were so tired the boosted gear would have disappeared a long time ago if it wasn't for your endurance and stupidity. But if you received another boost, that would be it for you and it would leave you to the hands of that weakling. Where are we? Really dodged a bullet. We're in your mind. The moment you defeated the trash you called opponents, exhaustion took place from overusing the boosted gear. Remember, it feeds off stamina. If it wasn't for your body's condition, you would be able to fully summon it and handle the power of 2 boosts. Condition? Oh. Are you talking about me being a first stage fighter? Were you not the person who did this? That is why I said we have much to talk about. Hayato issei, do you know where we are? That's why I'm asking you. Where on earth are we? Issei says annoyed. Foolish boy, have you not noticed, or have you pretended to ignore the facts? We are not on Earth. Where we are I do not know. But even with me sealed in here I could still feel the extreme difference in the environment. This place has a higher concentration of spiritual energy than our world, but unlike ours, there's no, how do I say it? Magic. Yes, there's no magic. The answer that Hayato issei didn't want to hear shocked him. After all, how was he ever going to get home if he was planets apart without knowing how he got here in the first place? We are all alone in a place not our own. We must rely on each other to keep us safe until we figure out how we got here. I do not know who brought us here or why your body was enhanced. But I do know this. That as long as you get stronger, the person responsible will appear. Stronger? I must get stronger. With more motivation to return home, a fire is lit to see his family again. There are 2 ways for you to do it. One is for you to master the boosted gear. The other is for you to listen to that annoying girl's plan. Cultivate until you reach a higher realm. Soon the world was starting to shake. What? What's happening? Calm yourself. You're just about to wake up. Rest for now. We shall talk when you're alone and well. What should I tell the girls? That would be up to you. But be warned, many people will greed after you for possessing the boosted gear. Always keep its secrets hidden or else calamity will appear. With that, the world fades. The smell of cooking brings Issei's stomach to grumble. As he smelled the aroma coming from the fire, he quickly gets up ready to eat. Issei, big bro! The shouts of Wu Ying and Wu Zhao's surprise came, as they watched the boy sleeping suddenly shout up. Food! Was Issei only thought? Until he realized the 2 girls in the room. Wu Ying, why are you 2 here, you idiot? What do you mean, why are we here? We were worried about you. Wu Ying shouts, but Wu Zhao instantly appeared, hugging him with tears that he was okay. This greatly moves Issei to tears as the girls worry about him. Even you, Wu Ying? Wrong thing to say. What do you mean, even me? She shouts even harder with her anger boiling. Of course I'm worried. You fought for my freedom and got hurt because I couldn't help you. How could I not worry? But surprisingly a gentle voice came next. Thank you? Issei says as he hugs her, making her blush. Issei. Wulan says as she comes into the room. Are you okay? Yup. Just a bit hungry, he said with his stomach growling. You're in luck. The food is ready, so come down to eat, she says with a sweet smile. Right, he says and tries to stand and walk, but he almost falls. If it wasn't for Wu Ying. Let me help, she says shyly. With that, the group of 4 are now seated with bowls in their hands. Saying their prayer, they dug in. Wu Ying with less enthusiasm as she considers what she wants to say. Issei, what was that red gauntlet? Yeah, when it appeared. Big bro, got super strong. If it's a big secret, you don't have to say anything. Wulan says, not wanting to pry into Issei's secret. I trust you, so I'll tell you. But please don't tell anybody else. Chapter and notes. I have a Patreon account. If you want to read the next chapter earlier, just come at patreon.com/Orengeflame. If you only want to show support, just come at myko-fi.com/Orengeflame. That's if you can, but don't worry, most of my work will continue to be free here and at other sites. Please do comment as it helps give me ideas for the next chapter. Chapter 6, Cultivating Manual. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Little Village Wu Residence. The sound of fists colliding can be heard in the morning, as we see 2 fighters sparring, a 14-year-old boy and girl wearing green robes. The differences between the 2's skills are seen with no actual form or technique, almost as if they made it up as they fought. One burned with determination at wanting to improve and prove that she will be the strongest, to not be that damsel in distress waiting to be rescued, while the other is doing his best at trying to keep up with the girl. Fists colliding again and again, almost as if they were in sync with each other. You would think the boy would soon overpower the girl, but you would be surprised as the boy kept being pushed back. You would also think that the boy would soon tire himself out at trying to keep up with the girl's unusual strength, but he had the tenacity of a cockroach and always going forward and coming back for more. The girl, knowing he wouldn't go down, stepped back and unleashed a powerful kick. But again the boy blocked it with both arms, with the force of the kick pushing him back. 4 days after the bandit raid, Wu Ying has been practicing day and night trying to improve. Unfortunately, while her martial skills have been improving, her strength has not increased since her fight. The only solution she could think of was obtaining a cultivation manual so she can begin on her path to greatness. Issei's situation was different. While he knew that getting stronger will help him find the one who brought him here, he wasn't in too much of a rush. After he rescued Wu Ying, his relationship with the Wu sisters has been improving. With that, he has been living the dream. He no longer feels like an outsider or their chore boy but as part of their family. To the point that the curtains have gone down and he sleeps closer to them. Wu Xiao usually sleeps next to him, something about her feeling safer with him near. Unfortunately, he can't really sleep since he gets too distracted by Wu Ying and Wu Lan sleeping. Good thing they no longer mind his starring. Truly he was living a good life with 2 bishujos and a growing loli. Unfortunately, while Wu Ying has treated him better, she has been getting much more violent during their sparring sessions, always trying to get stronger. To the point she asks him to use the boosted gear in their fights. Which, he tries not to use it since he could accidentally hurt her, after telling the girls about himself. The sisters didn't understand most of what he was talking about with him being from another world. But when he told them about the boosted gear they seemed to understand. Wu Ying said it was completely unfair that an idiot like him had a dragon sealed inside him that could boost his strength, and he didn't even know about it. Wu Xiao just wonders if he will one day turn into a dragon, and if he does, could he give her a ride? Wu Lan just asked if he was safe. After his talk with Drake, he thought they would talk more about their situation, but he hasn't been able to communicate with him. He wondered if that was only a one-time thing. Issei, Wu Ying, could you two come here? Wu Lan's voice broke their momentum. Soon both fighters started to stop as they heard her. Damn it, Wu Lan, stop interrupting our fight. Wu Ying shouts but just hears her sister's laughter. Thank God, Issei says as he tries to catch his breath. Wu Ying, can't you go any easier on me? While he knows that she was not trying to physically hurt him, that doesn't change that she hits hard. Humph. If you stopped staring at my boba, you could easily have kept up with me. Especially if you used that gauntlet. Wu Ying argues. Not that she actually minded much. I just wished he would take it seriously. You know I can't. What if I hurt you? I could never forgive myself, he says as he remembers the thrashing he gave to the bandits after each boost. I can take it. I don't need your worry, she says stubbornly but is still touched for his consideration. Soon both entered the house, where they saw Wu Xiao looking through their food supplies. Ah. Looks like you two are done, Wu Lan says with a smile. Only because you interrupted us, Wu Ying said, annoyed with her sister's interruption. If I didn't stop it, both of you would be too tired to run my errands. What do you need, Wu Lan? Issei asks. Right. As you can see, we are out of meat, and without it I will never be able to prepare today's dish. So I need both of you to go and hunt. Don't come looking at me. I have to train, and hunting something down will take too much time, Wu Ying says, not wanting to waste the day hunting for food. But if you don't go, you will not be getting the nutrients you need to get stronger, Wu Lan says, trying to convince her into going. No, you just want me to go because if we don't have meat, Wu Xiao will complain all day long. That is not true. I'm just thinking of your health, Wu Ying, Wu Lan says with a smile. I'll go alone, Issei says. Are you sure? Wu Lan says with concern. Even Wu Ying looked worried about him going. Why not? There's nothing that can hurt me there, Issei said, confused about why they were weird with him going alone. I know you can handle it, but I'm afraid you'll get lost, Wu Lan says with worry. I won't, Issei says defensively, believing he's gotten used to walking in a forest. Last time you didn't return for hours and I had to get you. When I found you, you've been walking in circles the entire time, Wu Ying says with disbelief at that incident. That was one time, Issei says, embarrassed. I just need to work on my survival instincts. Sister, I want to eat meat, Wu Xiao says as she comes into the house carrying a basket of veggies. The villagers were grateful to Issei for defeating the bandits that there was no longer a need for him to work in the fields. They even give them a few of their vegetables. Ha! Fine, please be careful, I don't want you getting lost. With a sigh, Wulon accepted. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Issei says as he puts on his sandals and says goodbye to Wu Xiao. Issei's POV. I am not fine. It has been hours since I went out. I should have admitted defeat half an hour ago, but I got lost chasing a deer. Sigh. Wu Ying was right. I should have just accepted her criticism. If I ever find my way back, I can just hear her saying I told you. It's not like I haven't found any game, it's just that the animals are a lot smarter than me. Maybe next time you should try bringing a weapon instead of using your bare hands. Drake, I said with surprise as I looked around. Am I asleep? Where could a giant red dragon be? Sigh. Down here. As I did as he said, I saw a green shine coming from my left hand. His deep voice was coming from it. Where have you been? I said angrily after my failure. Just watching you and your pathetic attempts at hunting. If the White One knows about this, I'll die of embarrassment at the hands of my partner. Sorry, I've never done this before. Clearly, the animals have an advantage over you in knowing the terrain. Not only that, you have to be aware of their movements. All animals have a pattern they follow. You must be more observant and wait for the best opportunity. You're too impatient, Drake says with wisdom. I guess being a dragon hunting must be natural for him. Why haven't you said anything before? I asked. Accepting his word and sitting down next to a tree, I said we'll speak after you recovered. But there was something I've been wondering about after you awakened me. What is it? Do you remember when you first used the boosted gear? I do. It felt amazing. Everything was shining. My power was rising. Even my injuries were healing. That right there. The boosted gear does boost your power and strengthen your body. It has many other secrets, as well. But it does not heal. Whatever that was, it did not come from the boosted gear. Do you have any idea where it came from? Sorry, I never noticed anything else after the boosted gear appeared. I thought it was doing everything. Do I have some other big secret hiding in my body? Unlikely. I have been inside you since birth. I should be the first to know if something else was inside or if there were any changes done. Try to remember, partner, was there anything else other than the increase of your physical body when you woke up? His words made me think back as I just woke up in the forest. There were the girls who woke me up. But I doubt they have anything like that. Nothing really comes to mind until I get up and notice something I was holding. As I raised my hand and looked, I noticed a blue marble. After I remember that, I instantly pull out that marble. I remember always carrying it around myself in a small sack hidden inside my robe. I always thought, why do I keep it around? I thought it was something I had in my room that I brought accidentally with me. But it doesn't seem to be something I would have there. Drake, the only thing I had on me was this, a marble. Could this be it? I'm not sure. It was capable of healing you. So it shouldn't be dangerous. I do have an idea of how to figure it out. Try to store it into the boosted gear. Store it? Is this possible? What do I have to do? Can the boosted gear become my inventory? With a thought, the gauntlet appears. All you need to do is think about the item you wish to store and the boosted gear will do it. Can it store anything? I ask with wonder. No, it can't store any item bigger than you or anything living. Alright, not wasting time, I think about it, and soon the marble actually disappears. After a while, nothing happens, but soon. Thighs is? Drake? Drake, what's wrong? Issei yells, wondering what happened. Until suddenly a white light surrounded him coming from the boosted gear. Whatever happened was causing everything around the boy to shine in white light. POV. Power. It felt power. What was it? Where is it? Was it a heavenly treasure or a miracle herb? Whatever it is, it needed it. With it, it may be capable of causing its ascension. Over there. It must hurry before others fight over it. Blue Marble World. Issei's POV. Where am I? I remembered a flash of light coming from the gauntlet. Wasn't I in a forest? How come I'm on a plain field? The sky was blue with no clouds or sun and the ground was green, full of grass. Am I dreaming? I must be, because in front of me is the giant red dragon called Drake. Amazing. Was what he spoke. I think I can't really tell if he's speaking. But even he had a stupefied look. Drake, where are we? Am I asleep? I asked as I looked around, but nothing else was around us. You are not. Where we are is inside the boosted gear. More specifically, the blue marble. What? How? Is this possible? The moment it was stored, it created this. Somehow it fused with the boosted gear and created a pocket dimension inside it, or maybe it's something else. But that is not the most surprising thing about it. What can be more surprising than this? That would be me. What do you mean? You look the same as you did in my dream. That's just it. When I showed myself to you, that was nothing but an illusion created by my soul. Remember that my soul was sealed in the sacred gear. My body has long been destroyed. But now my body is back, recreated by this world. Okay. But how do I go back? Since we are still technically in the boosted gear, it should still respond to your will. Just think about returning back. It should do as you say. All sacred gears respond to the desires of their host. Okay. With that, I think of my surroundings and the area I was previously at. The forest. Until I suddenly feel a pull. Outside. I'm back. That's neat. With that, I bring the boosted gear and try talking to Drake. I'm outside. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. No changes after you left. The energy this space produces is exactly like a Dragon Valley. Must be because it fused with the boosted gear. I'm just glad I can leave. It would if I was stuck there forever. Hey, do you think we can store things in that place? Thinking I now had a place to hide my porn stash, I wonder. Maybe you just have to touch the item and think about it. I will inform you if there are any changes. Thanks. Suddenly I felt a creepy sensation coming down my back. Without any thoughts, I move out of that spot. Just in time as a giant anaconda comes biting the ground I was in. The snake, seeing as it missed me, rose up and looked at me. As I stare into its serpentine eyes, I just know it considers me prey. With that, it charged. Boost. Third-person POV. Boost. Luckily, Issei had the boosted gear out, and quickly a boost came. After seeing the giant snake, his first thoughts were to run. Run, he did. Unfortunately, the serpent was much faster than any snake should be as it quickly surrounded him with its long body, cutting off any chances he had to escape. Quickly its head came down to bite him. Issei sees his escape route blocked by the body, and the head coming towards him fights back. He raises his arm and forms a straight punch aiming at the serpent's nose. Issei underestimated the strength of the serpent, as his strength as a first-stage fighter and one boost were unable to push back or retaliate the serpent's attack. With quick thinking, he uses the force of the collision and flies back out of the snake's blockade. Seeing the boy escape its trap, the iron snake realizes its usual form of attack wasn't going to work against its prey. Quickly it coiled itself up and waited. Just as Issei was about to escape, he was struck with a critical blow at his stomach. It was a tail. The tail of the snake, as it was used as a whip made of steel. The blow sent his body flying to the sky. Reset. The blow even caused the boosted gear to reset itself. At least it brought some incredible distance between the boy and the snake. Surprisingly, even the serpent did not know about the great force behind the iron tail attack that sent its prey flying. Usually, all it had to do was bite the food for it to be over and eaten. Unfortunately, it sent the prey further than it wanted him to go. Hopefully, it does not go too far, or else it'll lose the treasure on the boy. Issei's POV. Partner, pain. Lots of pain. That's all I felt as I woke up. Drake. Why did he wake me up? You have to run. Hurry, why? Seriously, can't he tell how hurt I am? If you don't get up, you'll become snake food. A snake? Suddenly I remembered why I got hurt. Damn it. I can't stay. With effort I got up and tried to find my balance. Before I did anything, a blue glow surrounded me, reducing the pain of my back and stomach. How? I feel better, not great but better. Do you have to ask? It's that marble you picked up. Now run. Not needed to be told again. I quickly ran behind the tree I crash-landed, since that was the direction away from the snake. Drake, what happened to my boost? Every time you take a serious blow, the boosted gear automatically resets itself. You have to wait 10 seconds for another one. Just great, as if I wasn't in trouble before. Quickly I ran as my life depended on it. Cha! Soon the sound of a pissed-off snake was heard along with the destruction of trees, causing me to speed up. Boost, sweet mother of God, thank you. With that, I sprinted faster, causing greater distance between me and my crash point. Unfortunately, the snake was faster. But luckily I'm in a forest and a mountain. Unlike the snake, I won't have any big obstacles in my way because of my smaller body. Until I notice I'm no longer in the forest, but on a dirt road separating me from the trees. Damn it. Not knowing where it leads, I quickly went on it. Can't really waste time turning. I kept running and running until I had the worst luck. On the road was an old man. An old man with a wagon pulling it with his bare arm. Impressive. They usually have animals pull it, but he's doing it with his own strength. A large part of me really wanted to leave this oxen to the snake. Better you than me, they say, but my parents and I would never forgive me. Oxen, we have to go. Wait for what? He says, confused. Of course he is. Who would believe in a snake the size of a truck? Oxen, no time to explain, just trust me. Leave your stuff and let's go. I hope this sounds convincing. Are you out of your mind? I can't abandon my carriage. It has all my merchandise. Listen, Oxen. A giant snake is coming here. We have to run or it is going to kill us. Seriously, please believe me. What? What giant snake? The old man asks. Kya! As if it was called, the snake came and showed itself bearing its fangs. That one, I said with depression. An iron snake? A low-rank beast. The old man seems to recognize it. What low rank? That thing is hella strong. Iron snake? Is that what it's called, and what do you mean low-ranked? That thing is really strong. Just because it's called a low-rank beast, that doesn't mean you should underestimate it. Only a third-stage fighter has a chance of victory. With your second-stage strength, defeating it is impossible. I see. That explains why it's so tough. Oxen, leave. I'll hold it up here while you escape, foolish boy. Did you not hear what I said? I did, but I was the one who brought it here. You had nothing to do with this, and just a passerby. So I'll deal with it. Hope I sound cool because I'm actually trembling. Well, at least you have a brain behind that head. Boost, what was that? The old man said, confused. Guess my luck is turning around. Be careful of its tail. Thanks, I said to Drake, but it confused the old man on who I was talking with. As soon as the snake was close, I quickly used a straight punch, hitting its nose, and unlike last time where our strength cancelled each other out, this time my punch had an effect as it pushed the head away, clearly hurting it, surprising both the old man and the snake. Not letting my momentum disappear, I quickly started attacking its large body with punches, until the snake shakes up its confusion and uses its tail to attack. Learning from my mistake, I quickly got away. Even with the distance between us, the tail was still capable of reaching the area I was in. Luckily, I listened to Drake's advice of animals having a pattern. Left, right, left, up, down, diagonal. It was like jumping rope. I just had to time it. Seeing its attack not working, it abandoned it and resorted to its usual head tackle. Boy, here. It was the old man. As I turned to look at him, I saw the old man throw me a steel sword. It was unlike the blade the bandit swordsman had. It shined in the sunlight and was a beautiful craftsmanship that even I, a novice, could tell. As I caught it, I did not have to be told what it was for. The only problem was, how should I use it? I don't know any swordsmanship. But the snake was coming closer. Not having any more time to think, I grabbed the handle with 2 hands and stabbed its head with all my strength. That was gross. It quickly went right through its head, hitting the brain and mouth with blood gushing out. Soon all of its body stopped moving. Impressive. Here I thought you only were a second-stage fighter, not a fourth-stage one. Wait, that is also wrong. The old man mumbles. Thanks for letting me borrow your sword, Oxen. Who are you calling Oxen? You're very lucky I was here, or you would have become snake food. Reset. Seeing that I wasn't in danger, the boosted gear reset itself. Bring my power and strength to the first stage. Now you're a first-stage fighter? How interesting. Yeah, I am. Really, thank you? Hey, Oxen. Why are you here? I never really notice any merchants coming through here. If you go down this path, you will notice a sea town further down, and further east it leads to another town. Not many use this path because the terrain is not protected by the army. So there are the usual bandits hiding in these woods. Do you know where Little Village is? If you're talking about that hidden village with only 100 people, you should go up the hill. Thanks. Knowing I just have to go up to return to the girls really helps. Come here. Before I go up the hill, the old man tells me to follow him to his carriage. As I stand in front of the carriage, the old man pulls the blanket covering his merchandise. As I saw what's inside, all I noticed was a bunch of old scrolls. If I remember right, back then paper wasn't a common item for everybody, so maybe he was selling paper. These are cultivation manuals. I am a merchant who goes around selling these items. Cultivation manual? Those words sound familiar. Where did I hear it before? With the help of a cultivation manual, she could reach the second stage and go further. If she reaches a further stage, she could give us a better life. The voice of Wu Lan quickly resonates through me as I remember my first night with the girls. That's right, Wu Ying is really desperate for one. I have to ask him if he can give me one. I see by your face that you understand what these secret manuals mean. That's right, all these can help you reach a higher cultivation. I decided to give you one. Really? I was surprised, thinking I might have misheard. Yes, it was really pathetic how you couldn't handle a simple iron snake. If I was younger, it would be over before it started. Truly, how pitiful you are. Already 14 and still stuck in the first stage. Ow. The old man's criticism really hurts. Guess I really was pathetic that he pitied me. Usually I would not accept this, but Wu Ying needs it. Now take a look and choose one. With that, I got closer and looked through them. Names are written in a foreign language that I really shouldn't understand but do come up. Words like mighty power, 9 Dao formation, phoenix rising, body transformation, and heavenly yang scriptures and all kinds of overpowering names appeared. Also, another called Supreme Dragon Ascension. Partner chose that one. It sounds perfect for us. Even Drade can't keep quiet, talking to me telepathically. But my choice was already made. Do you have any that are perfect for girls to practice? I ask. For girls? He says, surprised. Yeah, I have a friend who really needs one. So instead of one for me, do you have any that are perfect for her? Of course I do. But are you sure? I am only giving you this one chance. Yes. I really want to give her this. All right. He quickly comes closer to the carriage and goes through them. Here, this is called the Yin Flower Empress Manual. It is very suitable for women. Don't ever try practicing this one, it will only benefit female cultivators. Thank you. With this, maybe Wu Ying can relax. Sigh, really, you know, most kids these days are extremely selfish and worry about themselves first. You really are a strange one. Sorry for being strange. I apologized as I really did turn down his goodwill for me. You know what? Fine, I'll let you choose another one. You don't have to do that. I'm thankful enough for your help. It's fine. Now choose. This time pick the one I told you. Fine. To make Drake happy, I was going to pick it. But before I did, I noticed a dirty black scroll. I couldn't really see what it was called, and it made me curious about why it was mistreated, unlike the rest. So I reached it and cleaned the dust away. The scroll's name was Duo Yin Yang Fusion. What an odd name. Old man, what is this manual? I show it to him so he can tell me what it is. That hat manual is no good. Give it to me so I can burn it. Why is it dangerous? Nothing like that. It is just an evil cultivation manual. Really, what makes it evil? It's a manual that cultivates while the practitioner is having mating UAL intercourse. What? Are you saying I can get stronger while having mating at the same time? Basically, yes. But you shouldn't use it. Any practitioner that cultivates these manuals suffers incredible bad luck. I really advise you not to choose this one. I'm sure it'll be fine. I chose this one. Like I'll believe some crazy superstition. I will be harem king, but the rest, I assure you, are 10 times better than this one. That's okay. This one's perfect for me. Nope, this is my destiny. A pay, and mating, this is my dream. I told you to choose the other one. It sounded more awesome. Fine, but I warned you. The old man looked as if he had aged for 10 years. Wonder why. Thank you for everything, Asen. Sigh, if our fates cross, let's talk again. With that, I said goodbye as the old man carried his carriage away. As I stayed in place and waved goodbye, I turned around and was about to head home. But before I did, I noticed the sword on my hand and the giant corpse. I forgot to return it. I hope he will be safe. Don't worry about it. Something's telling me the old man was stronger than he let on. How are you so sure? Call it a warrior's instinct. I guess Drake's right. This world is too dangerous for the elderly to travel safely without some strength. Is snake edible? I soon bring my attention to the dead anaconda and wonder if it could be eaten. Some countries consider it a delicacy. But yes, it can be eaten. How can I bring it back? Try storing it in the world marble. I want to see if I can finally eat. Let's see. With that, I picture it entering the mysterious world. It soon disappeared by a portal opening up in front of me, bringing it inside. With it gone, I head to the village. Wu residence. Wu lands POV. Where is he? It's been hours since he left. I hope nothing happened, or did he get lost again? I knew Wu Ying should have gone with him. Big sis when is big bro, coming home with meat? Wu Xiao says with hunger and impatience as she sits in the yard, watching Wu Ying's training routine on the pear tree. I don't know, hopefully soon. Please come home safe. Wu Ying's POV. Where is he? That idiot, maybe I should have gone with him. He's probably lost and trying his best to return. But I really did have to train, or how else can I ever give a better life for my sisters? He's probably okay. He has that strange gauntlet. With that, he's probably not going to lose to any beast. I hope. Third POV. Soon the three sisters were filled with worry. Before they could do anything, a brown-haired youth came into the yard from the direction of the village. Catching the girls' attention, issei big bro, the sisters quickly rushed to him and asked why he took so long. But when they saw his state of dress, the only question they could think of was what happened. His robe was torn and his body had many marks of serious bruises and cuts. Girls, can you step back a bit? Issei says, telling them to make space. What? Why? Wu Ying questions, but still did as he said. Soon they got their answer as a giant serpent appeared out of nowhere. The strangest thing was that there were parts of the snake missing. How? Wu Lan says, surprised at how something this big can just mysteriously appear. She wasn't the only one surprised. Wow! Amazing, it's such big meat. Though Wu Xiao was just thinking of her food. Isn't this the iron snake Dad told us to be careful of? He said only a third-stage fighter can kill it. Wu Ying was just thinking of how she would go around fighting it, yet turns out the boosted gear can also store things. Sorry if it wasn't what you wanted, Wu Lan. This is so cool, big bro. Nonsense. This can also be eaten. But you shouldn't have risked yourself trying to get this. Wu Lan nervously says, unsure of how she'll go around to cook the serpent. How did you manage to kill it? Your fist should not be enough to finish it. Well, I met this nice old man, and he gave me a cool sword so I can finish it. Luckily the sword is pretty sharp because it went straight through its head. Issei says as he brings out the steel sword that was also stored. I also have a present for you, Wu Ying. A present for me? Wu Ying says, confused. No fair. Why does Sissing get a present and not me? Wu Xiao angrily speaks out at this injustice. Tell me what you want and I'll get it for you, Issei says as he tries to pacify her. Really? Yup. It's a promise. Fine, I want something cute like flowers, or I know a pet. Really? Issei confusingly says, never knowing Wu Xiao liked gardening. Alright. I'll find the best flowers just for you. After promising, he then brings out a scroll from the sacred gear. Wu Ying here. I hope you like it. He quickly shows her the cultivation manual. Thighs is? Wu Ying, unsure of herself, feels as if the scroll gives off a mysterious vibe and she dares not to get her hopes up. It's the thing you always said you wanted a cultivation manual meant for. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Before Issei could finish, he was instantly tackled into a hug and showered with thanks, instantly breaking Wu Ying's character, as she couldn't hold her excitement. Shocking everyone here. Wu Ying, Issei says, shocked by the sudden hug. He knew she would be happy. But not to this degree. Sorry. Where did you get this? How did you get this? She says, full of embarrassment. It was the old man who helped me. He was a traveling merchant selling cultivation manuals. He took pity on me because I was pathetic to him. I never knew merchants also sold cultivation manuals. Wu Lan says with wonder. Maybe they do, just that they're expensive to us common folk. After all, Dad never had one. Wu Ying says. Then why would a merchant give one out for free? Wu Lan questions the reason why a cultivation manual would be given out for free. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It's probably the trashiest of the pile, seeing as it probably wouldn't sell for much. He just gave it out, said Wu Ying, trying to find a reason for the mysterious merchant. Is the manual no good? Issei says, worried that his gift would become trash. Nonsense, do you see another cultivation manual? Even if it is trash, I am still thankful. A trash manual is still better than none. Wu Ying says, worried that her words hurt Issei's feelings. She is truly thankful for him for getting one for her. But she knew if what she said was true, she'll have to replace it for a better one. With this manual, we can finally start cultivating, she says with much enthusiasm. About that, the old man gave me a chance to choose one of the manuals. But I asked him for one that was good for girls. He told me specifically that this manual was only for women and that I would not get any benefits if I tried. But that means you won't be able to cultivate, Wu Ying says with surprise and sadness now, knowing that Issei gave up his chance to ascend. But it also brought her warmth at knowing that his actions were for her. Don't worry, Issei says, figuring out that Wu Ying was sad for him. Issei, Wu Ying says with warmth at knowing Issei cared for her, because the old man changed his mind and gave me another one, he says while bringing it out of the pocket dimension. Oh. With that, the feeling was gone. What did you get? Wu Lan says with a bit of a smile at seeing Wu Ying's disappointment. Only the best manual ever. I can cultivate while having mating. What? Said the two sisters, unbelieving what they heard. Except for Wu Xiao, who was busy climbing the head of the dead snake. Yup. With this, I'm sure to become harem king, Issei says while thinking how much stronger he'll get while buried in boba and womanhood. There's no way such a perverted manual exists, screams Wu Ying with a furious blush. Issei, throw that away right now, says Wu Lan with a deep blush, as she feared what would happen if Wu Xiao saw it. What? Never, screams Issei as he quickly hugs the manual, protecting it as if it was his child. You better give it to me right now, screams Wu Ying, wanting to get rid of it before it corrupts Issei. So began the chase as the two sisters desperately tried to catch the boy and destroy the evil manual, until Issei remembered he could just store it back into the boosted gear. Chapter End Notes. I have a Patreon account. If you want to read the next chapter earlier, just come at patreon.com/Orengeflame. If you only want to show support, just come at myko-fi.com/Orengeflame. That's if you can, but don't worry, most of my work will continue to be free here and at other sites. Please do comment as it helps give me ideas for the next chapter. Chapter 7 Decision. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. In a deeper part of a forest, we see an old man that looks strangely similar to the man that helped Issei. The only difference was that the humble and powerless old man he met now gave out a more mysterious and powerful vibe that naturally came out of his body, as if every part of it could crush the iron snake in an instant. But unlike the mysterious feeling he gave out, his face was full of anxiety and worry, as if death was looming closer to him. Might as well get it over with, says the old man with a troubled expression. Something unbelievable happens as the old man takes out a round stone tablet and soon sets it on the ground. The stone starts to spark and glow. Mystical symbols start appearing and a circle is formed into an array. Then a hologram materializes out of nowhere, something that shouldn't be possible with this world's primitive technology. Immediately the appearance of a beautiful woman with obsidian long black hair and majestic white robes enters the screen. Your Majesty, the old man says with a deep bow, doing his best to appear submissive. Old Tai, the beauty recognizes with elegance, acknowledging the man's presence. Did you complete what I have ordered you to do? Hearing her speak of the mission she sent him on, brought nothing but chills down his spine. Yes, I have completed it, says the old man that is now known as Tai, with a nervous stutter. You sound nervous. I hope nothing unfortunate has transpired to what I have sent you to do, because if it has, I will be very impolite, says the beauty with a frown, showing her displeasure at that very thought. No, Nothing terrible had happened to him. I assure you. Tai hurriedly clarifies, trying his best to appease her. I approached him and made sure he was being well taken care of. I even made it appear as if it was nothing but a random encounter, giving him the choice to select one of the secret manuals that we have painstakingly collected throughout the years. That's good, whispers the beauty, starting to calm down and returning to her cold temperament. Then what is the problem? Unfortunately, he gave me a very unusual request. What? She says with surprise. What could he possibly want? Yes, he asked if I had any manuals meant for women. At first, I didn't know what to do. But I recalled you instructing me that if he had any demands I should follow through. I see, the woman says. It must be for the three sisters. She couldn't help but feel some jealousy at the thought. Which cultivation manual did you provide him? I gave him the Een Flower Empress manual. It sounds familiar to me, she says, trying to think of where she heard it. It's the manual that all maids within our sect cultivate, old Tai says when realizing the confusion on his empress, making her suddenly remember where she heard of it. While it is garbage in my eyes, to that lower world, it should be considered an extremely powerful manual. The decision you made was fine, Tai. My empress, was this decision truly correct? While it is true, that doesn't change the fact that one of our manuals has been given to an outsider. If anyone within the sect were to find out, then they will be most displeased. Since when have I ever cared for the opinions of others? Don't worry about them. If they ever show their displeasure towards any of my decisions, I will show them their place. Now, was this the problem you were worried about? Not quite, Your Excellency, Tai nervously says, having no choice but to confess. Then get to the point. I tire of your anxiety. Forgive me, I will go straight to it. But please hear me out. When I first received your message about the task you had given me, I was already out in the field investigating an ancient cultivator's cave. While searching, I didn't find anything of worth except for an old cultivation manual. Before I had time to examine the manual, your orders and the package you had sent came. Having no choice, I quickly went to accomplish them. But why would this cause any sort of concern? The Empress says, not understanding the issue. In my negligence, I accidentally placed the old manual with the rest you had given me for Hayate issei. When I had arrived to give him one of the manuals, I had completely forgotten it, and before I had the time to examine it, he went and selected it. Tai finally says with worry about the consequences and the punishment he will face. Are you telling me that issei has a completely unknown and untested manual that could place him in danger? The woman spoke furiously with complete anger shown, ready to tear the poor man apart. That's not completely true. I do have a hunch on what type of manual it could be, Tai says as he remembers all that was inside the cultivator's cave. If you could call it that, the correct term would be mating dungeon. Oh, do please tell me before I end your pathetic existence, she says, most displeased. It was a mating UAL cultivation technique. While examining the dungeon, I mean the cultivator's cave, and the name of the manual, all signs point to him being a mating UAL practitioner, says Tai with sweat as his doom was coming. Knowing that whatever he did now, nothing but death would come, seeing absolutely no point in lying as he knew the Empress would find him. But strangely, the anger of the lady vanished as a surprised expression appeared. Soon something astonishing happened in front of Tai as a giggle came out of the usually cold and beautiful Empress, completely breaking her temperament. Ha 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 ha! Soon her giggling turned into full-blown laughter as the image of the cold beauty was destroyed in front of Tai. For all his years serving under the Empress, he has never once seen his Empress smile, let alone seen her laugh in such a carefree manner. But today of all days, Tai has seen something he had thought as impossible as the Empress completely breaks her character. Ah ha ha ha! I see. As expected, even fate can do nothing but follow his desires, the Empress finally says, controlling her laughter, but with clear mirth in her voice. I guess it can't be helped, though I am disappointed that all my gifts were wasted. What? Tai reacted with shock, with his mouth fully open. Yes, Tai. I will forget and forgive this mistake you have made. But don't expect much mercy if you make another, the Empress says, going back to her usual persona. What? But my lady, it's a mating UAL cultivation technique, Tai says with disbelief. What about it? She says, confused about what the problem was. Did you forget? Tai says, not believing what he heard. What happened to the Empress? What happened to that prudish old woman that once declared her hatred of the practice, calling it, and those who practiced it, evil? Even ordering everyone within the sect to go to war and slaughter them. You outlawed all mating UL cultivation techniques and ordered everybody within the sect that if we ever saw one of these cultivators that they should be killed on sight. Tai says, informing her of the laws she herself placed. Did I truly announce that? She says, surprised by her own rules. I will have to make a meeting with everyone and inform them about getting rid of it. Tai, I want you to continue watching over him. The Empress says, not noticing the displeasure on Tai's face about her orders. My lady, I mean no disrespect, but I wish to know. What sort of relationship do you have with Hayate Issei? To go this far, even to the point of having your protection and support. I see no purpose in this. With one look I could tell his talent is awful. His strength and his standing are non-existent. To waste your time on this trash is a meaningless effort. If this is about the divine weapon on his arm, then would it not be easier to take it from him? He is nothing but a mortal, someone who will never amount to anything. For someone like him to have your attention is death. That was all he could feel as the world around him vibrated in agony at the power the woman on screen released. Even though they were worlds apart, Tai could still feel as if something mythical squeezed his heart. How dare you? How dare you defy and question me? The woman says as killing intent filled the area. If it was bad here, imagine what it must have felt on the other side. Listen well, Tai, if you or anyone ever places Issei in any kind of danger, I will end everything. Their life, sect, bloodline, and soul. I will erase it. Do I make myself clear? Yes, my Empress. Tai says, full of fear. How could I be so foolish to forget? This is the woman that slaughtered millions to get her position. The one that people call the strongest. I shall watch over him. Says Tai, doing his best to not make the same mistake. See that you do. But don't get involved in his life unless necessary. She says, staring coldly at him. Of course. With that, the call ends and the pressure vanishes. All Tai could do was stand there, too scared to move. Outside Wu residence, a single girl could be seen meditating in deep concentration. The girl was wooing, practicing her new cultivation technique. It has been 2 days since Issei came back from his struggle with the iron snake, and since then wooing has been at this after reading and understanding the manual. All she could think about was her breakthrough to the second stage. With 2 days of practice and the spiritual energy she consumed from the iron snake, she could feel it. Any second now she'll collect the necessary amount to push past the first stage. Truly there was a difference between having one and not having one. To make a comparison, it's as if a man was going into a dark, endless maze to a man with a flashlight and a map to guide him through the maze. To think this was only a trashy manual. To her and the Empress. What would happen if she possessed a better one? How much faster would her cultivation be? With all her preparation and her training, the moment finally came. The sudden sensation of her bones strengthening and the sudden phenomenon of qi entering her body, making her previous limits a thing of the past. Wooing soon gets up and starts practicing a few punches and warm-ups. Sure enough, her speed had increased and the strength of her punches. Immediately she imagines the bandits that attacked her home. Especially the man that had knocked her out. Already she could imagine her victory over him. Unfortunately, shadow fighting could only get you so far without actual combat. Fortunately, with a smile on her face, she knows the perfect punching bag, opponent to test her new strength. Issei. Wooing shouts to get his attention, a bit mad that after all the effort she put in cultivation, Issei was out goofing off with Wu Xiao the last 2 days. Not to mention the perverted techniques she and Wu Lan failed to destroy. Why couldn't he pick something normal? Wu residence, inside the house of the Wu sisters. We see Issei reading the very same manual the sisters tried to destroy. Luckily Wooing was outside and Wu Lan took Wu Xiao to the village to exchange some of the leftover meat from the snake for some other basic necessities they needed. Every part of his brain was put to work on understanding even a little bit of information from this awesome manual. because he knew that with it he could finally start his goal of becoming harem king and stuff his face in bobas. I mean getting stronger and figuring out how he arrived on this planet. There's just one little problem that even the Empress forgot. He can't read any of this shit. I've been at this for 2 days and I still don't know what the first line says. Truly a problem we have here. Even if you had chosen any of the other awesome-sounding manuals, we would still be having this issue. Damn it, mysterious force that brought me. I'm grateful you gave me the ability to understand the language of this place. But you forgot to include the ability to read. Calm down. There isn't anything you can do about it at this point. You're right, Drake. But it's just so frustrating. I am so close to starting my dream, only for it to slip through my fingers. Now what do we do? Why don't you ask one of the sisters to read it for you? Are you crazy? Did you not see how angry Wu Ying and Wu Lan were when I showed it to them? Then you're out of options. Unless you go down to the village and ask one of them. That's unlikely. Every one of them is illiterate. What do you expect in some no-named farming village stuck in some mountains? The only reason the sisters know how to read is that their dad isn't from this village and was constantly traveling. Then you'll just have to man up and ask one of them. Sigh. With a sigh, Issei gets up and walks to the door. Fine. Guess I'll ask Wulan. Hopefully, she won't kick me out. Issei. Wu Ying's shout resonates across the house. Guess she wants something from you. Hopefully, it's not too painful. Issei thinks as he heads for her direction. After some walking, Issei arrived at the place Wu Ying usually trains. The moment he saw Wu Ying impatiently waiting for him, he couldn't quite understand why. But for some strange reason, the Wu Ying before him was different from the Wu Ying he saw in the morning. It wasn't her bobas or her bum nor any other part of her body. They were pretty much the same. She just seemed more confident to him, as if she could now do the impossible. Took you long enough, Wu Ying says impatiently. Sorry, I was busy with something important. Issei apologies. So what do you need? Fight me, Wu Ying says, getting to the point. Don't we always do that in the morning? That's sparring. This time it's different. I want an actual fight between us. A fight? How is that different? This time I expect you not to hold back because I won't be showing any mercy. So get ready. Wu Ying has always been pushy but never this forceful. You better listen to her or you'll regret it. Wu Ying did not wait for a response, as she quickly rushed at the boy with speed even faster than her previous one. Luckily, Issei's eyesight was quick enough to notice her movement, and was barely able to dodge in time. He was capable of this thanks to the survival battle between him and the Iron Snake, where Issei literally learned how to play extreme jump rope with its tail, by using his sight, mind, and body to predict the snake's movement and dodge the tail strike. Bwah! Issei says as a heavy kick hits his head. Unfortunately, while he could dodge a long-distance strike, like a charging punch, that didn't mean he could dodge attacks that were at close distance, as he couldn't react fast enough to dodge a high kick from Wu Ying. While the kick hurt Issei and brought him to his knees, it wasn't as strong as the strength of the Iron Snake, which was capable of resetting the boosted gear and sent him flying into trees. But that didn't change the fact that Wu Ying had dazed him. He didn't remember Wu Ying being this strong before. Wu Ying, seeing the pathetic state of Issei, after suffering one blow, made her both satisfied and unhappy. Don't get her wrong, she was proud of her new strength and speed. But she wasn't satisfied with the fight. I told you. Don't hold back because I will not show mercy, partner. I know you don't want to hurt her, but she wants to fight you at your best. I believe you should honor her request. Issei soon gets up from the ground, while holding his head. I guess I have no choice. Issei mentally agrees as he soon shouts out. Boosted gear. Finally, the moment that Wu Ying was waiting for arrived. In a flash of red light, a gauntlet made of a red metal alloy appeared. She could still remember the first time she saw it. The time that she almost lost hope as she was captured by those cruel bandits. Until Issei appeared and surprised her with his newfound strength. She would never admit it, but that moment was deeply ingrained into her memory. As the boy they found lost in the forest made her heart skip a beat. As if one of those romantic, fantasy stories her mother used to tell came to life. Boost. With that, both opponents confronted each other's personal space and soon punches were thrown, striking the space between them. It almost appeared to be a stalemate if one didn't notice the stance of the feet, while it appeared as if issei attacked with a blow of identical strength as Wu Ying. His face told a different story as sweat and pain could be seen on it. Inch by inch issei was being pushed back. Meanwhile, Wu Ying continued to advance forward. That could only mean that the striking power in Wu Ying's fist was greater than issei. Soon or later the gap in strength between them would grow as issei couldn't keep up. Soon blows connected with soft flesh as issei wasn't capable of stopping all of them as they hit his head and body. Rapidly he was put in a position where he couldn't even stop the onslaught on his body. Issei, acting quickly before her blows could reset the boosted gear, crossed his arms to defend. He knew if he could just hold on for a bit longer, he would be able to change the flow of battle. Luckily the boosted gear was bulky enough to be used as a shield. Boost. His prayers were answered as the second boost came at the right time. He could still win this. Just as Wu Ying was about to continue to punch the ever-living daylights out of issei, he soon disappears from her view with incredible speed. The moment she lost him, she soon activated one of the useful techniques she acquired in her manual. The ability to sense ki. Issei, after receiving the second boost, jumped back and ran a 180-degree curve before appearing behind Wu Ying. Knowing his limits, he quickly acted to win by throwing a punch. What he didn't expect was for Wu Ying to turn around to try to punch him back. Unable to stop, they both used the momentum of their striking power to end the fight. Both hits connected to their target. Issei struck Wu Ying's stomach and Wu Ying hit Issei's head. Both were sent to the ground. While Issei would have been able to tank the hit, he was already too badly damaged after receiving the second boost. In Wu Ying's case, her body couldn't handle the force of double-boosted issei. This fight was a tie. What happened here? At that moment Wu Lan and Wu Ying finally came with baskets in their hands, completely missing the fight between the two fighters. All they saw was both teens on the ground with injuries. Issei's subconscious, Issei's POV. Oh. That ing hurts. Oh. Finally in the realm of the living. Drag. I say, confused. No, the Tooth Fairy. Of course, it's me, you moron. What happened? That punch happy girl knocked you out. She did. How did she get so strong, if I had to guess? It was probably that manual you gave her. She must have leveled up, so that strength came from reaching the second stage. This only proves that you must get stronger. But the way I see it, it might be difficult. What? Why, for one, you don't even know the language. That is the first hurdle you must overcome. The second is that you have grown too attached to the sisters. You must realize that soon we will one day have to leave this village, or we'll never find the answers on why we came to this world. I guess I really do have to ask Wu Lan. Soon the area starts to shake, indicating Issei was waking up in the real world. We will finish our talk later. Night. Wu Lan residence. Third person POV. Soon Issei opens his eyes. As he wakes up, he notices the concerned face of Wu Lan. Getting up, he notices the injuries on his body. You're finally awake. Thank goodness, Wu Lan says with a face full of relief, until a dark glint is seen in her eyes. What were you two thinking? Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Issei screams as Wu Lan pinches his ear and tries to tear it off. That's enough, sister. It wasn't Issei's fault but mine. Wu Ying calls out, implying that she woke up before Issei. But unlike Issei, she wasn't too badly hurt. Don't think I forgot about your punishment. Wu Lan threatens. I'm sorry, sister. Wu Ying says with a deep bow. Seriously, you two. How could you take a simple spar so seriously? How else was I supposed to test my new limits? There are simpler ways than trying to kill each other. Promise me you two won't do this again? Can't you tell how worried I was? How worried Wu Xiao was. She was practically crying about how hurt you two were. Now that stung. While it was one thing to worry, Wu Lan, it was another to make Wu Xiao cry. Now they can't help but feel guilty. Sorry, both say, looking at the ground in shame. Good. Now here is your dinner, Wu Lan says before leaving to check Wu Xiao. Thank you. Again both say at the same time. Both are now eating a bowl of rice while trying to awkwardly start a conversation. After a few minutes of just eating, Wu Ying is the first to speak. Sorry, Wu Ying says. I shouldn't have forced you to fight me. I guess I got out of control. It's fine, wooing. No, it's not. I was just so excited. Finally, I could accomplish the dream my dad always wanted to do. I guess all that excitement went to my head and I forgot the consequences. Like I said, it's fine. I will always be extremely grateful to you, Wu Lan and Wu Xiao, for letting me live here. Even knowing I am nothing but a stranger and a pervert. So anyway, I can help. I will gladly do it. You have done more than enough. If it wasn't for you, we probably would have lived as slaves for those bandits. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be one step closer to completing my father's dream. His dream? I'm sure you noticed that our parents aren't with us. That's because they both are dead. My mom died at the childbirth of Wu Xiao, while my dad died of sickness. My dad always had this great dream of becoming a strong cultivator. But after he got ill, he always had this regret in him. So to make him happy, I started practicing martial arts. I always said that one day I will become stronger than him. My father wanted to be somebody. Unfortunately, life wasn't too kind to him. So I told him to rely on me. That I would accomplish that wish. So that's why I never saw their parents. That whenever they mention them, they always have sadness in them. Soon Wu Lan comes into the room and sits down at the table. Sister Wu says with a spark in her eyes as if she has just come to a decision. Yes. Wu Lan says, interested in why her sister looks so determined. I have decided. I finally have a cultivation manual and I advance to the second stage. I believe it's time for us to finally leave this small village. What? Wu Lan says, shocked, and issei wasn't further off. Yes, I think it's finally time. This small village can no longer hold us. Think about this calmly. You might be ready, but Wu Xiao and I aren't. Do you even know where to go? Of course I do. We are going to the capital. That's the place any cultivator must go for fame and recognition. And don't worry, issei, I will protect you and take you with us. That's right. I don't know what's going on, but I will also protect you. Issei says, not understanding where exactly they were going. Wu Lan sighs while holding her forehead. Fine. Let's talk more about this in the morning, and if we do go, we must start making supplies. All right, Wu says, heading to sleep. Wait, can I talk to you in private, Wu Lan? Issei says. Sure, Issei. Wu Lan answers before she leaves to sleep. What do you need? Please don't get angry. But remember the manual I got. Issei says nervously. Wu Lan soon makes a disgusted expression at remembering that perverted manual. Just the thought of it made her angry. What about it? She says unhappily. This fight with Wu made me realize that I need to get stronger. And to do that I will need the cultivation manual. But there's a problem. I don't know how to read it. So can you read it for me? What? Absolutely not. I will not read to you that manual. Please. Issei begs, holding his hands in prayer and doing a little bow. If I don't get stronger, I worry that I won't be able to protect you or Wu Xiao. To do that I must learn to cultivate. She was about to again refuse, but then she thought back to the bandits, and how Issei risked his life to defend them. If Issei didn't have the necessary strength to fight back, their situation would now be different. Fine, but don't think I'll let you perform any of those techniques on me. Thank you, Wu Lan, Issei says happily. Unable to control his excitement, he hugs Wu Lan tightly. Issei, let me down. Wu Lan yells, but inside she was satisfied by how intimate they were. Chapter End Notes. I have a Patreon account. If you want to read the next chapter earlier, just come at patreon.com/Orengeflame. If you only want to show support, just come at myko-fi.com/Orengeflame. That's if you can, but don't worry, most of my work will continue to be free here and at other sites. Please do comment, as it helps give me ideas for the next chapter. Chapter 8, Leaving the Village. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Issei's POV. 3 days after Wu Ying's breakthrough, the sisters began collecting all the essentials for their trip to the capital. Most of it involved a lot of preparing and storing food. We were finally ready to go on a journey to the capital of this country, of this fantasy world. Of course, there were many roadblocks that kind of put a stop on beginning our journey. First, Wu Lan was against leaving and thought to stay with Wu Xiao, not wanting to abandon their old home and thinking the trip would be too harsh for her and Wu Xiao. After all, unlike me and Ing, they were not cultivators and didn't think they could survive out in the wilds. When Wu Xiao heard they couldn't go, she started making a fuss that she didn't want to stay behind, but was quickly scolded by her oldest sister. Obviously, Wu Ying would not allow her sisters to be left behind and unprotected. Some other bandits could one day discover this village and attack them. Not to mention the danger two defenseless young girls could bring. Plus, she didn't want to be separated from her sisters, so she tried to convince her that she and I will protect them during their trip. But Wu Lan was not convinced, as I saw the three sisters begin to argue over this. I start to think that Wu Lan had a point considering that there were snakes the size of cars, and assuming the old man called it a low-rank beast, it must have meant there were stronger monsters in this world. Seeing how difficult it was for me just to kill it, it would probably be even more difficult defending Wu Lan and Wu Xiao, even with the help of Wu Ying. If only the two sisters could also reach the first stage of the fighter realm. Wait a minute. Why don't they cultivate? Why don't Wu Lan and Wu Xiao cultivate? I say, stopping the pointless argument between sisters as the three of them stop and look at me as if I grew a second head. What are you talking about? Wu Ying says, looking at me weirdly. Well, the trip could be a lot easier if Wu Lan and Wu Xiao could at least defend themselves. So, why not let them start cultivating to a first stage fighter? I say, defending my outburst as I don't know what's the big deal about them cultivating. Are you an idiot? It took me years of harsh physical training to even reach the first stage. Just look at them. Do you honestly believe they are capable of going through with it? Not to mention how long we'd have to wait for them to reach it. Wu Ying says with a frown. Probably thinking of the harsh training they would have to go through. Issei, your idea would make the trip easier. But Wu Xiao and I just aren't meant for that lifestyle. Wu Lan says in a less harsh tone. Well, I think it's a great idea. I want to punch just like Sissing and Big Bro, Wu Xiao says, defending her big bro. But don't we now have a cultivation manual with us? It should be much easier to reach the first stage if they just follow the instructions on the manual. I mean, Wu Ying reached the second stage just by meditating all day. I'm sure. If Wu Lan and Wu Xiao used the manual, they could also reach the first stage. I say while thinking about why them cultivating was a bad idea. It didn't take long for the two sisters to realize that I had a point. As I saw the look of realization come to their faces as their eyes widen and mouth open. Guess I'm not so dumb after all. Two didn't just sit around and meditate all day. Wu Ying says with a furious blush and glare as she turns her head, not able to look at me. Classic Tsundere. She truly is cute when she's like this. Is this okay? Wasn't the manual only for Wu Ying? Wu Lan says as she considers the idea. It's not like the manual was made just for me. Any female can practically use it. I wish I had thought of this before. Heh heh. Sissing just wanted the manual for herself because Big Bro brought it just for her. I bet she never thought of sharing it with us. Wu Xiao says with a laugh and grin. That is not true. I just thought there was no need for you two to read it. Again Wu Ying stutters with a blush. I bet she's embarrassed about not thinking of this. But what about our house? I know it's foolish to get attached to a small and broken place, but it's our home. The home that both mother and father made. Wu Lan says with sadness at abandoning the house. Even Wu Ying couldn't find a way to counter her argument. After all, this house isn't much, but I bet it has many wonderful memories of the three living together. I also feel a slight attachment to this house. Wait, couldn't I bring this house into the marble? Drake, what is it? Is it possible to place a small house inside the marble? I don't know. As I said before, this marble is something I have never seen before. I don't know of its abilities nor the changes it has done to the boosted gear. All I know is that it acts as a sort of livable pocket dimension. As seen by the grass and sky, I guess you can bring objects inside, seeing as you brought the carcass of the giant snake inside. Do you think I can also bring other people? As I said, I don't know. But it would be interesting to meet the three sisters. Was that mirth in his voice? Why do I get the feeling that Drake was grinning on the other side? Just promise me, you won't freak them out or eat them? God, I hope not. What? I am offended by this. Partner. Don't you trust me? I could practically hear the sarcasm. Aha. Sure. Just don't take it too far, I make no promises, issei. Soon the voice of wooing forces me out of my thoughts. Huh! I say as I looked at the three sisters and was confused at why they appeared worried. We've been trying to get your attention for a while now. Is something wrong? Wulan says with a worried tone. Sorry. I've just been thinking of a way to take the house with us. Huh! That's impossible. Wooing says with doubt. Unless Big Bro and Sissing tie a rope to the house and drag the house with us. Wu Xiao cheekily says with a smile and laugh. I think I found a way. Wulan, the house isn't locked down to the ground, right? No. The house isn't. It stands by its own weight. Wulan says, giving me a face of disbelief. And how exactly are you planning to bring the house with us? Because I certainly ain't dragging this thing with me on a journey that might take days. Wooing says, looking at me as if I was stupid. Listen, issei, if you want to bring the house with us to make me happy and convince me to go on this journey, then don't worry. While you were thinking, Wooing already convinced me. So don't worry about this anymore. She says with a sad smile, but it is possible. Just let me explain. I say as I didn't want Wulan to be sad on leaving her old home, but it's impossible. Wooing says, thinking how they could possibly move it. I'm telling you to tie a rope around the house and pull. Wu Xiao said stubbornly that her idea was the best. All right, let him explain. At last Wulan will let me explain myself. Fine. Both sisters finally relent. Thanks, Wulan. Do you remember when I told you about the boosted gear? Yes. That you had a dragon sealed in you when you were a baby and because of that you have some of its abilities. Did I explain it well? Wulan says in a simple manner. Yeah, you did. Kind of simplifies my origin story. But there's something else. What? Are you still hiding things from us? Wooing angrily shouts. No! It's just something I just recently discovered. Something that I couldn't do before but now I can. I quickly said, not wanting them to think that I was hiding things from them. Really? Can you now turn into a dragon? Wu Xiao says with excitement. Unfortunately, no. I say with a sweat drop. Ah. Wu Xiao responds. So, what did you find out? Wooing asks after calming down. Right, I had this blue marble with me that mysteriously appeared in my hand when you girls found me. I remember. You sometimes brought it out at night and looked at it deep in thought. Wooing said something that I didn't know. I did that? I say, surprised. I never noticed she was staring at me. I always thought it was something that you brought from your homeland. So I never asked you about it. Well, it's not. You see, that marble was something that I had never seen or had in my life. What? It was weird too. The moment you found me, I suddenly had it in my hands, but I don't remember ever having it before. Plus it had some incredible abilities. What do you mean? Every time I get hurt, that marble kept healing me. Like when we spared, and unlike you, I would suddenly recover and heal quicker, or the time the 3 bandits were beating me up and I suddenly got better. But wasn't that the boosted gear healing you? Wulan questions, remembering the first time I awoke the boosted gear in front of her and Wu Xiao. The boosted gear has the ability of boosting my power, but healing isn't one of them. It has always been the blue marble. That's amazing. But what does that have to do with us being able to bring the house with us? Wulan asks. Forget that. Do you still have it, and if it was capable of doing this? Why didn't you ever tell me? All those times I was hurt. You could have healed me. Wooing angrily says as I did never tell her. Man, that makes me feel guilty. Well, when I first awakened the boosted gear, I also thought it was one of its abilities. Not to mention I kind of never gave it much thought. I said sheepishly as I scratched the back of my head. Sorry. This caused Wooing to start to give me a very hateful glare as her usual temper was about to explode. What do you mean you never gave it much thought? She said, screaming at me. I guess I had a lot on my mind? I say as it never did cross my mind. Oh. Like what? Wooing say with a frown. My face and body went into a serious mode that was so serious that it was capable of stopping Wu Ying's anger. Isn't it obvious? My voice says in a serious manner. That caused Wooing to step back. I was worried after the bandit attack ended. Wooing got captured and Wulan and Wu Xiao were scared to death. Of course I was worried, issei. Big bro. As I looked at Wu Lan and Xiao, I saw their faces red and shock in their eyes, looking at me pretty warmly. Even Wu Ying's anger vanished and a massive blush took place. I see, even they must have thought about it, and been worried too. I was worried about what all that stress could do to the growth of your pay. I say without thinking or a hint of shame. Truly I am a good person. What? Wu Ying says with a shadow over her eyes. Of course. Just the thought of all that stress causing your pay to slow their growth brings great pain to my heart. I said, not noticing the dark change in the girl's expression. Issei big bro, the girls say in a dark undertone. As a deep killer intent was felt, sending chills down my spine. Soon the girls got closer and closer, causing me to lean on the wall of the house for support. Die, you ing pervert. Give me back my feelings, you insensitive. Bring back my cool big bro. Oh wow. I scream in pain. Soon they launched themselves at me, and not in the way I would have liked, as they started attacking me with kicks and punches, while I could kind of ignore Wu Lan and Wu Zhao's attack. The same couldn't be said about Wu Ying's. That's right, after spending so much time with the sisters, they could now understand some Japanese words or their intentions. Especially my favorite word, after hours of myself in pain and suffering. Plus the time I had to wait for the marble to heal me. Why do I feel as if it's taking longer than it should? The girls finally calmed down. Thank God I'm made of tougher stuff, or I'd be dead. Tell us how we could take our home with us on our journey. Wu Ying says with a frown, as if she hasn't been trying to kill me. Can it wait till the pain leaves? No, you brought this to yourself. Wu Lan says unhappily. Fine. I found out something new about the marble. What is it? Wu Ying asks, interested. It was during the time I went hunting and got the 2 cultivation manuals. I somehow was able to absorb the blue marble into the boosted gear, which did something amazing. I say as I remember the cause of Iron Snake chasing me. What did it do? Wu Lan also asks, wondering what other abilities it could have. The marble was capable of creating a pocket dimension, a separated living space from this world where I could leave and go back to at any time. At first I thought I could only store objects like the house, but now I think we could actually live there. Wait, big bro, what do you mean? I don't understand anything. Wu says, looking confused at the new words. I understand your pain. It took me a while for Drake to explain it to me too. Think of it as a super secret place where only I can go and leave at any time. That's not fair. I want to go to that super secret place too. Wu Xiao says while pouting. If this is true, does that mean we don't have to say goodbye to our home? Wu Lan says hopefully. Not only that, we have someplace to sleep at night too. Wu Xiao, and you won't have to risk the dangers of the trip. Wu Ying says with amazement at how much easier life will be. What are we waiting for? Issei, show us. Alright. Soon I concentrate on bringing the house with us inside into the hidden world. I felt the familiar pull of the marble, and the familiar sensation of the mysterious energy that surrounds the space. Okay, done, I announced happily that it was possible to bring others inside. That's it? Wu Xiao asks, expecting it to be more dramatic. Are you sure, Issei? Nothing looks different. Wu Lan questions. This is unbelievable. This place is full of energy. It's even greater than the energy in the outside world. Wu Ying says, feeling the air around her. Is it different than outside? Wu Lan asks, as she thought they were not in the marble. If you don't believe me, then just look outside. The sisters, excited to see what happens, soon go through the door. When they opened the door and stepped outside, I couldn't help but feel as if I forgot to explain something important. Ah! The girl's screams soon resonated throughout the space. Shit! I forgot to tell them about Drake, Wu Ying's POV, as my sisters and I moved to see the outside of this hidden world. We were shocked at the change in scenery as we lived in a forest and on top of a mountain. Never had we ever seen an endless sea of grass. Not to mention the natural energy around us was incredible, as I never felt nothing like this before. I only noticed this after I had a cultivation manual, as unlike before where I had to exercise to get to the first stage, now I use the world's natural energy to cultivate my body and make it stronger. I can tell, just by feeling my surroundings, that if I cultivated here, my speed at cultivating would go at most double or triple my progress. It's incredible that all these amazing things would never have happened if I never met the pervert. Which brings my mind into the question. Just who is Hayate Issei? Is he really a person from another world, or is he hiding even more incredible secrets? He wasn't lying when he told us that he was lost. Was he just incredibly lucky, or was he favored by the heavens? As we went further into the grassland, feeling the ground beneath our feet, Wu Xiao could not help but run around in a happy manner. I was also running around until the sky suddenly turned dark. This couldn't be right, night was hours away. Until I noticed that it was not the sky that turned dark, but a huge shadow was upon us. Soon I felt deep fear, even greater than the time the bandits captured me. At whatever beast was creating such a huge shadow capable of darkening the ground. Grrrrrrrrrr. A low growl was heard that froze us to the ground. The sound was so strong it caused the ground to quack, followed by a huge shockwave as the ground was stomped, causing us to fall to our feet. We didn't want to look up, as whatever it was could kill us in an instant. But whether by bravery or foolishness, our heads managed to look at our predator. Red. The color of its scales as well as the color of our blood was what I noticed first, followed by the green reptilian eyes that pierced down our souls, and then just the size of the beast capable of crushing anything in its path. The moment I saw the creature, I know what it was, as our father told thousands of tales of the legendary beast. But it was wrong. The stories told of mythical and wise beasts, rulers of the sky and sea, but this creature was nothing like those stories. There was no wisdom in its eyes, only power. It was a dragon. Hello? Food, the red dragon said, causing even greater desperation. My sisters couldn't handle the pressure and soon fainted. I couldn't say I was better, but with the rest of my resolve, all I could do was scream as the world started to fade. Issei's POV. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, and desperately to the sisters' scream of distress. Unable to stop blaming myself for never telling them of the giant dragon living inside the marble, as well as the rage in my heart at Drake. Drake! You ass! I told not to take it too far. I yell at the laughing dragon as I check on the girls lying on the ground. BWA, ha 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 ha. You should have seen the look on their faces. It's been so long since I ever terrorized a group of humans. The red dragon laughed, uncaring of the deep trauma he had just caused. Hearing the stupid dragon's laughter at his childish behavior completely pisses me off. That I soon go up to him and continuously start kicking him. That's not funny. They could have seriously been hurt, I say as I continue kicking him. But the dragon just scoffed and ignored my attacks. Sniff, sniff. Soon the dragon starts sniffing the air around him. I completely forgot how disgusting your species is, Drake says with a look of disgust while holding his nose. What are you talking about? I say as I didn't understand what was so disgusting, until I also caught a whiff of the smell coming off of the three sisters. Did they just? Flashback end. After bringing the girls back to the house and a quick change of clothes. Luckily none of the girls woke up during that time, though I did suffer after they found out. I brought the house and them out of the marble to help them relax before they woke up. The meeting between the girls and Drake was not the best, and the girls were deeply traumatized. Which brings us to the second reason the journey was almost cancelled. The sisters were deeply terrified of Drake, to the point of being in the marble caused panic and fear in their eyes. I had to literally kidnap them into the marble and have them sit down and explain to them that Drake would not eat or hurt them. After a few days, the sisters were able to calm down and live in the marble. It took a while, but with the help of Wu Xiao's curiosity, the sisters accepted Drake. Luckily Wu Xiao really wanted to get to know and ride a real dragon, and soon started trying to climb on top of him. The older sisters tried to stop her but froze in fear to get anywhere close to him. Drake didn't even notice as he was asleep, and when he did wake up, the only thing he did was yawn in a loud manner and completely ignore Wu Xiao, much to her annoyance, as she wanted him to start flying. But seeing Wu Xiao trying to scale the dragon that gave them nightmares and being completely ignored made Wu Lan and Ing start dropping their guard. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than them screaming bloody murder every time they met. So after another few days of Wu Lan and Wu Xiao cultivating the Yin Flower Empress manual in the marble, and then soon reaching the first stage, not to mention all the food we had to store, After a month of living in this village, we were finally ready to go, not going to lie. I'll miss this place, I say as the sisters walk beside me as I remember all the good times I had. Ugh. That's so like you. Wu Ying says with scorn. What? Aren't you going to miss this place even a little? I say, confused at the hostility. The quicker we leave this dump the better. Wu Ying! That's rude, scolded Wu Lan. Oh. Then why didn't you ever tell anybody that we were leaving? Wu Ying says with a smug smile. The less said the better. Wu Lan says with a displeased smile. Is that why we left so early? Wah! The sun is barely rising, I say with a yawn as we head down the forest hoping to reach the road that I came across while being chased. Come on! I want to see the sea! Big sis, big bro sissing, hurry up! Wu Xiao shouted ahead of us as she was excited to see the port town that the old man told me about when he was heading over there with his cart. Wu Xiao is in a great mood at wanting to see the sea for the first time. She has been like this ever since I told her about the sea, and unfortunately she has not been able to contain all that excitement, especially now that she is at the first stage, causing us to watch over her to burn out quickly. Wu Xiao, be careful! Wu Lan shouts back as she tries to catch up to Wu Xiao, since being out in the open was still considered dangerous even with her new increase in strength. With that, Wu Ying and I increased our speed to not lose sight of them. So I started my first journey to reach the capital of this country. Chapter and notes. I have a Patreon account. If you want to read the next chapter earlier, just come at patreon.com/Orengeflame. If you only want to show support, just come at myko-fi.com/Orengeflame. That's if you can, but don't worry, most of my work will continue to be free here and at other sites. Please do comment as it helps give me ideas for the next chapter. Chapter 9. The traveling part of a journey is boring. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The sun dipped toward the horizon, casting long twisting shadows through the dense canopy. The scent of damp earth and pine filled the air, mixing with the faint, lingering musk of unseen wildlife. Birds chirped in bursts, canceling the silence. I'm bored, Wu Xiao whined, the youngest of the group of 4 traveling through a dirt road in the middle of the forest. As the girl started dragging her feet, finally fed up with the constant walking. Wu Xiao! Stop being such a brat! Wu Ying finally snapped at Wu Xiao's constant shouting. They have been walking for over a day and Wu Xiao has not made the trip easier. No! Wu Xiao huffed, crossing her arms. We've been walking forever and all I see is trees, trees and more trees. Wu Xiao continues her tantrum before throwing herself to the ground and starts rolling around in frustration. Well, what did you expect? We still haven't left the forest, Wu Lan says, trying to pacify her while issei catches the struggling Wu Xiao to stop her rolling, lifting her off the ground. I don't know. I thought going on this trip would be more exciting and dangerous since Wu Xiao made us cultivate. Maybe a fight to the death with some giant wild beast that lives in these woods that would constantly pursue us on our journey, Wu Xiao says in the arms of the only male in the group. Why would you want that? Wu Ying asked, staring in shock at Wu Xiao's imagination. Why don't you go play with Drake while we continue walking? Issei chuckled, using the giant red dragon as a girl's toy, while noticing the shiver that the older sisters release at mentioning the name of Drake. I am not a pet. Drake growled in annoyance. Wu Xiao says while tapping her chin, thinking if spending time with the grumpy old dragon was worth her attention. Okay, partner, I swear if you do this I will find a way to make you pay. Ignoring Drake's protest, Issei summoned the boosted gear and in a flash of red light, Wu Xiao disappeared into it. You! Drake's voice echoed in Issei's mind. Well, let's keep going, Issei says with a grin, beginning to walk down the road. Behind him, Wu Ying and Wu Lan hesitated, exchanging worried glances. As they continued to walk in silence, the sisters continued to worry for their younger sister being alone with the red dragon. Soon her worry was too much for Wu Lan. Issei, are you sure it was okay to leave Wu Xiao alone with that dragon? Of course it is, Issei replied. Drake will keep her occupied while we continue traveling, Issei says casually while ignoring the annoyed grumbles of Drake. It's just, I know the red dragon won't hurt her on purpose, but he is very big and might accidentally step on her, Wu Lan says, feeling uncomfortable talking about the red dragon. I mean, he wouldn't do that. Probably, issei with uncertainty as he scratched his head. While Drake wasn't a malevolent, he can clearly picture Wu Xiao annoying Drake to the point of him stopping her out of spite. Wu Ying clenched her fists. How are you so sure? Issei finally turns around and looks at the two sisters. After staring at their expressions, he finally realizes what was going on. They were scared. Wait. Are you two still afraid of him? I know that what he did was scary, but he was just messing around. He wouldn't really eat you. Wu Ying's jaw tightened. How do you know that? She snapped. We just met him and you're already trusting him too much. For all we know, he could just be waiting for us to let our guard down to kill us. Wu Ying argues. Issei blinked. Why would he? He's a huge fire-breathing lizard. If he wanted to eat us, I don't think he would wait for the chance. That's not the point. Wu Ying's voice rose in frustration. You saw what he did. We were completely helpless against him. And the worst part? He wasn't even trying. Wu Ying's glare was sharp enough to cut, while Wu Lan stood behind her, clearly uncomfortable but not disagreeing. Wu Lan hugged herself, glancing away. Even if he doesn't mean harm, he looked at us like we were nothing, she says with a shiver. Issei frowned. He had never really thought about Drake from their perspective. To him, Drake was a grumpy but a loyal partner. Powerful, sure, but not someone so feared. But Wu Ying and Wu Luan, who had never encountered something so far beyond them, the experience must have been terrifying. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Look, I get it. He's overwhelming. But Drake is not your enemy. If he really wanted to kill you, Wu Ying scoffed. That's easy for you to say. You've been living with the thing in your arm. We saw a mountain-sized dragon calling us food. Excuse me if I don't trust your overgrown pet. Pet? I am a proud heavenly dragon, damn it! Show some respect, girl. Drake's voice was heard from Issei's arm, as a green glow was shown. Surprising the girls, they did not know he was listening. Not helping Drake, Issei muttered before sighing again. Listen, Wu Xiao isn't afraid of him anymore, right? And honestly, if he was gonna eat us, he could have done it at any time. That doesn't make me feel better. Wu Ying crossed her arms. Wu Lan hesitated before speaking up. I just want to make sure Wu Xiao is safe. Fair enough, Issei admitted. But she's fine, really. She's probably annoying him to death as we speak. As if on cue, Wu Xiao's voice rang out from the boosted gear. Completely surprising Issei, since when was this an option? Hey, grumpy dragon. Let me ride you. Fly around. Do something cool. I refuse. Come on. What's the point of having a giant dragon if he just lies around doing nothing? The point is that I do not exist for your entertainment, child. Then why are you so big? If I were a dragon, I'd be flying everywhere, scaring people, eating bad guys. Then it is a good thing you are not a dragon. There was a pause. Then Wu Xiao declared, I'm climbing on your back. You will do no such thing, witchy. Issei grinned. See? She's having the time of her life. Wu Ying's eye twitched. That's not reassuring. Wu Lan sighed, pressing her fingers to her forehead. We'll talk about this later. Let's just keep walking before it gets dark. They resumed their journey, falling into a tense silence. The sun was starting to dip toward the horizon, casting long shadows between the trees. Birds chirped above, and the occasional rustling in the underbrush reminded them that they weren't alone. Wu Xiao's voice kept drifting out of the boosted gear, making occasional demands like, hey, breathe fire. Or why don't you have wings? Are you a lame dragon? Followed by Drake's increasingly irritated replies. The sisters eventually relaxed a little until a distant howl cut through the air. Wu Ying immediately reached for her weapon. What was that? Issei narrowed his eyes. Wolf, I think. Wu Lan swallowed. Please tell me it's not traveling in a pack. Another howl joined the first. Then another. And another. Yeah, about that, Issei muttered. Summoning the boosted gear, Wu Xiao's voice popped up again. Oh. Are we finally getting attacked? Time for an epic battle. Sissing, do a cool move. Big bro, let me out, I want to see. You are far too excited about this. Wu Ying glared at Issei. This is your fault she's like this. How is this my fault? Issei shouts as the sound of footsteps got closer. Wulan, get behind me. The howls grew louder, weaving through the trees like ghostly echoes. The once lively forest fell into silence, the rustling of leaves fading away. Wu Ying's grip tightened on her knife, her eyes scanning the shadows. TCH. Figures. Wu Xiao had to jinx us. Hopefully, it's a small pack. Issei muttered, rolling his shoulders. The boosted gear gleamed on his arm, the emerald gem pulsing faintly. Wulan swallowed, stepping closer to him. How many do you think there are? As if in answer, pairs of glowing yellow eyes appeared from the underbrush. Then another. And another. 10 wolves slinked into view, their fur sleek and dark like the night itself. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural hunger, their bodies low to the ground as they circled the group. One of the wolves let out a guttural growl, stepping forward, its lips curled back to reveal razor-sharp fangs. Then, one of the wolves lunged straight for Issei. Before it could reach the brunette, Wu Ying reacted instantly, meeting the beast head-on. Her knife flashed in the light as she sidestepped its charge, slashing at its flank in one motion. The wolf yelped before collapsing, blood pooling beneath it. Another wolf charged from the right. Issei pivoted, raising the boosted gear, and soon the sound of boost could be heard. The red gauntlet shined green. Issei soon swung his fist and punched the wolf's head like a hammer. The impact sent the beast flying backwards, crashing into a tree with a sickening crack. Wulan gasped. You two are defeating them so easily than before. What did you expect? We're much stronger than before. They are just normal animals. Wu Ying says as she effortlessly cuts 2 more wolves. Yeah, but they're not stopping. Issei shouted as 2 more wolves darted forward, their movements unnaturally fast. With his gauntlet, he rushed forward, slamming a wolf with enough force to send it rolling to another wolf across the ground. Wu Ying followed up, leaping onto one that was mid-lunge. She drove her knife deep into its throat, rolling off just as another lunged for her. The 3 wolves left, hesitated, realizing they weren't dealing with normal prey. But before they could retreat, suddenly, a deeper growl rumbled through the trees. Something big was coming. The wolves that planned on retreating soon stopped and faced their prey. The pack leader stepped forward. This one was different. Larger than 2 grown adults, its fur streaked with silver, its piercing yellow eyes brimming with intelligence. Scars marked its body, proof of countless battles. It wasn't just an ordinary wolf. It was a silver wolf. Issei groaned. Oh, come on! Wu Ying paled, her grip tightened. This is bad. That's a low-ranked beast. Eh? A low-ranked beast. Hearing Wulan call it that, Issei instantly recalled the old man calling the iron snake with that title. You mean this wolf is in the same league as the overgrown snake I killed? Maybe it's weaker than it? Not all low-ranked beasts are the same. Wulan says, hopeful while terrified. The silver wolf raised its head and a howl echoed through the forest, rattling through Issei's bones. The surrounding wolves, which had hesitated moments before, now stood their ground, emboldened by their leader's presence. Boost. Issei cracked his knuckles, feeling the boosted gear hum him with energy. Alright, big guy, you want to go first? The silver wolf's piercing yellow eyes locked onto him, not with the mindless hunger of a beast, but with a predator's cold calculation. It wasn't charging in recklessly, it was watching them. Then it moved. 1 second, it was standing still. The next, it vanished, fast. Issei barely had time to react before the beast reappeared, a silver blur closing the distance. Boom! The force of its lunge sent dirt and leaves flying as it slammed into Issei with terrifying speed. Even with his enhanced strength, the impact drove him backward. Luckily, he had reacted quickly to block the tackle as his feet skidded against the forest floor as he barely kept his footing. Shit, it's fast! Issei grunted, digging in his heels. It was faster than the snake but not as strong. The silver wolf didn't let up. It twisted midair, slashing with its claws, a strike so fast Issei only saw the gleam of silver before he raised his gauntlet to block. Scrack! The claws raked against the boosted gear, sending sparks flying. Issei winced. That blow could have torn through him if he was in the first stage like paper. Not bad, he muttered, flexing his fingers as the wolf landed gracefully, its muscles coiled like a spring. Wu Ying, dagger in hand, lunged from the side, aiming for the wolf's flank, but before her blade could land, the silver wolf spun around and kicked off the ground, twisting midair to evade her strike. It landed a few feet away, its eyes now locked onto Wu Wing. It's not just strong, it's smart, the wolf snarled, baring its fangs. Then it charged Wu Wing. Watch out! Wu Lan screamed. Wu Wing gritted her teeth, bracing herself. Thwack! A gauntlet fist slammed into the wolf's side, sending it tumbling mid-charge. Issei stepped in front of Wu Wing, shaking out his fist. Sorry, but if you wanna fight her. He rolled his shoulders. Boosted gear ready, you gotta get through me first. The silver wolf skidded to a stop, shaking itself off. It didn't look injured. If anything, its snarl turned into a grin. Wu Wing took a step back. That thing just smirked at you. Yeah, I noticed, Issei muttered. Then, the silver wolf howled again, but this time, it wasn't a rallying cry. It was a signal. Crack! The ground beneath Issei exploded. A second silver wolf, smaller but just as fast, had burrowed underground and launched itself from below, fangs aimed right for his throat. His eyes widened. Shit! But before it could reach him, no! Wu Lan appeared, using all her weight, pushing the second silver wolf to the side alongside it, successfully saving Issei's neck, while making her and the smaller silver wolf tumbling to the ground. Wu Lan's breath hitched as she hit the ground, her body skidding back from the force of her dive. She had saved Issei but now has left herself defenseless, with the second smaller white wolf letting out a growl. Its yellow eyes locked onto her, sharp fangs bared as it crouched, ready to pounce. Shit! Wu Wing was already moving, distracting herself from the bigger threat, knife flashing in hand. Wu Lan, move! But before she could reach her, the tail of the larger white wolf smacked her across, sending her farther away from Wu Lan. The three wolves from before soon pounced at her, seeing her defenseless. Luckily, she got her bearings in order as she killed all three with the knife, while with Wu Lan, the small white wolf lunged. A shadow fell over Wu Lan, filling her with fear, but before it could reach her, a red gauntlet intercepted the attack. Issei slammed his boosted gear into the silver wolf's side, sending it to the ground, causing it to yelp and whimper, completely knocking it out of the fight. Luckily, this Scylla wolf was weaker than its larger member, about the same strength as a first-stage fighter. With Issei's second boost, his strength was enough to knock it down. But being a low-rank beast, Issei was not able to absolutely crush it like the rest of common wolves. Seeing the silver wolf unconscious, Issei was about to ask Wu Lan if she was alright. But soon he noticed Wu Wing fighting the three wolves with the silver wolf heading straight for her. He quickly took off. Wu Lan continued to watch Issei, seeing him again risking his life for her and her sister's well-being, causing her heart to continue beating. Issei's POV. Faster, faster, faster. Please, I have to catch up. It's getting closer to Wu Wing, soon before I could think. I punched the big wolf, barely stopping it from biting Wu Wing, but unlike the smaller one, it did not go flying off. I was just able to move it before it landed on the ground with its legs, with both me and it staring into each other, waiting for one of us to make the first move. The ground cracked beneath the wolf's powerful leap, closing the distance in an instant. I quickly sidestepped just in time, feeling the rush of wind as the wolf's claws narrowly missed my chest. Seeing an opening, I quickly bring my fist down toward its back, but it twisted midair, dodging my strike and landing on the ground. Just how graceful was this dog! Wu Wing soon joined the fight, launching herself forward with the knife aimed for the wolf's exposed side. The blade struck, but instead of cutting flesh, it instantly broke on contact. Are you kidding me? Wu Wing snarled. I agree. What will it take to bring it down? The wolf smirked. Then it counterattacked. It lashed out with a back kick, catching Wu Wing midair and sending her crashing down a tree. Wu Lan screamed, seeing her sister hurt. As the wolf was about to finish her with a bite, without thinking I quickly intercepted. My fist met the jaw of the wolf, slamming it to the side. The wolf slided back but landed on his feet and soon bared its fangs. How was I even able to defeat the giant snake in the first place? Did you forget what the old man gave you? Soon it hit me. Right, the sword I couldn't give back. But where did I leave it? It's in here on the ground. What? I don't have time to go in and bring it out, idiot. Did you forget what I told you? The boosted gear responds to your desires and the world marble is now a part of it. Just use that desire to make it appear by your side. Right. I really hope this works. With my mind made up, I quickly start to focus on what I want. Normal POV. The silver wolf's yellow eyes gleamed with anticipation as it crouched low, waiting for an opening. The air was thick with tension. Issei, standing tall, suddenly relaxed his stance. Wu Ying, with the help of Wu Lan, stood up with difficulty, still recovering from her fall, widened her eyes as she saw what the boy was doing. Issei, what are you doing? Stay on guard. But Issei wasn't ignoring the threat. He was waiting for the perfect moment. Focusing and waiting for the silver wolf to take the bait, the silver wolf seeing its prey leaving himself open. It was confused at first but didn't think much of it. The prey most probably submitted itself to his fate. Without hesitation the wolf lunged, faster than before, a streak of silver and white closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Its mouth opened wide, ready to take a bite of the prey's head. Shing! Sword! A silver sword materialized from the boosted gear, wreathed in a faint silver aura. Wu Ying and Wu Lan's breath caught in their throats. The sword the old man had given him, the one he couldn't return. Wu Lan gasped. That sword, that is so freaking cool! Was Wu Ying's thoughts of seeing the sword that was connected to the boosted gear. This time, Issei didn't dodge. He stepped into the attack. With all his strength he used the sword to stab the beast Hedon. Spalt! The sword stabbed through its head, passing right through its skull and killing the silver wolf. The fight was over. Issei exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Well, that was intense. Soon Wu Lan went straight towards Issei, placing a hand over her heart, still calming herself. You saved me, Issei grinned. Yeah, well, you did save me first. Try not to jump in front of wolves next time, alright? Wu Ying sheathed her broken knife. We should keep moving before anything else shows up. Soon all three heard the sound of whimpering. When they turned their heads they noticed it was the smaller silver wolf. The one Issei knocked out and injured. The smaller silver wolf lay injured on the forest floor, its fur matted with blood and dirt. The three soon surrounded it. Weapons still ready, though the fight was already over. When it woke up, it let out a low growl, baring its fangs at the group, but it didn't move. It couldn't, as it saw the corpse of the greater wolf along with all the regular-sized ones. What do you think we should do with it? Issei says as he no longer saw it as a threat. Obviously, we should just kill it, Wu Ying said, crossing her arms. It tried to kill us, and if we let it go, it might come back with more. Wu Lan hesitated, her gaze softening. But it's defenseless now. It can't fight anymore. Why not just let it go? Wu Lan, ever kind and considerate, simply wanted to leave it alone. Wu Ying turned on her sister angrily. Are you serious, Wu Lan? It tried to kill you. It would have happened if Issei didn't stop it. Wu Lan clenched her fists, biting her lip. I know that. But killing something that can't fight back just feels wrong. Issei nodded, thinking of a solution. The sword entered back into his boosted gear. He crouched, looking the wolf in the eye. It still had the look of a predator, proud, unyielding. Even in defeat, it refused to cower. Issei sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Man, I swear I'm just looking for trouble. Wu Ying raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Issei stood up and grinned. This wolf's coming with us. Both sisters stared at him like he'd gone insane. What? Wu Ying exploded. No! Absolutely not. Wu Lan blinked. You want to keep it? Issei shrugged. Why not? It's tough, fast, and if we train it, it could be useful. He looked down at the silver wolf. And let's be honest. It's kinda badass. And how will you even tame it? If you haven't noticed, it completely hates us. Not to mention it would kill us in our sleep. Wu Ying says, looking at him as if he was a dumbass. Issei soon looks at them with a mischievous grin. Easy. Watch. Issei says as he opens the portal to the world marble, taking the silver wolf into it, completely surprising it. World marble. The silver wolf soon was astonished as the forest in front of it was gone, replaced by an open field. It quickly tried to find where its original home was. In one direction it soon saw a little 12-year-old girl. When it made eye contact, the little girl frowned and raised both arms, making the impression of claws. Ruhar. The little girl growled absolutely cutely, trying to intermediate it. It soon made a decision that enough was enough and was about to kill the girl for its imprisonment. Until suddenly a giant shadow was upon it, causing it great fear. When it finally looked up, it came face to face with the dragon. Roer. All color quickly left its fur, turning it as pale as ash, and it quickly laid on the ground, completely submitting itself to the great divine one above it. Great. First, I'm forced to be a glorified babysitter. Now I'm training a mangy pup, were Drake's thoughts. Outside the marble, issei, what did you do? Wooing accusingly says, oh. Just gave the wolf a heart-to-heart talk with Drake. He should be able to sort it out for the wolf to learn to behave. Issei says with mirth, Issei, that's completely cruel. Wu Lan says, scolding Issei for doing this. It finally occurred to Wooing what Issei did. What? Wooing is in there, she says angrily. Relax. Drake's scarier than anything that wolf can do. Issei soon went in the direction of the wolf's corpses. Now come on, let's collect these and go on our way. Ha! With a sigh, Wooing went to help. The sooner we leave the better. All these dead animals could attract others. The three started putting all the dead wolves in a pile while separating the silver wolf. And with the thought, Issei transferred them to the marble. The trio quickly walked away from the scene, trying to create some distance between them and all the blood. By the time they reached a clearing, the sky had turned dark. The trees opened up just enough to reveal the stars above. The forest was opening up to give room for them to camp. Wooing sighed in relief. Guess here is a good place to stop, Wooing says tiredly. Alright, guess we're camping here, Issei says, looking around. I could use a break. Actually, can we go and sleep inside the marble? Wu Lan says with a yawn. Issei blinked. What about Drake? We just want to sleep without worrying about being attacked in the middle of the night. Wooing cursed, totally uncaring of her previous fears. Apparently all of the day's events drained the fear they had for the dragon. Probably too exhausted to care anymore. Well, if you're sure. With a thought, he opened the portal again. The three of them stepped inside, leaving the forest behind. World marble. When they looked around for their younger sister, they finally saw her riding on the smaller silver wolf. Faster, faster, she commanded, having the day of her life. Bark. The wolf barked excitedly, like a dog, absolutely listening to every command Wu Xiao gave. It was like watching a child ride a pony. Except the pony had once tried to eat them. Wooing stared blankly. Wu Lan sighed. Issei grinned. See. Told you Drake could straighten it out. Oh. Who cares? I just want to go to sleep. Wooing shouts, being absolutely done for the day. Chapter and notes. I have a Patreon account. If you want to read the next chapter earlier, just come at patreon.com/Orengeflame. If you only want to show support, just come at myko-fi.com/Orengeflame. That's if you can, but don't worry, most of my work will continue to be free here and at other sites. Please do comment, as it helps give me ideas for the next chapter. Chapter 10, A New Day and New Revelations. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The world marble remained unchanged, its eternal daylight untouched by the passage of time. The sky overhead stretched in an unbroken sea of soft blue, absent of clouds, sun, or any indication of movement. It was an unnatural stillness, neither warm nor cold, as if the air itself had been frozen in an endless, motionless afternoon. Despite the vibrant hues of the grass and trees surrounding them, the lack of a shifting sun left the world feeling artificial, as though it were a painting come to life. At first, the unchanging landscape had unsettled Issei. A world with no night, no passing hours went against everything he knew. But now, after so much time here, he had stopped questioning it. Stretching with a yawn, Issei looked around, taking in the quiet morning of what passed for morning in a place with no real time. The small wooden house they had set up stood nearby, simple but sturdy. Outside, Wooing sat near the unlit campfire, her posture relaxed yet focused as she sharpened a newly crafted dagger. Wu Lan was fixing her hair, fingers threading absently through the strands as she adjusted her robes. Her movements were habitual, precise, but there was a distant look in her eyes, as if her thoughts were elsewhere. Wu Xiao, unsurprisingly, was still fast asleep, sprawled over the reluctant pet she had claimed, the smaller silver wolf. The poor beast had long given up resisting its fate, accepting the girl's presence as inevitable. Though Wu Xiao had been forbidden from keeping it inside, it seemed she had sneaked out in the night to curl up next to it. A few feet away, coiled in a lazy sprawl, lay Drake. His massive red-scaled form gleamed in the ever-present light, his wings partially folded at his sides. His emerald eyes blinked open, watching issei with the slow, measured gaze of a predator roused from slumber. Unlike before, when he had only been a voice sealed within the boosted gear, he now had a real body again. And he was enjoying every second of it. Partner. You're awake, issei yawned, rubbing his eyes. Hey Drake, there is much to talk about. Can it wait? I'm pretty hungry. Just a minute, I'll fix something right up, Wulan said, her hands still occupied with tying her hair into place. Drake's tail thumped against the ground, the impact sending a small tremor through the earth. No, Wu glanced up. Yeah, I was going to bring this up anyway. Since when can you just summon a sword? Wulan frowned as she prepared the fire. And why did it seem like it was part of the boosted gear? Issei sighed, rolling his shoulders as he walked closer. Don't ask me. Drake, do you know anything? Drake exhaled, a small plume of smoke escaping his nostrils. I told you the boosted gear could store items. The moment you desired something to help you kill the mutt, the boosted gear responded. Honestly, I almost thought it wouldn't work. Wait, are you saying I could have been eaten? For listening to you? Issei tensed. Well, this is new territory for me. The sword was in this world, not in the boosted gear, but the marble was in it, and became part of the sacred gear. So, my best guess is that it would come out in response to what you needed at the time. If it didn't, the boosted gear would have responded in some other way, most probably another boost. You are long overdue for one. Wu Xiao stirred, rubbing her eyes as she stretched. That sounds awesome. Wu Ying narrowed her eyes. What does that mean? Yeah, Drake. I'm still at the first stage fighter and haven't cultivated. I haven't gotten any stronger to receive another boost. Drake let out a deep rumble. Are you an idiot? Of course you have. Why are you using the standards of this world's form of strength? All your predecessors were strong without cultivation. Every day, you're getting stronger. Surviving in this world, or sparring with this little girl, is helping you grow. Wulan turned to Issei, studying him more closely. He is? Drake's gaze flicked toward her. It might not be a dramatic show of strength, like when you reach the second stage, but with good training, partner can also reach your strength without cultivating. And remember, the amount of times you can use the boosted gear depends on your stamina. Alright, I'll start exercising. Issei grinned, his competitive spirit kicking in. Wu Ying crossed her arms, still processing what she had learned. Could someone really grow stronger without cultivating? It went against everything she knew. She turned back to Issei. Issei, where did you get that sword? At the time, I thought nothing of it, thinking it was just a plain sword like the ones the bandits had. But that sword cut the low-ranked beast as if it was air. Issei scratched his head. The old man gave it to me. Same guy who gave me and your cultivation manual. Wu Ying blinked. Hold on. That old man, the merchant? Issei nodded. Yup, he handed it to me directly. Wu Ying frowned, exchanging glances with Wulan. Then that means he gave you both the sword and the manuals. But why? Drake huffed. That's something we need to figure out. Wu Xiao pouted. So, does that mean Big Bro has a dragon gauntlet and a magic sword? That's so unfair, Issei smirked. What can I say? I'm attracted to cool stuff. Wu Ying rolled her eyes. You mean trouble, Drake chuckled. Either way, partner, you need to figure out what else is hidden in the world marble. If this sword can be brought out, there's a good chance anything could. Breakfast is ready, Wulan announced, placing the prepared food down. The scent of grilled meat mixed with rice filled the air, a small comfort in this strange world. Issei exhaled. All right. First we eat. Then I'll start training. After breakfast, even Drake had eaten, though his portion had been absurd. Wu Xiao had wandered off with the silver wolf, while Wu Ying had retreated into the house to cultivate, no doubt wanting to avoid distractions. Meanwhile, Issei had begun training. His routine was simple but effective: push-ups, sit-ups, and a run along the edge of the marble. The boundary of the world was unsettling, like staring at the edge of a painting where the horizon met the ground with an unnatural finality. Every time he slowed down, Drake released a tiny burst of flame, sending a warmth at his back that kept him moving. Wulan lingered nearby, her arms crossed as she watched him. There was an unusual look in her eyes, not judgment, not curiosity, but something more contemplative. Do you no longer fear me? Drake asked, his gaze shifting to her. Wulan puffed out her cheeks, clearly recalling their first meeting. You didn't make it easy, but watching Wu Xiao climb all over you helps. Drake huffed in annoyance. Issei. Wulan finally spoke, stepping toward him hesitantly. Yeah? Issei paused mid-run, wiping sweat from his brow. Let's read the manual. Her voice was quieter, and she didn't meet his gaze. Issei blinked. Eh? Are you sure? He remembered her initial horror at the book's content. Wulan's fingers curled slightly. I promised I'd read it to you, and if it isn't too degenerate, we could try some of it out. She glanced around, ensuring her sisters weren't nearby. Issei nearly choked on his own breath. Drake, catching the moment, wisely turned away to give them privacy and blocked the entrance of the wooden house. All right, from what I understood, this manual is the exchange of energy between a man and woman through intimate contact. Wulan says with extreme embarrassment. As she and Issei sat down with the manual opened on the ground, Issei with his most serious face was extremely focused on every word from Wulan. He had no clue what yin or yang energy is, but he has the idea of it. Can we try it? He felt the power from the boosted gear. Maybe he could use that energy. I'm sorry, Issei. I'm not quite comfortable doing that yet. Wulan says with the last part a mumble. No. Not that. Issei denied, not wanting to give her the wrong idea. But the exchange of energy we can at least practice by holding hands. Holding hands? I guess we can try to see if that is enough for it to work. Wulan says with a massive blush. As their fingers interlocked, Wulan hesitated, then tried channeling a small portion of her own qi into him. Issei closed his eyes, focusing on the unfamiliar sensation of energy passing between them. It was subtle, almost imperceptible at first, but as he concentrated, he could feel a faint warmth seeping into his body. It wasn't like the boosted gear's power, which surged through him with raw force. This was softer, like a gentle stream flowing over his skin. Wulan, on the other hand, felt as though she had just touched a live ember. The moment their hands connected, a heat unlike anything she had experienced before spread through her veins. It wasn't painful, nor was it overwhelming, but it was intense, like standing too close to a fire on a cold night. Her breath hitched. For the briefest moment, she found herself leaning toward the warmth. It was comforting, steady, something that made her want to relax into it. Her grip on Issei's hand tightened instinctively. Are you feeling anything? Issei asked, eyes still closed. Wulan swallowed, forcing herself to sound composed. It's warm. Very warm. The heat wasn't just physical, it carried something else. Strength. Stability. Something ancient and powerful. It wasn't just raw energy, it was alive. Maybe because it came from Issei, it felt safe. The moment their energies mixed, something shifted. The warmth between them deepened, and Wulan felt something inside her tremble, something old, something locked away. A barrier that had always been there but had never seemed important. Then, all at once, crack, it was like a thread snapping inside her. A shackle loosening. Wulan gasped softly. Something wrong? Issei asked, opening his eyes. Wulan stared at him, wide-eyed, her heart pounding. I think I broke through the second stage. Issei's face lit up. Really? I think so. And how do you feel? Wulan swallowed again, trying to suppress the heat still lingering in her face. Stronger, Issei grinned. Then we need to test it. Wulan frowned. Test it? Yeah. We need to see if you actually got stronger. Punch me. She took a step back. What? No, how else are we supposed to know? Issei argued, looking confused. Wulan hesitated, looking down at her hands. She did feel different. Lighter, faster. There was a tension in her muscles that hadn't been there before, as if her body was still adjusting to the sudden surge of strength. Issei grinned. All right then, I know. Push me as hard as you can. Wulan bit her lip. Are you sure? Of course. I want to see how strong you got. Taking a deep breath, Wulan placed both hands on Issei's chest, preparing to push him. The moment her fingers made contact, she realized her mistake. Her eyes darted to her hands resting firmly against his chest. against him. Her face erupted in heat. What am I doing? Her body moved before her mind could catch up, her embarrassment fueling her next action. She shoved hard. Issei was launched backward like a rag doll, skidding across the ground before managing to land on his feet. His eyes widened. Hua! Wulan clapped her hands over her mouth. I'm sorry! Without thinking, she rushed toward him, her movements sharper, faster than before. Issei rubbed his chest, blinking. That actually hurt a little. Wulan, still red-faced, stopped just short of him. Tu didn't mean to push that hard. Issei grinned as he got up from the ground. Nah, that was great. We gotta tell Wu Ying. Absolutely not. Wulan blurted, shaking her head so fast her hair whipped around. But, Issei, promise me you won't tell. Her eyes locked onto his, her expression pleading. Issei hesitated. All right. He wasn't sure why it was such a big deal, but Wu Lan's reaction told him arguing would get him nowhere. Big sis. Where are you? Wu Zhao's voice echoed from the distance. Wu Lan took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Let's go see what she wants. As she turned away, trying to suppress the last of her lingering embarrassment, Issei noticed Wu Zhao perched on the silver wolf's back, the creature standing alert and unusually steady beneath her. The wolf was taller. Not by much, but where it had once been the size of a regular canine, it now stood closer to a large hunting beast. Its fur was thicker, its frame more defined, muscles showing faintly beneath the silver coat. Even its eyes seemed sharper, more intelligent. Issei narrowed his gaze. It definitely wasn't that big before. Has its growth been natural? Or was something else at play? Regardless, the wolf didn't seem bothered. It let out a low bark, flicking its tail as if completely unbothered by the realization. Issei smirked. I swear that thing gets more intimidating every day. Wu Zhao patted the wolf's head proudly. She's just eating well. They had a look below. Mostly Issei, the girls forced him to check. The wolf acted as if it was the end of the world with the humans humiliating her. Issei wasn't so sure about that. As the group prepared to move forward, Drake finally moved from his spot, watching his partner closely. How was it? He asked. Issei stretched, rolling his shoulders. I feel more energized, but I don't feel that different. Drake hummed thoughtfully. Only time will tell. But deep down, he knew something had changed. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but Drake could feel it. His partner had grown stronger, not just him, but the very world around them had shifted. The colors of the landscape looked richer. The energy of the world marble was different, vibrant, more alive. It was a small shift, but one Drake couldn't ignore. His tail flicked against the ground as he silently observed. This world was still a mystery. So was its connection to Issei. All right, you girls ready? Issei asked as they prepared to leave the world marble and continue their journey to the capital. Wu Ying sighed. Finally, let's go! Wu Zhao cheered from atop the silver wolf. The beast barked in response, standing taller than before. Issei gave it another glance. Yup. Definitely bigger. The portal soon opens to the outside world. With that, the group stepped forward, leaving the world marble behind. The moment they stepped out, the familiar sight of the clearing greeted them. The space was just as they had left it, quiet, undisturbed, with the remnants of their previous arrival still faintly visible. The soft rustling of leaves filled the air as a gentle breeze passed through the trees, contrasting the unnatural stillness of the world marble. Glancing around, they took a moment to scan their surroundings. No immediate threats. No signs of danger lurking within the dense forest. With a collective nod, they moved forward. The journey through the forest was slow but steady. The towering trees stretched high above, their thick canopies filtering the sunlight into scattered patches of gold across the forest floor. The occasional chirping of birds and rustling of unseen creatures provided a natural soundtrack to their travel. Wu Zhao, full of energy as always, found her entertainment in the silver wolf. Whenever boredom threatened to creep in, she played with the creature, running alongside it or tugging gently at its ears. Over time, the wolf, once wary and resentful, had started warming up to her, occasionally nudging her in response or flicking its tail playfully. It was a slow shift, but noticeable. Even Wu Ying, who had initially opposed keeping the wolf, had begrudgingly accepted its presence. She no longer eyed it with suspicion and had even been seen absent-mindedly stroking its fur when she thought no one was looking. They continued walking, the path twisting through the thick foliage. Along the way, they encountered a variety of small animals and insects, some darting away in their presence, others pausing just long enough to be observed. Wu Xiao, fascinated by every new creature she saw, often forced the group to stop, sometimes to admire them, other times to capture them. She has become quite fast, as she was now a first-stage fighter. Normal animals were no match for her. "Big bro! This one is so cute!" she exclaimed, holding up a small, furry creature squirrel that wriggled in her grasp. Issei sighed, rubbing his temples. "You know we can't take everything with us, right?" Wu Xiao pouted. "But we can put them in the world marble, right?" That was how it started. By the time they continued their journey, Issei had lost count of how many tiny creatures had been relocated into the world marble under Wu Xiao's insistence. At the very least, it provided her with entertainment, and it was better than her complaining about the long walk. Luckily, no strong beasts attacked them as they traveled deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, they stumbled upon a small stream. The sight of flowing water was a welcome one. Following its winding path, they eventually reached a wider river. Issei took a moment to think. "If we follow it upstream, we might find a village nearby," he said, recalling lessons from school. "People usually settle near rivers." Wu arched an eyebrow. "You sure?" "Pretty sure." With no better option, they followed the river's path, hoping it would lead them to civilization. Their journey took several days, 7, each one blending into the next as they pressed forward. Whenever night fell, rather than risk camping in the wild, they retreated into the world marble. Inside, the creatures they had captured scurried freely, darting across the vast emptiness of the realm. It was strange watching them adapt to a world that had nothing but open ground, Drake's looming presence, and the old wooden house that had belonged to the Wu sisters. But the emptiness soon became a concern. Wu Lan's brows furrowed as she sat near the campfire one evening, arms crossed. "If there's nothing growing in here, what are these animals going to eat?" "What are we going to eat?" Wu Xiao clutched one of the furry creature's rabbits she had taken a liking to, her eyes wide and teary. "Big bro, they're not gonna starve, right?" Faced with both their concerns and Wu Zhao's dangerously effective teary eyes, Issei sighed. All right. I'll figure something out." His mind drifted back to the farm work he had done in the Wu sisters' village. He wasn't exactly an expert, but he knew enough to try. The next day, as they traveled, he began gathering seeds, berries, wild vegetables, and saplings from nearby trees. He took extra care in replanting them inside the world marble, unsure if they would even grow in such a strange place. To his surprise, they didn't just survive. They thrived. The berry bushes flourished, their leaves greener and thicker than before. Saplings stretched upward at an unnatural pace, their trunks sturdy and their roots digging deep into the seemingly lifeless ground. Vegetables sprouted faster than they should have, growing larger than expected. Issei didn't understand why it worked, but he wasn't about to question it. Each morning, after his training, he took time to check on the garden. It became a small routine, tending to the plants, checking their growth, making sure the creatures had food. He and Wu Lan also continued to practice Issei's cultivation manual in secret. They continued walking, the dense forest gradually thinning as sunlight poured more freely through the gaps in the trees. The towering trunks became smaller, the undergrowth less tangled, until finally, the forest ended. Stepping beyond the last of the trees, they were met with open land stretching out before them. In the distance, nestled between rolling hills, a village stood with a wooden fence around it. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, the faint outline of wooden houses visible against the horizon. Chapter and notes. I have a Patreon account. If you want to read the next chapter earlier, just come at patreon.com/Orengeflame. If you only want to show support, just come at myko-fi.com/Orengeflame. That's if you can, but don't worry, most of my work will continue to be free here and at other sites. Please do comment, as it helps give me ideas for the next chapter. MRD Chapter 11, Arrival at the Village. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. As the group approached the village, the change in atmosphere was immediate. Unlike the quiet isolation of the forest, the village was filled with life. Farmers worked diligently in the sun-soaked fields, the rhythmic clink of tools against soil carrying through the air. Merchants called out their wares at wooden stalls, their voices merging into a low hum, while children dashed through the dirt roads, their laughter ringing like wind chimes. But the moment the villagers noticed them, the liveliness dulled. Conversations hushed, and heads turned. It wasn't issei who drew attention, it was the Wu sisters and the silver wolf beside them. Wu Ying, Wu Lan, and Wu Xiao, even in their travel-worn outfits, radiated an elegance that felt foreign in the rustic village. Their distinct green hair, varying in length and style, and striking blue eyes made them impossible to overlook. Combined with their flawless skin, delicate features, and the natural grace in their steps, they looked almost otherworldly. The midday sun glinted off their hair, amplifying their ethereal appearance. Their beauty, enhanced by the strength gained through cultivation, left the locals awestruck. "Them girls look like fairies," an old man muttered. "They cultivators?" Someone else whispered. "White is that a low-ranked beast?" The silver wolf's presence sent ripples of unease through the crowd. Its sharp, glistening fangs and fluid movements radiated both power and control. A few villagers instinctively backed away, whispering among themselves. A tame beast wasn't an everyday sight, especially one as intimidating as this. Before things could escalate, a voice cut through the murmurs. "Halt!" A guard stepped forward, his armor worn but well kept, glinting dully under the sun. He was a tall man, broad-shouldered, with the presence of someone used to dealing with trouble. His sharp eyes scanned the group before settling on the silver wolf, his grip tightening on the spear he held. "What business do you have here?" the guard asked, his voice steady, though a slight edge of caution laced it. His stance wasn't hostile, but it was clear he was prepared for any trouble. Issei, sensing the tension, stepped forward with an easygoing smile. "We're just travelers looking for a place to rest and resupply. We mean no harm." The guard's gaze flickered toward the Wu sisters again, his brow furrowing as if assessing whether they were a threat. Mostly the silver wolf that was being ridden. "You don't look like ordinary travelers," he said. "And that's no ordinary pet," Wu Xiao pouted. "She's not a pet's family." The wolf gave a low, unimpressed grunt but didn't move, its silver fur shimmering under the sunlight. The guard exhaled, clearly debating whether to press further, but seeing the lack of aggression from the beast, he ultimately relaxed his stance. "As long as you don't cause trouble, you're free to enter. But if that wolf harms anyone, we'll have a problem," Wu Ying scoffed. "She's better behaved than most people." The guard gave her a look but didn't argue. He stepped aside, allowing them to pass. As they walked through the village, the curious stares continued. Some villagers whispered excitedly, others simply gawked, but no one dared to approach. The Wu sisters, unfazed by the attention, continued walking, their steps fluid and confident, while Issei casually stretched his arms behind his head, pretending not to notice. Wu Xiao, however, was eating up the admiration. "Big sis, they think we're famous," Wu Lan sighed. "No, they think we're strange," Issei chuckled. "Either way, let's focus on getting supplies." The scent of fresh bread, dried meats, and roasted spices filled the air as they reached the bustling marketplace. Stalls lined the streets, their vibrant canopies fluttering in the breeze, selling everything from fabrics to weapons. The rhythmic clang of a nearby blacksmith's hammer echoed in the distance. Issei spotted a merchant handling dried herbs and meats. "All right, let's sell the extra parts first," Wu Ying frowned. "And then, we use the money to buy what we need." Wu Lan tilted her head. "Money?" Issei paused, suddenly realizing something. "Wait, don't tell me you guys don't know how money works? Did your dad not teach you about it?" The sisters exchanged glances. "I guess he must have skipped this lesson. In the village there was no need for it. If we needed something we mostly traded it for something the other person wanted," Wu Lan recalled, her voice laced with nostalgia. Wu Xiao grinned. "People usually just give us things," Wu Ying shrugged. "Or we take them," Issei groaned, rubbing his temples. "Of course you do." He quickly launched into an explanation of currency, trade, and bartering, though the Wu sisters looked increasingly bored. Wu Xiao even yawned halfway through. "So, we kill things, sell the parts, and get money," Wu Ying summarized. "Basically." Issei knew there was more to it than that, but he didn't want to go into a detailed explanation. Wu Lan nodded. "That's simple enough." Deciding not to question their past experiences, Issei led them to a stall where a merchant was handling freshly hunted game and wares. The man, a burly fellow with thick arms, raised an eyebrow as they approached. You buying? Issei pulled out a wrapped bundle of meat, fangs, bones, and fur from the wolves and other animals they had hunted, along with parts from the silver wolf and iron snake. The merchant's eyes widened. These are some good materials. He rubbed the wolf pelt between his fingers. Iron snake fangs alone fetch a high price for weapon making. And a silver wolf pelt? This could be made into a fine coat. The Wu sisters perked up at that. But the moment Wu Ying heard the parts of the ranked beast could be made into weapons, she decided that they would not sell it. We'll only sell the normal animal parts and the meat, Issei clarified. The merchant grinned. Done. After a bit of negotiating, they walked away with a hefty pouch of silver and copper coins. Wu Xiao peered inside, the coins glinting in the sunlight. So this is money? Yes, Issei said. Try not to lose it. But the moment they turned back toward the market stalls, Wu Lan's eyes landed on a display of fine robes. All right, let's buy new clothes, she declared. Issei blinked. Sure. The moment they stepped into the tailor's shop, Issei realized he had made a mistake. The sisters were ruthless. They examined every piece of fabric with sharp eyes, debated over colors, and tested textures against their skin. Wu Xiao had already picked out 3 different outfits, and Wu Ying had engaged in a full-on negotiation with the shopkeeper over an embroidered dress. Wu Lan, meanwhile, simply ran her fingers over the silk, quietly appreciating the quality. Are we really spending this much on clothes? Issei muttered. Wu Ying shot him a look. We need proper outfits if we're traveling. Or do you want us walking around in torn robes forever? Issei sighed. Fine. By the time they left, the girls were dressed in fresh outfits. Wu Ying, with her short green hair in a dark blue robe with yellow accents. Wu Lan, with her flowing long hair, in a soft lavender dress, and Wu Xiao, with long twin tails, in a light green outfit that matched her hair. Issei glanced at their bags of money considerably lighter. He exhaled. Let's just hope we don't need more supplies anytime soon. As they stepped back into the marketplace, a disturbance caught their attention. A group of young men in elaborate robes stood near the village square, their presence commanding attention. Their outfits bore insignias, marking them as disciples of a cultivation sect. One of them, a tall man with sharp features, looked directly at them and smirked. Well, what do we have here? A few lost girls and their servant? Issei frowned. Wu Ying crossed her arms. You want something? The cultivator chuckled. Not often we see outsiders like you. Which sect do you belong to? Wu Lan's expression remained neutral. None. That seemed to amuse them. No sect? Then what exactly are you doing here? Traveling, Issei said, bored. Like normal people. The cultivator's eyes flickered to the silver wolf. That's quite the pet you have. How much do you want for it? Wu Xiao immediately stepped in front of the wolf. She's not for sale. The man's smirk widened. Everything has a price. Issei sighed, stepping forward. We're not interested in trouble. The cultivator's gaze darkened. You think I'm trouble? Issei smiled, hands in his pockets. I think you're wasting our time. The village square grew heavier with tension as the cultivator's smug smirk deepened. The tall man stepped forward, the insignia on his robe glinting under the sunlight a silver lotus, likely representing a Loter cultivation sect. You talk big for someone hiding behind women, he sneered at Issei, his voice loud enough for the entire square to hear. Issei didn't flinch. Is that really your best insult? Gasps rippled through the crowd. A few villagers edged back, sensing the rising hostility. The cultivator's fingers twitched, his chi flaring outward. Dust and loose debris swirled around his feet as the ground trembled slightly beneath the pressure. Villagers backed away quickly, giving the two space. Maybe I should teach you some respect. The cultivator growled, the faint glow of his chi outlining his form. Before Issei could respond, Wu Ying stepped forward, sliding between him and the cultivator. Her arms crossed, a bored look on her face. You're welcome to try, she said with a smirk. But you'll regret it. The cultivator's chi flared higher, the intensity forcing a gust of wind. His strength was evident, at least a fourth-stage fighter, but Wu Ying stood her ground, the corners of her mouth lifting in amusement. A crack echoed through the square as the village elder's staff struck the ground. Enough! The elder's voice, calm yet commanding, cut through the tension like a blade. All eyes turned to the older man. His weathered face held a calm authority, but there was weight behind his presence as a faint aura surged outward, revealing himself as a fourth-stage fighter. The pressure in the air shifted, forcing the cultivator's chi to falter. "Don't start fights in my village," the elder warned, eyes narrowing at the arrogant disciple. The cultivator scowled but took a step back. "Fine. But don't come crying when they get eaten by that beast." The elder ignored the parting insult as the cultivator stalked away, their murmured curses fading into the crowd. The elder turned to Issei's group, his sharp gaze lingering on the Wu sisters before settling on Issei. "You handled that well," the elder said, voice lowered so only they could hear. "Most travelers would have backed down," Issei grinned. "We're not most people." The elder's lips twitched into a faint smile. "That much is obvious. Travelers with a tamed silver wolf, no sect, and enough guts to stand against other cultivators. You're either fools or much stronger than you let on." Wu Ying chuckled. "We'll let you figure that out." The elder studied them a moment longer before his expression grew serious. "A ranked beast has been stalking the fields. Livestock's gone missing, and hunters refuse to go near the northern ridge. If you're staying, watch yourselves." Wu Zhao's eyes sparkled. "A big fight?" "We're in." Wu Lan, however, frowned. "Ranked beasts aren't something to take lightly." "How strong is it?" "Rumors say it's mid-rank," the elder replied. "Strong enough to wipe out a group of cultivators. If I was younger, I'd hunt it myself. But these old bones can't keep up anymore." "We'll talk about it amongst ourselves first," Issei said, throwing a glance at Wu Lan, who still looked skeptical. Before they left, the elder gestured toward the fields. "If you're serious, speak with the farmers. They've seen tracks, claw marks the size of a man's head near the northern ridge." And he hesitated. "There's been howling at night. Loud enough to shake the windows." Wu Ying raised an eyebrow. "Howling? So it's not alone?" "Likely not. But its pack seems small. Maybe scattered." As they moved toward the outskirts, passing cautious farmers, Issei noticed villagers whispering in hushed tones. "More sheep went missing last night. Third time this week. Tracks near the river, something big prowling at night." Wu Lan knelt beside a set of claw marks etched deep into the dirt. "This isn't fresh, but it's still close." Torn branches and flattened grass hinted at the creature's size, far larger than any normal predator. "Think it'll come out tonight?" Issei asked. "Most likely," Wu Ying replied, glancing at the claw marks. Wu Xiao grinned. "Then let's hunt it down before it gets away." "No, we won't," Wu Lan interjected firmly. Wu Ying turned sharply toward Wu Lan. "Why not?" "You've heard the elder, it's been causing problems." Wu Lan stood, dusting off her hands. "Because it's dangerous. We don't need to get involved. We're travelers, not monster hunters. We need more money for supplies," Wu Ying argued. "And mid-ranked beasts start to form cores. Those sell for a fortune." Wu Xiao threw up her arms. "And it sounds fun." Wu Lan's eyes narrowed. "You're thinking with your fists again. Better than doing nothing." Issei finally stepped between them reluctantly, raising his hands. All right, calm down. Both of you make good points." Wu Lan glared at him. "Really? Yeah. But think about it, if we're going to continue our journey, we'll need better clothes, weapons, and supplies. We can't keep traveling with what we have. We can also use this to ask for directions to the capital, so Wu Ying can go into a good sect." Wu Ying's eyes gleamed with interest. "So the beast hunt funds our journey?" "Exactly," Issei said. "We kill the ranked beast, sell the core and materials, then buy proper gear. Simple." Wu Lan hesitated, then sighed. "Fine. But are you sure this is a good idea? We barely defeated the bigger silver wolf. Not to mention we're antagonizing those cultivators. We're much stronger now than back then," Wu Ying said confidently. Almost like she could confidently defeat the silver wolf now. "And those cultivators were a joke. About the same strength as the boss bandit that attacked our home, which was defeated by us. But it was Big Bro who defeated him," Wu Xiao pointed out, earning an annoyed glance from Wu Ying. "Yes, I know. But I helped, and if it wasn't for me, he would have lost." Issei scratched his head, not wanting to say anything to make Wu Ying angry. Plus, Issei still has that sword. This should be easy. Wu Lan simply sighs. But even she was much stronger thanks to cultivating with Issei. She also has an idea of how to help out during a fight. Fine, Wu Xiao cheered. Let's go. We should probably go to a blacksmith and buy some good weapons with the rest of the money we have left. Right, if what the merchant says is true, we can turn the ranked beast parts into good weapons. Wu Ying says excitedly as she remembers how hard the fur of the silver wolf was. Now she wanted to hunt the mid-ranked beast faster at the thought of what more weapons she could have. They soon found a blacksmith, the rhythmic clang of metal against metal echoing as smoke billowed from the forge. Luckily, they had enough money, and they promised the blacksmith could keep the extra parts. They made leather armor out of the skin of the iron snake. It was big enough to make 4 sets of chest, leg, and arm protectors, along with shoes and gloves, all hidden neatly under their clothes. The 2 fangs of the snake were forged into small curved swords for Wu Ying and Wu Xiao. The fangs of the silver wolf were used to improve Wu Ying's crude daggers. At Wu Lan's request, the blacksmith crafted a bow and arrows from the silver wolf's bones. The silvery fur became 2 coats, given to issei and Wu Ying. Are you sure I should have this? Issei asked, admiring the fine coat. Wu Ying was walking in front looking quite smug at how shiny her new coat was. Of course. You and Wu Ying are usually at the front. You two need extra protection, Wu Lan replied. Plus, I already have Luna, Wu Xiao added, hugging the silver wolf, whose tail wagged contentedly. Now, we just have to wait for nightfall, Wu Ying said eagerly. Now we do need to hunt it down. We're out of money, Issei noted, flipping the empty coin purse upside down. Let's see what the town has to offer while we wait, Wu Lan suggested, smiling at Issei. Issei sees this and also smiles back. Yeah. Wu Xiao shouts, reminding them that they were not alone. Night had fallen over the village, a deep, velvety darkness broken only by the soft glow of lanterns and the shimmering light of countless stars overhead. The fields stretched out in silence, their tall grasses swaying gently under the cool night breeze. Issei and the Wu sisters sat around a small campfire just beyond the village's edge, their newly forged weapons laid out neatly beside them. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows across their faces. Wu Xiao poked the fire with a stick, her silver wolf, Luna, curled up at her side, tail twitching lazily. So, big bro, Wu Xiao chirped, what's your home like? Oh. We never really asked about it other than it being called Ke. Wu Lan says, disappointed about never asking him. Issei blinked, leaning back on his hands. Huh. I guess I haven't ever talked about it, huh? He smiled faintly, the firelight reflecting in his eyes. It's different from here. I come from a place where there aren't cultivators or beasts like this. People use machines, think of them as objects made of metal to get things done. Cities are massive, made of metal and glass, and people rush around all day like they're late for something. Every day I woke up in the morning to go to school. Wu Ying raised an eyebrow. No cultivation? How do people fight? We don't. Well, there's some that do that as a sport. Most people live normal lives. The biggest threat was maybe bills. He chuckled, but there was a trace of longing in his voice. Wu Lan tilted her head. That sounds peaceful. Boring, Wu Ying muttered. Ha! That's what you thought before I woke up. Drake's voice rumbled in Issei's mind, the familiar weight of the dragon's presence filling his thoughts. Our world isn't as simple as he's telling. There's a hidden side, fallen angels, devils, dragons, all lurking beneath the surface. You just didn't notice it until I told you. Issei's smile faltered slightly, but he recovered quickly. Well, I guess there was more to it than I realized. Wu Xiao giggled. I want to see it someday. Do you want to go back? Wu Lan asks as she notices his mood. Issei's smile softened before it dimmed. I do want to go back. My mom and dad are still at home. I miss them and they must be pretty worried. The sisters exchanged glances, a moment of unexpected sympathy passing between them, and in the heart of Wu Ying and Wu Lan a seed of worry sprouts at the hint that one day their adventures with Issei will end. A comfortable silence settled between them, broken only by the soft crackling of the fire and the distant chirping of insects. Then Wu Lan spoke, her voice quieter. Then why not go back now? Issei hesitated, then a voice of conviction was heard. One day I'll find out why or who brought me to this world and I will go back. The moment stretched out, calm and grounding before the coming hunt. But peace was short-lived. A faint sound reached their ears, boots on dirt, several pairs. Issei's eyes sharpened, and he quickly stood, the girls following suit. Emerging from the shadows was the arrogant cultivator from earlier, flanked by several of his followers. His silver lotus insignia gleamed under the moonlight. Well, well, the cultivator drawled, looks like I found myself a free meal ticket. Planning to take down the ranked beast, are you? Wu Ying stepped forward, annoyance clear on her face. You again? Didn't you get embarrassed enough earlier? He sneered. I'm not here to chat. That beast is worth a fortune. And I'm not letting some randos have it. So here's the deal, give me whatever treasure you have and the silver wolf. Or I'll kill you. The cultivator says, looking at issei, not even acknowledging the sisters. Got a name, or are you just that guy forever? Issei asked, tensing his body for action. Diren, he replied, his smirk widening. Remember it when you're crawling away in defeat. Issei sighed as he summoned the boosted gear. We're not here for a fight, but if you want one, I'm not backing down. Diren's chi flared in response as the moment his eyes spotted the red gauntlet his desires and greed grow, his lackeys spreading out, forming a loose circle around Issei's group. Wu Xiao clapped her hands excitedly. Oh, another fight! Wu Lan, however, gripped her bow tightly, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Her fingers trembled over the string as she aimed at one of the lackeys but didn't release. The thought of hurting someone if escalating the fight made her falter. Diren sneered, then snapped his fingers. Then hand over the gauntlet, and we'll let you go. Wu Ying scoffed. As if, didn't think so, he muttered with a grin before lunging forward. The clearing erupted into chaos. Wu Ying met Diren head-on, blades flashing in the moonlight. Her chi surged as she revealed her true strength, a third-stage fighter. Her aura exploded outward, a shimmering wave of energy that cracked the ground beneath her feet. Diren didn't flinch. His own chi flared stronger, pushing back against hers with crushing force. Third stage? Cute. But you're still not strong enough. Their blades clashed violently, the shockwaves knocking back dirt and leaves. Wu Ying gritted her teeth, her strikes fast but unable to fully push him back. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao, noticing Wu Lan's hesitation, hopped onto Luna's back. Let's go, girl! With a growl, Luna charged forward. Wu Xiao perched confidently on her back, guiding the silver wolf into the fray. Luna leapt through the crowd, slashing at enemies with powerful swipes, keeping most of the opponents occupied while Wu Xiao, giggling wildly, directed her from above. Boost! Issei stayed at the center, his boosted gear activating with a glow, the first boost echoing like thunder. 10 seconds? He muttered, focusing on defense, blocking most swords swung at him, while the timer ticked down. Wu Lan forced herself to steady her breathing, finally letting an arrow fly, but it grazed the enemy's shoulder rather than landing a clean hit. Frustrated but determined, she reset her stance. Diren's strikes hammered Wu Ying backward, her blades sparking as she parried. You're tough, she admitted, panting slightly, and you're out of your depth. He shot back, swinging with brutal force. Boost! Issei, now with his second boost, which roughly placed him as strong as a third-ranked fighter, lunged forward. Quickly defeated his opponents in several punches. Issei then ran to help Wu Ying. His strike slammed into Diren's side, staggering him for a moment, but Ren Dao twisted, absorbing most of the blow. Not bad, Ren Dao growled, blood trickling from his lip. But not enough. Whirling slash. He retaliated with a wave of chi from his sword that was sent to Issei and Wu Ying. Luckily, Issei blocked the slash with the boosted gear, stopping it from cutting them in two, but the force sent them flying backwards. Damn it, Issei muttered, pushing himself up. He's stronger than I thought. Wu Ying wiped blood from her mouth, grinning despite the pain. But we got him riled up. The fight dragged on around them, the clearing filled with the sounds of clashing steel, the snarling silver wolf, and bursts of chi. Wu Xiao and Luna carved paths through the lesser cultivators, while Wu Lan gradually regained her confidence, her arrows becoming sharper, more precise. HMP, that treasure is wasted in the likes of you. Diren sneers at Issei, as he saw how the gauntlet blocked his slash. Don't think that with just 2 third-ranked fights, that it will be enough to defeat me. Wanna bet? Issei says as the blade was brought out from the gauntlet, whirling slash. With a shout of his martial skill, Diren swung his sword toward Issei. Issei responded with a normal swing of his sword, to make a dual clash of swords. And just like all other times, the sword issei got from the old man turned out to be sharper as it cut through Diren's sword and the cultivator's chest. Arg! Diren screamed, holding his bleeding wound. Honestly, issei could have cut through Diren, but the moment he saw his blade cut the other completely, issei started to back off, leaving only a slashed cut on his chest that refused to stop bleeding. He was still too kind and has yet to take a life. You'll pay for this. Next time we won't let you off. Diren angrily spoke as pure hatred could be seen from his eyes, as he and the others who were still on their feet left, abandoning the members that were injured and struggling on the floor. Seeing their enemy retreat, issei released the tension of his body and dusted off his coat. At least they're gone now. Wu Ying flicked her blades clean. Next time, he's mine. Wu Xiao slid off Luna's back, her grin wide. That was awesome. She's the best ride ever. Wu Lan, still shaken, lowered her bow. I need to work on my aim. Issei offered her a reassuring smile. You did fine. We all have moments like that. So what do we do with these idiots? Wu Xiao asked, still full of energy. Wu Lan sighed as she heard groaning around them. I don't know. Wei Ying merely snorted. Of course we leave them. They attacked us. We have no obligation to treat them. Soon an awful idea came, and with a devious smirk came. But first we'll take everything they have. She soon started looking through their bleeding clothes. That doesn't seem right, Wu Ying. Issei says, having a moral and ethical point of view, that it was wrong to steal. Hey, this guy has some weird pills. Which were ignored as Wu Xiao also started searching for free stuff. There. Wu Lan comforted him, not joining her younger sister, as they scavenged the people groaning in pain. When they were done, Issei, who hadn't released the boosted gear, didn't even bother looking through the items, weapons, and money they collected. He simply chucked it all to be sorted out later in the world marble. All done. If that ranked beast is a no-show, at least we have some funds for the road. Wu Ying says with a satisfied smile, cleaning her hands as if she was just done with her shift at work. Just before they could move out, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the night from the direction Diren had fled. The group froze. Was that? Issei began, but Wu Ying was already on her feet. Diren's group, she confirmed. And something's tearing them apart. More screams followed, loud and panicked, before a monstrous roar drowned them out, a deep, guttural sound that made the ground tremble. It must be the ranked beast. Wu Ying soon ran, not wanting to lose her chance at hunting it. Luna, let's go! Wu Xiao cheered, leaping onto the wolf's back as the rest followed, racing toward the chaos. Chapter and notes. I have a Patreon account. If you want to read the next chapter earlier, just come at patreon.com/Orengeflame. If you only want to show support, just come at myko-fi.com/Orengeflame. That's if you can, but don't worry, most of my work will continue to be free here and at other sites. Please do comment, as it helps give me ideas for the next chapter. Chapter 12, The Earth Fang. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. They reached the clearing just in time to witness the chaotic aftermath of battle. The remnants of Diren's cultivators were scattering, fear gripping their every movement as they scrambled to escape. Their panicked shouts echoed through the trees, their footing uneven on the torn-up earth, slick with blood and dust. Towering above the carnage stood a monstrous rat, its dark gray fur bristling like jagged stone. Shards of natural armor jutted out from its back and shoulders, a grotesque fusion of flesh and rock. Its tail, long and ridged with spikes of hardened stone, coiled behind it like a living whip, ready to strike. Is that the ranked beast? Issei gasped, eyes widening at how different of a creature it was compared to the rest of ranked beasts it fought. Wu Lan's grip tightened around her bow, her knuckles turning white. A rat, and it's huge. Run, it's an earth fang. One of the fleeing cultivators screamed, his voice cracking with raw terror as he tried to flee the scene. The earth fang let out a guttural growl, its breath hot and reeking of death. Easily the size of a tiger, the beast moved with terrifying speed, its spiked tail lashing out in a wide arc. The fleeing cultivator barely had time to scream before the tail crashed into him, his body crumpling under the force. The sickening crunch of bone echoed in the air, his broken form sent flying before landing lifelessly on the bloodied ground. The earth fang's glowing red eyes locked onto Diren, the wounded cultivator standing his ground despite the crimson streaks still running down his side, the very wound Issei had inflicted upon him earlier. The beast's lips curled back, revealing jagged yellowed fangs, each as long as a dagger. Dirin is in trouble, Issei muttered as he watched the rat get closer faster than the silver wolf they fought before. Wu Ying frowned, not caring for the man that tried to steal from them, but by just how much more powerful a mid-ranked beast is. Good. He deserves it. Dirin tried to steady his breathing, his fingers twitching at his sword's hilt, but he was frozen. The rat lunged. Hhhhhhh. His scream was abruptly cut short as Earthfang's massive jaws snapped shut around him, its fangs sinking deep into his torso. His body edged violently before the beast twisted its head, tearing him apart in two. Blood and viscera splattered across the battlefield as the rat chewed noisily, its grotesque feast sending chills down the spines of those still alive. Issei felt a cold pit in his stomach. The sheer speed of the creature, the way it dispatched Dirin with terrifying ease, it was unlike anything they had faced before. Another ear-splitting roar shattered the momentary silence. The ground shifted as dozens of smaller rats scurried forth from the underbrush, their eyes glinting like embers in the dark. They moved with eerie coordination, swarming over the corpses, tearing into flesh with tiny, razor-sharp teeth. Bones snapped and crunched as the rodents feasted, reducing the fallen cultivators to little more than blood-stained remnants in mere moments. Then the Earthfang's gaze turned. Its glowing red eyes fixed onto them, the last standing figures in a field of death. Wu Lan took a sharp step back, gripping her sword. It's looking at us now. Issei clenched his fists, his instincts screaming at him to move. Yeah, I noticed. The beast exhaled, a low, rumbling snarl vibrating through the air, remnants of Dirin still dripping from its maw. Then its tail smashed into the ground with the force of a hammer, sending cracks outward. Dust and debris shot into the air, masking its next move. Wu Ying clicked her tongue. So, who's feeling lucky today? Wu Lan shot her a glare. This isn't the time for jokes. Issei took a step forward, rolling his shoulders. I guess we have to fight it now, huh? The Earthfang lunged. A blur of dark gray fur and jagged armor shot toward them like a cannonball. Its claws, thick and curved like Reaper's scythes, slashed forward, aiming to rip Issei apart. He barely managed to leap aside, the sheer force of the strike shattering the ground where he had stood. Wu Ying, reckless as ever, dashed in from the side, her sword gleaming in the dim light. She aimed for the gaps between Earthfang's jagged stone armor, but the beast was faster than expected. It twisted its bulky form with unnatural agility, its spiked tail whipping around in a deadly arc. Wu Ying, fall back! Wu Lan shouted, but it was too late, too late. The tail struck Wu Ying with a thunderous crack, sending her hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. She crashed against a thick tree trunk, bark splintering on impact. She coughed violently, struggling to rise, but her sword had at least deflected the worst of the spikes. Damn it, Issei growled, his hands clenching into fists. He wanted to check on Wu Ying, but the beast was getting closer. Boost! A surge of power coursed through him, the third boost of the night, his muscles tightening with raw strength. His crimson gauntlet flared to life as he charged, closing the distance in an instant. His fist, glowing with draconic energy, slammed into Earthfang's armored hide. The impact sent a shockwave through the clearing, dust and dirt blasting outward. But the beast's stone plating barely cracked. It merely recoiled before whipping its tail again. Issei barely stepped back in time, the air singing with the force of the near miss. Wu Lan, staying at a distance, narrowed her eyes, scanning for weak points. She let loose an arrow, aiming for Earthfang's glowing eyes. The beast turned its head at the last second, and the arrow glanced off its stone plating. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao, riding atop Luna, maneuvered skillfully around the battlefield. The wolf dashed in and out of range, Wu Xiao slashing with her curved blade, her movements quick and efficient. But every time they tried to land a decisive hit, the beast snapped its massive jaws at them, barely missing. Earthfang roared in fury and lunged again, its fangs bared wide, ready to clamp down on Issei. This time, he stood his ground. His gauntlet pulsed with energy as he reared his fist back. Just as the beast's mouth closed in, he threw a powerful punch straight into its maw. The force sent Earthfang skidding back, but the monster shook it off quickly. Its glowing eyes burned with primal rage. It swiped its massive claws forward, this time landing a direct hit on Issei's chest. Reset. He gritted his teeth as pain flared through his body, his boosts discarded as the pain made him lose the concentration to hold them. Blood dripped from his side, his breath coming out in harsh pants. Wu Lan quickly released another arrow, aiming for the exposed joint in its leg. The arrow struck true. Earthfang let out a pained snarl. Wu Ying, recovering, wiped the blood from her mouth and charged in again, slashing at the wounded joint. Still, it wasn't enough. The moment Earthfang was wounded, it let out a piercing screech, the sound echoing through the clearing like a war horn. The ground trembled as dozens of glowing red eyes flickered in the shadows, drawn to their master's call. Then, the horde came. Swarms of rats poured in from the darkness, their shrill cries blending into a chaotic cacophony. Though none were as strong as Earthfang, some were still the size of dogs, their gnashing teeth eager to rip into flesh. The air filled with the stench of unwashed fur and rot as they skittered across the battlefield. Damn it! They just keep coming! Wu Ying cursed, adjusting her stance. Luckily, the strongest among them barely reached the level of a low-ranked beast. Wu Lan wasted no time, loosing arrows in rapid succession. Each shot found its mark, piercing skulls and throats, reducing the advancing numbers. Wu Xiao and Luna moved in tandem, darting through the battlefield like streaks of silver. The wolf tore through their ranks with sharp fangs, while Wu Zhao's curved blade flashed under the moonlight, slicing through fur and flesh with practiced precision. Wu Ying stood her ground, blade spinning as she met the tide heathen. Each strike carved a path through the rodents, her sword work clean and efficient. Issei exhaled, steadying his stance as his gauntlet pulsed once more. Boost! Power surged through him, momentarily numbing the pain of his wounds. He willed his sword into existence, the blade materializing from his gauntlet in a flash of crimson light. With it in hand, he carved through the lesser rats with brutal efficiency, their bodies falling apart like wet parchment under his swings. Yet, despite their efforts, the Earthfang merely watched from the distance, its piercing red eyes unblinking. It was recovering. Issei clenched his teeth, gripping his sword tighter. He could see it now, the rat's patience, its cruel intelligence. It was letting them tire themselves out, knowing that exhaustion would soon settle in. And when they were too weak to resist, it would strike. He felt a cold realization sink in. They couldn't keep this up. He glanced at Wu Xiao, watching as she and Luna barely dodged another rat lunging for them. Wu Ying's movements were sharp, but even she was beginning to slow, her breath coming out heavier. Wu Lan's quiver was growing lighter with each shot. They needed more power. His boosted gear pulsed again. Boost! A second boost, but it wasn't enough. Damn it, he hissed under his breath. What else can I do? Guess it's time to tell you about the boosted gear's second ability. Issei's eyes widened. There's more? Of course. Did you think the boosted gear was so simple? It holds many features and abilities you have yet to unlock. Then what are you waiting for? Tell me. The second ability is transfer. With it, you can give your accumulated boost into anything else. If you will it, the boosted gear shall grant it. His mind raced. This could turn the tide, but it had to work. No time for doubts. He took a deep breath and turned to the others. Girls, cover me for a few seconds. The sisters didn't hesitate. They immediately shifted formation, circling around him as a defensive barrier. Wu Lan loosed a rapid volley of arrows, forcing back any rodent that dared approach. Wu Xiao and Luna fought side by side, keeping the swarm at bay. Wu Ying stepped in front of him, standing firm with her sword. Boost! A third boost coursed through his body. His gauntlet burned with energy, the power vibrating through his bones. He clenched his fist, focusing, feeling the surge shift within him. Then, he reached out. Take it! He roared. A crimson glow surged from his gauntlet, streaking toward Wu Ying like a stream of molten fire. It enveloped her in a radiant aura, her body trembling as the power took hold. Her muscles tensed, her breathing hitched, then she exhaled. Is this how Issei always feels every time? The world around her felt slower, the weight of her sword felt lighter, her entire body pulsed with newfound strength, a raw energy unlike anything she had ever known. She clenched her fists, a wide grin stretching across her face. This is incredible. Then she moved. The ground cracked beneath her feet as she propelled forward, her sword a silver blur. She struck Earthfang's thick plating this time, the blade sank deep. The beast howled, staggering back as blood splattered across the ground. Wu Ying didn't stop. She weaved around the rat's swipes with unnatural speed, her sword carving deep gashes into its hide. Each slash dug further, severing muscle and tendons. Wu Lan seized the opportunity, drawing a single arrow and pulling the string taut. She aimed for the largest wound Wu Ying had created and released. The arrow struck true. Earth Fang reared back, shrieking in agony. Wu Xiao, seeing the opening, urged Luna forward. The wolf leaped, launching her into the air. Wu Xiao twisted midair, bringing her curved blade down in a final, decisive slash. Her sword sliced clean through Earth Fang's throat. The massive rat let out a last, gurgling snarl before collapsing. Its body convulsed once, then went still. As the silence settled, the lesser rats, sensing their leader's demise, broke into panic squeals. They scrambled over each other in desperate attempts to flee, vanishing into the darkness. Issei let out a slow breath, his body aching but his heart still racing. He looked down at his gauntlet, still glowing faintly with residual power. I can share my boosts. Wu Ying was still shaking from the overwhelming strength she had wielded, but a wild grin played on her lips. You really need to do that more often. Wu Lan knelt beside Earth Fang's corpse, examining the wounds. The materials from this thing will be incredibly valuable. Especially its core. Wu Xiao nodded, wiping blood from her blade. Then let's not waste time. We should gather everything before something else shows up. As the group set to work, Issei felt a soothing warmth flow through his body. The world marble was healing him. The group stood amidst the battlefield, surrounded by the remains of Earth Fang and the lesser rats. The stench of blood and fur lingered in the air, mixing with the damp earth beneath them. Issei exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders as warmth spread through his body. The world marble's healing properties were already at work, closing his wounds and numbing some of the pain. However, it wasn't instantaneous. His muscles still ached from the Earth Fang's powerful blows, and he could feel the deep bruises forming beneath his skin. Wu Ying, in contrast, was still buzzing with energy. She stretched her arms, flexing her fingers with a wide grin. Damn, that was amazing, she said, practically bouncing on her feet. She threw a few test swings with her sword, marveling at how light it still felt. I felt unstoppable. Issei, you have to do that again next time. Wu Lan, ever the cautious one, gave her a disapproving glance. Don't push yourself. We don't know if there are side effects, she warned, carefully wiping the blood from her bow. Wu Xiao, kneeling beside Earth Fang's massive corpse, glanced up. Wondering what would happen to her sister, Wu Ying waved them off. Relax, I feel. Then, without warning, her legs buckled. She barely had time to react before her body gave out, her knees slamming into the dirt. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as a crushing wave of exhaustion flooded her senses. What the? Wu Ying groaned, her arms trembling as she struggled to lift herself up. Every muscle in her body ached as if she had just sprinted for hours without rest. Her breathing grew heavy, her vision swimming. Wu Lan immediately knelt beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. I told you to be careful. Ugh, okay. Point taken, Wu Ying grumbled, rubbing her sore limbs. What the hell just happened? Issei frowned, stepping forward. I think it's because the boost let you surpass your physical limits. Your body wasn't prepared to handle that much power all at once. Drake's voice rumbled from Issei's hand. She burned through her stamina faster than she could naturally recover. That is the drawback of Issei getting a boost. If someone is untrained, their body won't endure it for long. Issei sighed as he knew the feeling. So basically, you felt unstoppable, but your body couldn't keep up. Wu Ying groaned again, slumping forward. Ugh, so unfair. Wu Xiao laughed as she helped Wu Ying ride Luna to make her be carried by the wolf. You looked so funny on the ground twitching. With that settled, Wu Lan and Wu Xiao returned to the Earth Fang's corpse, beginning the delicate process of harvesting materials. Wu Lan took out a small blade, carefully carving around the thick stone plating. This thing's hide is incredible. It could be used for armor or reinforcing weapons. Wu Ying nodded. But the real prize is the beast's core. After a few minutes of effort, Wu Lan finally extracted a glowing core of the earthly element, the size of a fist from the Earth Fang's body. The orb pulsed faintly, swirling with concentrated energy. Wu Ying, still slumped against the tree, whistled. Damn. That looks valuable. It is, Wulan confirmed. Beast cores are made when a beast enters the mid-ranked. They can be used for cultivation, crafting, or sold for a lot of money. She inspected it closely. We could either sell it in the next town or see if we can use it for something ourselves. Issei, still watching Wuing, smirked. If I boost you again, think you could use it to recover? Wuing shot him a glare. I swear to the heavens, if you try that, I will punch you when I can move again. The group let out a small chuckle, the tension from the battle finally beginning to fade. With the major loot secured, they turned their attention to the remains of the lesser rats. While not as valuable as Earthfang, their pelts and fangs could still be sold or used for trade. Wu Xiao and Wuing, after finally regaining some strength, helped collect whatever they could. By the time they finished, the night sky stretched above them, stars glimmering through the sparse forest canopy. Wulan wiped her forehead and sighed. We should go back to the world marble to rest. In the morning we can go back to the village so we can sell our spoils. Wu Xiao nodded in agreement. And get some food to eat. I'm starving. Wuing, still exhausted but managing to stand, cracked her neck. And a bath. I reek of rat guts. Issei stretched his arms, rolling his shoulders as he felt the last traces of pain fade. Sounds like a plan. After gathering their spoils from the battlefield, the group made their way back into the world marble, seeking rest after the exhausting fight. The moment they stepped inside, the tranquil, ever-bright landscape greeted them, a stark contrast to the blood-stained clearing they had left behind. The soothing energy of the marble quickly worked its magic, accelerating their recovery. Issei felt his sore muscles relax, the last remnants of pain from his injuries fading away. Wuing, still drained from her earlier boost, groaned in relief as the exhaustion lessened. I need to figure out a way for me to handle that boost better, Wuing muttered as she stretched, still feeling some stiffness in her limbs. Wulan, already setting up camp, nodded. Yes, but for now we rest. Pushing ourselves too soon would be reckless. Wu Xiao and Luna curled up near a small fire, sharing warmth as the cool air of the marble settled over them. For the first time that night, they could finally relax. The group woke up feeling refreshed and ready for the day ahead. After a quick meal, they gathered their supplies and prepared to head out. Stepping out of the world marble, they found themselves back in the real world, the morning sun rising over the forest, casting golden hues across the trees. With their destination set, they followed the dirt road leading toward the nearest village, hoping to restock supplies and gather information. By midday, they arrived at a small but lively village nestled in a valley. Wooden houses with thatched roofs lined the streets, villagers bustling about their daily work. Farmers tended to their crops, merchants arranged goods in stalls, and children ran through the streets, laughing. As they walked through the village, a few villagers shot them wary glances likely due to their unfamiliar faces and the weapons at their sides. However, the moment they mentioned Earthfang's death, their reactions shifted from suspicion to gratitude. They were soon brought to the village elder, an old man with a frail frame but sharp eyes, sitting outside a modest wooden hall. You say you killed the ranked beast? The elder asked, his voice steady despite his age. Wulan nodded. Yes. Earthfang won't be terrorizing your people anymore. For a moment, the elder simply stared at them, as if trying to gauge whether they were telling the truth. Then, he let out a long sigh of relief. This is wonderful news, he said, bowing his head deeply. That beast has plagued our people for months, killing travelers and attacking our hunters. We are in your debt. The villagers around them murmured in agreement, some whispering words of thanks. Issei, rubbing the back of his head, waved it off. We just did what needed to be done, Wuing smirked. Though, if you really want to thank us, we could use some directions. Of course, the elder said. Where do you wish to go? The capital, Wulan replied. The elder's expression turned thoughtful. That is quite the journey from here. You will need to pass through 3 more towns before reaching the main road that leads to the capital. I can give you directions, but be warned there are dangers along the way. Bandits roam the roads, and with Earthfang gone, other creatures might move into its territory. Wu Xiao crossed her arms. Noted. We'll be careful. The elder gave them the best route to take, along with warnings about certain paths to avoid. With directions in hand, the group set out to sell what they had gathered. They visited the village marketplace, a small but lively center where merchants sold everything from dried meats to handmade fabrics. Wulan bartered with a tanner, selling the lesser rat's pelts for a decent sum. Wu Xiao traded rat fangs and claws to a local apothecary, who mentioned they could be ground into powder for medicinal use. With the money earned, they bought food, water, medical supplies, and some new arrows for Wu Lan's bow. Issei, meanwhile, browsed through the blacksmith's wares. The forge was small, the air thick with the scent of molten metal and burning coal. Weapons and armor hung on display, though none were particularly remarkable. Then they asked the blacksmith about the Earthfang's corpse. "You want me to use what?" The blacksmith, a burly man with soot-streaked arms, asked, blinking in disbelief. "The materials from the Earthfang," Wu Ying said. "Its hide, bones, anything we can use to forge better weapons and armor." The blacksmith scratched his beard, considering. "Humph. I've worked with a lot of things, but a mid-ranked beast's hide? That's out of my league. You need a cultivator blacksmith." Wu Xiao frowned. "So you can't do anything with it?" "I could try tanning the hide or working the bones into something small, but if you want proper weapons or armor from it, someone skilled in working with ranked beast materials," Wu Lan sighed. "And I assume there's no such blacksmith in this village?" The blacksmith shook his head. "Closest one I know of is in the next town." Issei crossed his arms. "Then that's where we're heading next." With their supplies restocked and a new destination in mind, the group left the village, following the elder's directions toward the next town. Chapter and notes. I have a Patreon account. If you want to read the next chapter earlier, just come at patreon.com/Orengeflame. If you only want to show support, just come at myko-fi.com/Orengeflame. That's if you can, but don't worry, most of my work will continue to be free here and at other sites. Please do comment, as it helps give me ideas for the next chapter. Chapter 13, the second stage. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. 2 days had passed since their battle with the Earthfang, and outside of traveling, the group had spent their time recovering and training within the world marble. The eternal daylight bathed the landscape in a warm glow, the air crisp and filled with the scent of grass and blooming flowers that Issei had planted for Wu Xiao. At the back of the Wu sisters' house, hidden within a grove of small trees, Issei and Wu Lan sat across from each other, their hands clasped together as they focused on their breathing. A faint shimmer of energy surrounded them, an unseen current flowing between them as they cultivated together. Inside the house, Wu Ying sat in silent meditation, legs crossed, eyes closed, deep in her own cultivation. A short distance away, Drake lay lazily in the grass, occasionally flicking his tail while Wu Xiao played with Luna, the silver wolf, and a group of smaller creatures they had captured. The animals were slowly being tamed, responding to her with surprising affection. Luna, ever the proud guardian, sat still as Wu Xiao braided wildflowers into its fur, occasionally huffing in mild irritation. But back to Issei's body trembled. Something inside him shifted. The warmth of energy that had always circulated through his body now surged, growing denser, heavier, like a flood pressing against the boundaries of his being. His heartbeat pounded in rhythm with the power rising inside him, his veins pulsing as though filled with liquid fire. Wu Lan, eyes still closed, furrowed her brow as she felt the shift. "Issei, your energy is surging." "I know," he grit out, feeling heat coil in his core. His breathing grew ragged, sweat forming on his brow. "Something's happening." The power swelled, roaring like an untamed beast inside his chest. The world around him blurred, his senses expanded and contracted all at once. He could hear the faint rustling of the wind, the soft hum of life in the world marble, and the distant heartbeat of Wu Lan echoing against his own. Then, a burst of invisible energy exploded outward from Issei's body. The air around him ignited, crackling as the ground trembled beneath him. His aura expanded like a wildfire, his muscles tightening, his skin tingling with newfound power. Inside the house, Wu Ying's eyes snapped open as she felt the shift within the world marble. Without hesitation, she ran outside, her expression shifting from mild curiosity to genuine surprise. Wu Xiao, still holding a fluffy white rabbit, gasped. "Big bro?" Luna let out a low growl, ears twitching, sensing the sudden change in the air. Issei clenched his fists, feeling the transformation complete. He wasn't just stronger, felt different. Lighter, faster, more attuned to the energy coursing through his body. His skin tingled with raw strength, the boundaries of his previous limit completely shattered. Wu Lan finally opened her eyes, a small, knowing smile gracing her lips. "You've broken through." Second stage, issei muttered, looking down at his hands. He flexed his fingers, feeling the rush of power flowing through his veins. It wasn't just an increase in strength, it was a fundamental shift in the world marble. His body had adapted, refined itself. His chi now moved with greater efficiency, his movements feeling effortless. Wu Ying crossed her arms, huffing accusingly as she glanced between him and Wu Lan's still joined hands. What happened? Wu Lan quickly pulled her hands away. Ah. Nothing, issei simply broke through. Wu Ying's narrowed gaze didn't waver. And how did he accomplish that without a manual? You know, by training, issei said, scratching the back of his head. A terrible lie. Wu Xiao ran over, practically bouncing in excitement. Big bro, does this mean you're super strong now? Issei grinned, rolling his shoulders. I don't know about super strong, but I definitely feel different. Wu Lan nodded, her voice calm but firm. Your body has refined itself. Every cultivator experiences it differently, but you should take time to adjust to your new strength. Try moving around, get used to it, issei smirked. Sounds like you want me to show off, Wu Ying scoffed. We're just making sure you don't trip over yourself like an idiot. Ignoring her, issei took a deep breath and vanished from where he stood. Or at least, that's what it felt like to him. To the sisters, he had simply moved much faster than before, but not fast enough to escape their trained eyes. One moment, he was standing still, the next, he was on the other side of the clearing, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. He stumbled slightly, surprised by his own speed. Whoa! Wu Xiao clapped excitedly. Big bro is fast now. Wu Ying narrowed her eyes. Your movement speed increased. That's common for second stage fighters. Wu Lan stood, watching him closely. You should test your strength as well. Try hitting that boulder. She gestured toward a large, jagged rock near the clearing's edge. Issei cracked his knuckles, stepping forward. With a deep inhale, he pulled back his fist, his muscles coiling like a spring. Boom! His punch struck the boulder with explosive force, a shockwave rippling outward. The stone cracked instantly, deep fissures forming before the entire thing shattered into dust. Wu Lan smiled. You're adapting quickly. Issei stared at his own fist, feeling the residual vibrations in his arm. His power wasn't just enhanced, it was refined, concentrated. His body had changed in ways he didn't even fully understand yet. Then, a familiar voice rumbled through the air as Drake finally lifted his head, his massive form stirring as he came to investigate. His steps sent tremors through the ground. Well done, partner. Issei flexed his hand, his expression shifting into a confident smirk. So this is what a breakthrough feels like. Your body has now adapted to the energies of this world. You're finally starting to tap into your true potential. But this is only the beginning. Keep pushing forward, and you'll unlock even greater power. Issei exhaled, clenching his fist with renewed determination. How about we test how much your body can handle the boosted gear with your new strength? With a flicker of energy, the red gauntlet materialized on his arm. Boost! A pulse of power surged through him. With just one boost, his strength matched that of a third-stage fighter. Boost! The second boost activated. His strength was now comparable to Diren, the man they had previously struggled against. Boost! A third pulse of power. The force flowing through him now rivaled the Earth Fang itself. But along with it, he felt the first traces of strain creeping into his body. Boost! The fourth came, surpassing his past limit. His muscles tensed, his chi surging wildly. Without question, he could now crush the Earth Fang with a single punch, but the strain hit him hard. Pain lanced through his body, his muscles aching, his breathing ragged. Seems you still need more training. You can barely hold this state for long. The sisters felt the oppressive weight of his power pressing down on them, the suffocating force making even Wu Ying take a step back. Reset. The power faded in an instant, leaving Issei gasping, his body sore but intact. He exhaled sharply. Damn, that was intense. Wu Ying crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. You looked like you were about to fall over. Issei laughed, still catching his breath. Hey, progress is progress. Wu Lan smiled, watching him closely. Then let's make sure you keep improving. After Issei's breakthrough and power test, the group settled down for breakfast in the World Marble. They gathered around a simple wooden table outside the house. The scent of freshly cooked meat and herbs filled the air, courtesy of Wu Lan's cooking, while Wu Xiao happily munched on a roasted fruit she had picked earlier. Luna, the silver wolf, lay nearby, ears twitching as she kept mauling her food. Drake lay sprawled lazily on a sun-warmed patch of grass, occasionally opening an eye to watch them. Issei stretched, still feeling the residual heat of his earlier boosts. Man, I didn't realize how hungry I was after all that. He picked up a chunk of roasted meat and took a hearty bite. Wooing scoffed. That's because you pushed yourself too far. You're lucky you didn't break anything. Wu Lan, ever the peacemaker, smiled. That just means he needs to refine his control. But for now, let's focus on our journey. She placed a simple map from the village elder on the table, tracing a path with her finger. Our next stop will take us through 3 more towns before we reach the main road leading to the capital. Issei swallowed his food and leaned in. How long do you think that'll take? Wu Lan thought for a moment. If we keep a steady pace, maybe a week, assuming we don't run into trouble. Wu Xiao perked up, swinging her legs as she chewed on her fruit. Are we gonna find more ranked beasts? That earth fawn was scary, but we got a lot of stuff from it. Wooing nodded. Yeah, speaking of which, we need to go over our spoils. She gestured toward a collection of items piled near the house, various weapons, herbs, and a few mysterious objects taken from the remains of Ren's group. Issei rubbed his chin. Right, we got weapons, some herbs, but what's with these talismans and pills? He picked up a small jade bottle containing round, dark pills and raised an eyebrow. Any idea what these are? Wu Lan took the bottle, examining it carefully. They must be cultivation pills that father told us about, but without knowing their origin, we can't risk taking them. Wooing picked up one of the talismans, frowning at the unfamiliar symbols etched into its surface. And these? Are they charms? Issei shrugged. I dunno, but if those guys had them, they must be important. Drake, still lounging, finally spoke. From my long memory. Mostly from Eastern magicians. Some talismans can be used to store magic, others enhance attacks or defenses. But without testing them, you won't know their effects. Wu Lan nodded. Then we'll have to ask around when we reach the next town, Issei smirked. Or we could just activate one and see what happens. Wooing shot him a glare. Or you could not, idiot. Wu Xiao giggled. Maybe Big Bro will summon a giant explosion by accident. Issei paled slightly. Okay, maybe we save that for later. Let's finish our food and continue our journey. Wu Lan says, putting order. The group continued eating, their conversation drifting between planning their journey, selling their spoils, and deciding their next steps. Though the road ahead was long, they had each grown stronger, as the group of 4 continued their travel. The dirt path stretched before them, winding through thick groves of trees, the rustling leaves their only company. Then, the smell hit them, the coppery stench of blood. The acrid bite of charred wood. A lingering, foul presence that made Issei's stomach churn. His steps quickened. Something happened here. His voice was low, his posture shifting as his senses sharpened. Wu Lan immediately reached for her bow, notching an arrow as she scanned the tree line. Wu Xiao, still atop Luna, tensed as the wolf let out a low growl. Issei soon started going to the smell. Wooing, lagging behind with her arms crossed, let out an exasperated sigh. Why are we even getting involved? It's not our problem. Issei shot her a glance. Because someone might need help. She rolled her eyes but said nothing, trailing behind as they pushed forward. Then, the scene unfolded before them. A ruined caravan lay in the dirt. Wagons overturned, their wooden frames splintered and charred. The smell of burnt cloth lingered in the air. Bodies littered the ground, travelers, merchants, even armored guards cut down where they stood. Blood soaked the earth, pooling around discarded weapons. Wu Xiao slid off Luna, her small hands curling into fists as she took in the sight. Wu Lan approached one of the fallen, kneeling beside a merchant whose lifeless eyes stared at the sky. She ran her fingers over to check for a pulse. Issei crouched near a dying man, the merchant's chest rising and falling in short, shallow breaths. His skin was pale, his lips cracked. At their approach, his eyes fluttered open. "Be bandits ambushed us," his voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. He weakly grasped at Issei's wrist, trembling. Not ordinary bandits, they took the cargo, took the others, you must. His voice faded as his strength gave out. His hand went limp. Issei clenched his fists. Survivors. They had taken prisoners. He stood abruptly, his gaze hardening. We're going after them, Wu Ying groaned. Of course we are. Before anyone could respond, the forest shifted, the snap of a twig, a shadow flickering between the trees. A blade slicing through the air. Wu Lan's eyes widened. Ambush! Arrows rained from the treetops, forcing them to scatter. Boost! Issei activated his boosted gear, the crimson gauntlet flashing into existence. He deflected 2 arrows in quick succession, the clang of metal ringing through the air. Wu Lan rolled behind an overturned wagon, loosing an arrow toward the unseen attackers. Wu Xiao leaped back onto Luna, the wolf dashing between the wreckage as she threw a knife toward the treetops. A cry of pain confirmed her hit. Then the bandits emerged, dark leathers. Masked faces? They moved with precision, formation, discipline. Wu Ying unsheathed her sword, eyes gleaming with excitement despite her earlier complaints. Fine. If they want to play, let's play. A bandit lunged at Issei, twin daggers flashing in the morning light. Issei sidestepped with a few close calls, his fist slamming into the man's chest with the force of a hammer. The bandit flew backward, crashing into a broken cart. Another rushed Wu Xiaomi for Luna's fangs to sink into his arm. The bandit screamed as Wu Xiao finished him off with a swift, clean slash across the throat. Wu Lan remained on high ground, her bow a blur as she loosed arrow after arrow. Each shot found its mark, piercing throats and shoulders before the bandits could close the distance. Wu Ying met a pair of enemies heat-in, her blade carving through them with effortless precision. She weaved between their attacks, cutting deep, her movements a blend of grace and lethal efficiency. Issei's gauntlet pulsed. Boost! A surge of power shot through his limbs. He charged forward, locking eyes with the scarred man standing at the center of the chaos leader, judging by the way the others instinctively moved around him. He wielded a curved saber, his stance firm. Their weapons clashed, sending a shockwave through the air. The leader sneered. You're not ordinary travelers. Neither are you, Issei shot back, forcing him back with a powerful strike. Even with 2 boosts the man kept up. The leader chuckled darkly. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. Then, he whistled sharply. More shadows emerged. Reinforcements. They weren't just more bandits, their armor bore insignias. A jagged fang enclosed in a crimson circle. This was an organized force, as each man was a cultivator. The strongest man that was fighting Issei was clearly a 4-stage fighter. Wu Ying's eyes narrowed. This isn't just a random gang. These guys are too organized. Wu Lan's expression darkened. Then we need to end this quickly. Issei's blood pumped fiercely, the thrill of combat surging through him as he faced off against the bandit leader. The scarred man grinned, twisting his saber with practiced ease. You're strong. Stronger than some of my men, even. His stance shifted, weight balanced, his presence unnervingly calm despite the fight. Issei's grip tightened on his gauntlet. And you're too skilled to be some backwoods thug, the leader smirked. Then he moved fast. His curved saber sliced through the air in a precise arc, aiming for Issei's throat. Issei barely managed to block, sparks flying as metal met the red scales of his boosted gear. Clang! The force of the blow sent vibrations up Issei's arm, but he held his ground. The bandit leader twisted mid-attack, following up with a low sweep aimed at Issei's legs. Issei leaped back, landing smoothly. Who are you people? He demanded. The leader didn't answer. Instead, he whistled sharply again. The reinforcements suddenly shifted tactics. Instead of pressing the attack, they fell back, their movements coordinated and precise. It wasn't a retreat, it was a regrouping. Wu Xiao, still atop Luna, narrowed her eyes. Something's wrong. Then, a new presence emerged. A tall figure stepped out from the shadows of the trees, draped in dark robes, their face obscured by a hood. The air grew heavier, an almost suffocating aura radiating from them. Wu Ying stiffened. That's not normal. The figure raised a hand. A faint, purple mist coiled around their fingers, dark and unnatural. Issei felt it instantly. The energy was wrong, unlike qi, unlike anything he had sensed before. Wu Lan's expression turned serious. Father told me about this. A demonic cultivator. The hooded figure's voice was calm, yet chilling. You weren't supposed to interfere. Issei clenched his fists. The figure turned to the scarred leader. We have what we came for. There's no need to waste more time here. The leader clicked his tongue, sheathing his saber. TCH. A shame. I was having fun. And these women would fetch a good price. Wu scowled. Cowards. Running already? The hooded figure let out a low chuckle. No. We just don't need to fight you. Then, they vanished. A dark mist enveloped them, and in a blink, the entire group of enemies disappeared into the forest. The tension in the air refused to fade, even as the enemies vanished into the forest's shadows. Issei's fists remained clenched, his body still thrumming with the remnants of combat energy. His breathing was steady, but beneath the surface, his mind raced. That wasn't an ordinary battle. Wu Xiao slid off Luna, gripping her dagger tightly. They just disappeared. She looked around, eyes darting between the trees as if expecting them to reappear at any moment. Wu scowled, sheathing her sword. TCH. Cowards. They knew they couldn't win, so they ran. Wu Lan's expression remained calm, but her sharp eyes betrayed her unease. No. They weren't running. They left because they got what they came for. Issei turned to her. The prisoners. Wu Lan nodded. If they were only after loot, they wouldn't have taken survivors. His jaw clenched. He knew she was right. That scarred leader and the demonic cultivator, they had a goal. And whoever the prisoners were, they played a part in it. Drake's voice rumbled in his mind, his tone uncharacteristically serious. You've stepped into something dangerous, partner. That energy from the hooded Onite felt nothing like the others you've met. Reminded me almost as if we were in the presence of a devil. Issei exhaled, his grip tightening around his gauntlet. Wu Lan. You said demonic cultivator? What does that mean? The eldest sister hesitated for a moment, as if debating how much to say. Then, her voice came steady and controlled. My father told me about them. They are cultivators who walk a dark path, choosing to use forbidden techniques that corrupt their chi. Wu crossed her arms. The short version? They steal life force instead of cultivating their own. It makes them stronger faster but warps their bodies and minds. And if they're involved, she exhaled sharply. This just got a lot more complicated. Wu Xiao furrowed her brows. Then we have to stop them, right? Wu Lan sighed. It's not that simple. Issei turned to her. Why not? She met his gaze, her voice level. Demonic cultivators are usually more dangerous than normal. If one appeared here, then there might be more. We don't know how large their group is, what their goals are, or if they have stronger cultivators backing them. A cold realization settled in. They weren't just fighting a group of bandits anymore. This was bigger, and far more dangerous. A moment of silence passed between them. The only sounds were the rustling of the trees and the distant chirp of birds, oblivious to the bloodshed that had stained the earth minutes before. Then, Issei spoke, his voice firm. We're still going after them. Wu pinched the bridge of her nose. Of course we are. Wu Lan sighed. You really are stubborn. Wu Xiao smiled, despite the tension. Big Bro wouldn't be Big Bro if he wasn't. Issei smirked. Damn right. Wu clicked her tongue. Fine. But we don't charge in blind. We need information first. Wu Lan nodded. Agreed. If we're going after them, we need to be smart about it. We should head to the next town. There's a chance someone there knows who they are or where they might be headed. Issei rolled his shoulders, feeling his strength returning even after expending energy in the battle. Then let's move. They turned toward the path ahead, leaving behind the wreckage of the ruined caravan. As they walked, Issei stole one last glance at the darkened forest, his gut twisting with an uneasy feeling. This wasn't the end of their encounter with the demonic cultivators. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.